We live. We live. Let a few people get in here, and then I'll kind of introduce you to everybody. Oh man! So I knew that that shit was bothering you last night when you text me, but I was so tired from getting home, man. I'd been on the road all day. What's up,
Oh
Info
man.
Warriors? Rip it, pimp. What's up, buddy? Yeah, but I was like, yeah. I told your mama, I was like, yeah, this shit's fucked with him. So, what did you find in them files?
So I was doing a little bit of digging because I was watching a couple videos, some reels, and I found something that kind of disturbed me with some of the allegations that were made against Trump. Uh, so there was reportedly 35 years ago, uh, Trump and Epstein had met a 14-year-old girl, and she was forced to perform oral sex with Trump, and Trump had struck this little girl in the face because she was laughing about biting him, which is
So,
a
but is this anything that's been proven, or is this just something that's in the
it's just something
list?
that's in the files. I'm not sure if it's all credible, but there's at least 5 to 6 different complaints in here with girls ranging from 8 years old to 16-year old in just this file alone.
Right. The only problem I have with that, Waylon, is when Trump was running for president against Biden, they had these lists available, and nobody ever
Yeah,
brought it out. And
yeah,
then to me, that would be the one thing that would. I mean, just the hint of a man even having an affair on his wife is enough to ruin him for running for president. So for them to put that in there like that, it makes you wonder why.
yeah. And with that being said, there's also more files in here. Let me see if I can't find one of. So Trump allegedly, which this is true. There's video evidence of it out there of him having multiple beauty pageants for minor females.
Right. Well,
Well, one of the,
I know that he had sponsored 'em. That's where Erica Kirk come from. She had
mhm.
won one of the beauty pageants. But what's the details?
So allegedly, this isn't something that I found in the files itself. It was a public speaker that was talking about it that had met Trump's father. So
Mhm.
apparently, Trump's father ran a small business of auctioning off some of these girls that they kidnapped from this from the beauty pageants.
Yeah, see, you have to be careful with stuff that you believe like that, right? Because a lot of these are could be hit pieces that they put out just
Yeah,
to tarnish him. Do you
yeah,
know
that,
it's not against the law to do that? Do you know that Obama and them had actually signed into law that they could put out false misinformation to try to direct the public's opinion about how they feel about people?
yeah. That was
That's
also something else that was being talked about too. That was kind of messing with me because none of these, like all these files that are released and them constantly redacting different files and then adding different files every day, uh, makes me believe that all this is pretty much just a hoax show that's covering something up bigger.
well, and it very well could be covering something up. It's not a hoax now. There was absolutely victims of it. So you
Oh
don't mean
yeah.
a hoax like that.
Well, I don't mean that it's they're only bringing it to our forefront now because it was found out, and they'd rather people be focused on this right now than whatever they're doing behind the scenes.
I think I think that the reason that they're pushing it so much now is because Trump's the one that's in office. No matter who was in office at the time when they brought this out, it's a lose for him. You see what
Right.
I'm saying? Because like, what can you do with it? What are they going to do with it? Nobody's ever really been charged for anything. They're
Yeah, that was something else that really picked at me pretty hard was that they passed an act for a disclosure act to protect people who have committed these crimes against humanity, and they're just giving them a chance to talk about it and then walk free.
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, nobody should be protected. Somebody who has done them kind of acts should not be protected. I will
If
say that.
if there's undisputable evidence, like you can't really trust video evidence nowadays because of AI is getting so realistic. But if there's irrefutable evidence, nobody deserves any protection from
Leon Black. Have you heard of him?
Leon.
Now, hey, for everybody in the chat, me and him has not had a chance to talk about this at all. He tried to talk to me last night, but I was so tired when I got home, I just wanted to go to sleep. Leon Black. Have you ever heard of him?
I don't think so.
Now he had got in trouble and been sued for hurting one of them girls from Epstein. So
Mm.
I think really what Trump's deal is, and I've said this before to my chat, that I think that the first lady is why Trump reacted the way he did. Is because she had something to do with Epstein when them two got together. So you know that Trump is the one that turned Epstein in. Did you know that?
Yeah, yeah, that was something that was there as well. That kind of picks at the brain is that if he's so tight with Epstein, because there's like a lot of pictures of them that of them hanging around together at multiple like company
Years ago,
party.
though.
Yeah,
Them
yeah.
pictures are old.
There's some from the I think late '80s or late '90s.
He turned him in 2004.
Did he really?
Hmm. So those you won't find any current pictures of them two together after
Right.
that. And here's the thing though, right? You can't make him guilty just because he known of Epstein. Epstein had worked his way into a group of people that it was a network. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So once he was in, I mean, he was free to do whatever he wanted as far as mingling about and all that shit.
Right.
So there's a lot of people that's got pictures with that guy that hadn't done anything wrong. Now, here's the part that bothers me with Trump, and I've said this before. He turned Epstein in after Epstein had threatened him.
Yeah.
So he knew about it and didn't turn him in until it was time to protect him, get protection. Excuse me. Them damn energy drinks. Anyway, until he needed protection from Epstein, that's when he turned him in. But so I would like to know definitively how long Trump knew about these activities before he turned him in. That would kind of determine how I would feel about him. You see what I'm saying? If he
Yeah.
had just learned about it a week or so prior and then turned him in, okay. Or if somebody said, "Hey man, you know Epstein's," after like their confrontation had started, say, "You know Epstein's doing this right here, blase blase," and then he
Yeah.
goes and turns him in, that would make me feel better. But
So,
go ahead, I'm
oh
sorry.
no, you're all right. You're all right. Oh no, this one. It had the right headline, but it didn't say exactly what I wanted to. Uh, okay. So here's what I was talking about: Trump and Trump's father having a thing. So Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called the Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children, and Trump would auction them off. He measured the children's valvula. That's all I'm going to say. By entering a finger and rated on tightness. The guests were eldermen, including Elon Musk, Donald Trump Jr., or Don Jr. Trump, I don't even know how to pronounce her name, Eric Trump, Attorney Allen, oh God,
Yeah.
Dershowitz.
See, listen. So a lot of this stuff got reported like this after they had set up a hotline,
Yeah.
and it was just to throw shade on him. That
Mm-hmm.
that part right here, you can't believe all that shit. That's why really when they put all these files out like that,
Mm-hmm.
um, uh, when they redact everything, and I don't know, that's just kind of weird. But
Yeah.
now I listened to that little video you sent me. Do you have that ready where you can play it?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah,
So is it the one that was talking about the Quran?
the food stuff.
Oh yeah, the Quran. Okay. So this is a this is proclaimed to be a Jewish leader from Jerusalem itself, but
Yeah, no, share it. Can you share it to the screen?
uh, I don't think it'll let me pull it
Where
up.
where was it at? Well,
Instagram.
Instagram. All right, let me go pull up Instagram because I could probably share it. Send it to me on Instagram and I'll play it. Because if this is true, this is fucking weird, man.
Well, this was claims that were made a long time ago against like McDonald's, serving horse meat, human meat, stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, Bulldog, he's just looking into it. And you got to remember, my son is young. So he's just trying to get a perspective of what's going on. What's up, Redneck? How you doing? Hey, and let me tell you, anybody that reads that shit, it ought to bother them.
Yeah, if you don't get any type of disturbance, then you're probably not connected all the way up there.
Oh shit! What's up, Grizz? Well, a lot of people see through it though. Well, you have to remember that.
Yeah,
you can't believe everything you see. A lot of this shit is put out as a hit piece to try to fuck them up. You know what I mean?
a lot of it's just people. Public manipulation, is what I figured. Because it's something that's been going on in civilization for years. The great, wealthy, and powerful, they tell people what they think people want to hear. They use distractions to keep them occupied while they move around and do whatever it is that they want to do.
Right.
It's a divide and conquer
strategy. Here's the thing though. When people report stuff that just sounds crazy and say it's true, people don't have a tendency not to believe it because it sounds crazy, and then come to find out the shit's fucking true.
Yeah. 10 years ago when I was younger, if you would have told me that there was an island of kids that were being trafficked and everything, I wouldn't believe it. I would believe that all the numbers of missing kids came from just people in the States.
Oh, they definitely have done some weird shit, dude, for sure.
All right, man.
I'm gonna take this down for just a second.
Yep.
Let me share my screen now. Let me add this to the stage.
That a lot of little children do disappear, and I do know that, and I know a lot of police departments and agencies have been informed, but you're very open. You're very open tonight. I'm very surprised that you're talking about the bloodletting of the little children, that you put their blood in the matzo balls, and that you eat it on sacrifice on Passover.
Well, there was a goyim that wrote a book about it back in the 30s. I forget his name at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Adam's time. We take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogues, where we drain the blood and watch them die there. It's very similar to how we do the sacrifices that we do with the kosher butchering, and so we do that, and then we mix it with the Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies. And the bodies, we're not cannibals, so what we do is we take those, because we can make some shekels, and we give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the goyim out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. So that's your problem.
You know, I've got a question, and I yes, it is a problem. I know that on your Passover, which is...
That's crazy. If that's true, that's fucking crazy.
So there's a couple things that I want to add to this. I'm not going to say the race or anything like that, but in their Bible, it strictly says that they are allowed to defile, not have sexual relations, defile a young woman as long as they are not of the same race. And they are allowed to, let's say, grape children as long as they are under the age of 9. If they exceed the age of 9, they are no longer viable or good to them. And mind you, these types of people have been ran off out of 109 different countries over the course
Bro,
of 2,000 years.
check this out. So Rusty sent me. I know you don't know who that is, but the chat does. A
Yeah.
friend of mine, Rusty, had sent me a thing from Middle East how they take these young boys
Yeah.
and dress them up and do weird shit to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when I read it, I was like, "Holy shit!" But do you know in Israel that like any kind of Christian and all, they'll spit
Oh,
in your face and they don't want nothing to do with us. And I find it weird that we support them so hard.
They call us the cattle race. We are the cattle race to them. They do whatever they want. So there was an interview that I had seen last night. Unfortunately, I can't find it.
He's my favorite. What's up, you know? Yeah, Chad's crazy.
Yeah, but something else. I watched a interview last night with a Christian fella and a Jewish fella, and they were talking back and forth about how the gods are actually the same, this and that and the third. Well, this Jewish dude straight up says, if you have any kids to this man, and this guy does have kids, he said you won't anymore.
So you know, like over what the heck's the name of that place that they're committing genocide in right now?
Iran.
Gaza. Yeah. Where have you watched any of the footage from where the soldiers go over there and
unfortunately, I have. And
that's crazy,
it's
man.
disgusting.
It is, and how we support them, I have no idea. That to me, I find that very fucked up, man.
You want to know something crazy too? And another interview that was just like that one with the dude talking about the Passover, making Passover bread and stuff. That same guy, they cut the video short because of some of the things that he said was real gruesome. But he was explaining how our school systems, our public schools, are controlled. So the reason why Jewish people send their kids to private academies is because those are I believe the Hebrew academies, and they teach them how to actually survive in the world, how to make money, how to control and stuff like that, and they just teach us that. They teach us all the wrong stuff. Like they teach us basic science and stuff like that, but a lot of the history they jumbled it up for themselves. So you know how they said 6 million Jews were slaughtered in the Holocaust? It was actually only 237K that were actually slaughtered. And they show all these sad videos of shaven heads of Jewish people in concentration camps. The gas chambers were actually showers.
Nah, I don't know.
It was a sanitation shower.
I don't know about that.
There's some.
I've heard that like a lot of people thought that shit didn't happen the way it did, but you gotta realize that we weren't there.
No, we weren't. But this was an interview. Hold on, let me see if I can find that interview from the 90s. They didn't let it go out. It was a Jewish survivor talking about it, and Jewish survivors didn't actually get paid anything after World War II. They weren't. Hold on, let me see if I can't find this. She was talking about how they had shaven heads and stuff. That was to prevent lice. That was the cheapest way to control lice. They were keeping them healthy.
After Palestinian blew himself up as guests gathered for a Passover Seder, a ritual evening meal ushering in the Jewish holiday.
Hey, I do too, ripping the little gold ones. I remember that. Nah, Bulldog, he's looking around for himself. So he's just asking questions, you know what I mean? But this is the type of stuff that they put out to the youth. And that's what we ought to be worried about.
To the ground floor, blowing out walls and plunging the lobby into darkness. Israel is determining how to respond. hours after Saudi Arabia presented a peace proposal at the Arab summit in Beirut that offers the Jewish state normal relations with the Arab world in exchange for a complete withdrawal from territories occupied that I think of bloodshed in the Middle East. The deaths come as Israel launches its biggest military offensive since the invasion of Lebanon 20 years ago. They have to see whether they can deliver on that promise to make some kind of
No, Bulldog. You're fine. You're fine. Hell, imagine being young like that, though. You know he's confused about what the fuck's going on. That's why he's talking about it.
Nobody knew that the Great First World War was ever going to happen. Nobody ever knew that Japan was going to bomb Pearl Harbor to drag us into a war. You never know what's going on out there.
No, that's very true, bro. But I believe, like, them people were massacred over there, bro. The Jewish, damn sure. But there was a reason behind it, and that's what gets lost, right? Like, and I don't praise Hitler in any kind of way. He
was a tyrannical dictator that was addicted to meth.
But there was a reason why he went off on them people, and it was because of the way that they believed, and they were trying to bring that on to the German people, and he wasn't with them.
Actually, what they were doing was they were creeping into their communities, and they were starting underground. So they led one of the biggest faculties of information and transgenderism. They were doing some crazy stuff like that back then. They were studying it, and they were influencing young German boys and whatnot. And Hitler, at first, he expelled them from the country.
Don't you dare, Bulldog. You don't be quiet. Hell, you're supposed to, when he asked something like that, and if you got the right information, you're supposed to tell him. Nothing's being taken personal, I promise you.
Yeah.
This is the first time me and him's ever talked about this stuff. Like,
it's just being a younger generation. I feel like a lot of the stuff that I'm being told is lies, and a lot of stuff that I'm seeing, I can only believe half of it.
Don't believe any of it. You need to go and research it for yourself, and not in the form of a YouTube video, bro.
Right, of course.
Because they push this, just like this video I'm going to show. We don't know if they set this shit up as a production or not, and that's what I'm starting to figure out. See, I never paid attention to any of this stuff until here recently.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Hey, let me ask you this, Waylon. After seeing and watching and reading through them files and stuff, you understand why I was so strict on you coming up now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I appreciate it, too.
Yeah. I know at the time you probably didn't. You like, God damn me, he's being he won't let me go here, he won't let me go there. I just tried to protect y'all because I know that there's fucking crazy people out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, I always knew that the world was dangerous. I didn't realize that it was organized and that dangerous.
Yeah. Something happened to one of y'all, I would flip the fuck out, like, for real.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't mean scream and holler, flip out.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing to be a Friday.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah.
Everybody ready? I can't fit in this chair. Okay.
How do you feel about this guy, that being your, that Yahoo dude, the leader of Israel? How do you feel about him?
Well, a lot of them are extremists. That's a interesting question. I don't. God.
Hey, Bulldog, we just pulled. America just didn't Trump just pull out like all our service members out from over there? I want to say I heard something about that.
Thank you. I am very strong.
Yeah, I can tell.
Because I don't
drink.
They got some weird. They got some weird customs over there.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Welcome. Thank you very much. All of you. You are most welcome.
How much longer do you expect to spend in the Palestinian territories?
That is like the wind. You never know here. What's going to blows in 4 directions at once.
Germany. I knew it was somewhere. I was half asleep. I played the TV in the background when I'm sleeping just to have a little noise. I knew I heard something about it. Fast forward through the
Superior. If worth, play for.
Do you support Israel and the Jewish people? Now, more than
We've
ever,
been supporting
Israel
them, lady.
needs
That's the
committed
problem.
10 minutes, but in the head it's very far.
So you will take us to the border? Yes.
I will come with you to the border.
You cannot go to the other side, no?
No, I don't want to go to that.
What really happened was that since 67, the world developed a ambivalent approach to the way the conflict should be solved. Namely, the world agreed with the Israelis about procedures. It should be solved around the negotiating table. But the same world agreed with the Palestinians about the substance. The solution should be very close to the Palestinian demands.
Because
Why they feel it's okay? Why they feel it's okay to kill Palestinian children because of their bloodline is beyond me. You would think that if they went through the Holocaust and were persecuted the way that they were, that they would not want to do that to another race.
Otherwise, a very small number of force can cut Israel into two. Once you put settlements in strategic places, you control the area, you control forces there, you can prevent the Palestinians from cutting Israel into two.
That's insane.
See, the Palestinians has been there for thousands of years. Did you know that?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. And they're taking their land away from them like they're not
well,
supposed to be there because it's in the Bible. They say.
The way that it happened, so you know about the Crusades, the Christian Crusades, where they led a march against Muslims that were attacking people. Well, in the Quran, it speaks on the Crusades of battle, and well, the Christian Crusaders were never out there to attack Jewish people; they were after the Muslims only. Well, a lot of things happened between the Crusaders and Jerusalem got attacked as well, partially. And that land that was the land that all the blood of the Jews were spilled on is their holy land, Israel, and they refused to let anybody of a separate bloodline live in Israel. But of course, there are people who go over there. Or that's why Jewish people hate white people so much, is because they blame their very first I think it was their very first downfall after the Muslims attacked them. They blamed Christians for it because they denied our religion, and they actually supported more of the Muslims than the Crusaders. And I believe it speaks about it in the Bible. I'm not 100% sure. It talks about
testing is illegal in Israel. I did not know that. What were you saying? I'm sorry, buddy. I was reading a message from somebody. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. I was just talking about how the whole confliction between races started, and the reason why.
Here's my problem with the race thing, right? We all come from the same place. If you trace our DNA back, we all basically come from the same place. There is no difference. There really ain't. Not in God's eyes, I believe.
No, there is the red.
These people are doing what they're doing to try to expand their borders. They're just looking for territory.
Looking for more land mass and more crude oil.
Yeah, more wealth.
of the existence of the country. Because the government's first obligation, its first and its primary obligation, is to defend its citizens. And today, with the kind of terror that we have that is not daily, it's hourly, and so far is claimed in the last year and a half.
I'm going to tell you, this dude has been claiming that Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon any day now for like the last 20 years.
Well, they only say that's how they got us to attack Iran. They were the first whistleblowers. We attacked Iran not for ourselves. We did it for them because Iran kept attacking them.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. But now Iran had killed some U.S. troops while they were in Iraq and stuff, but they should have done it then instead of going in now.
They needed to draw out more time.
Whoa, old Carl's fucking nuts.
The lives on a per capita basis of 8 times the number of victims that were lost in the World Trade Center. Now just think of that 8 times. It's like again and again and again and again and on and on and on. And it happens all the time. Well, life becomes unbearable.
On the image of the screens, it looks as if, of course, the Israel is the strong and the Palestinian is the weak. But if you would open the zoom to cover the whole area from Marrakesh to Bangladesh, you would end up that Israel is the isolated entity, the outpost of the Western civilization in this area.
But they're not going to be shooting until we finish here. I mean, Hannah is supposed to arrange the crossing at the checkpoint and the vehicles there. Rita told them to stay in Arafat chambers. Right now, it's more important that we pass the border, because if we don't pass the border, we cannot shoot. We're waiting for the UN envoy to talk to the Israeli commander on the DCO, and then the Israeli commander is going to allow us to go to the middle, and the Palestinian commander is going to allow the Palestinian vehicles to go to the other middle, and hopefully we're going to meet in the other middle.
Huh. Yeah, see, they've got a border up everywhere.
Yes, you don't film any soldiers.
They've got a border up everywhere. So these people are trapped. It's not like they can just fucking leave.
Yeah.
That's the thing that kind of gets me.
Hey,
they're trying to wipe them out.
Real quick, tell me if this is any better on the microphone. Is that better?
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Okay.
Microphone sounds fine. For what it is.
Looking to sell your used graphics
Here's
card,
the thing.
CPU, RAM, or SSD?
No matter
for
what,
cash?
they're in the wrong, man. You can't just wipe out whole civilizations because you want some fucking property.
That's genocide and Holocaust. I mean,
Well, you know, Trump's planning on building over there, right? He's already got a fucking little vacation spot designed and all that shit. I seen that. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, you want to know something crazier?
Yeah, they cage them up like animals.
Well, not, yeah. But something else is that a lot of people don't realize that 90% of our news stations are controlled by these very same people.
Oh, most definitely. That's why I say you have to be careful of what you believe as far as what they put out on the internet and stuff like that.
That's why I say everything's pretty much just a cover-up story.
Why do you think independent journalism is doing so well on platforms like this right here? If you're willing to put the time in and you're actually have like a likable personality and stuff, you can do well by reporting on the news.
Right.
But you can't be one-sided. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's just being an extremist, and you gotta have an open mind and really hit the angle, or hit every angle that you can to find every piece of information, because there's always a how, reason, and why. And a lot of people always focus on what happened, and they don't focus on the reason.
So Bulldog's saying that they bought Tucker's channel for $15 million. Are you serious, Bulldog? Or is that just something that, I mean, you know that to be a fact? Yeah, that I knew, Shady J. I knew his dad worked for
There
the
is
government.
no business. We are close in prison.
يروحوا على كفه ما
Damn, that's
يعني
crazy.
بأمنش انه الواحد يروح مثلا طيب او كذا شيء. بأثر على شعوري كفلسطيني، كل انسان بيحب الحريه، يعني هلا احبس قفص في عصفور في قفص وما بيصدق وانت تفتح الباب القفص ويطير.
No, we live in Jerusalem, but we're living in Birzeit right now because we are studying there.
And what are you doing now?
Well, we just came to eat lunch and then go home. It's hard. Sometimes we have to go around because we can't pass, even if we have the blue IDs.
A soldier the other day yelled at me and said that you have to go back. I tried to argue, thinking that I could argue. I have a Jerusalem ID, let me go. And he was, go to hell, I don't care. Where is your house? You have to go back. I was telling him that my house is over there. And I thought that I still could argue. But when they jumped from the petrol, from the jeep and hanging their guns toward my face, I was like, God, they are really mad, those guys. I mean, you never know. It could be like this. So we are scared sometimes.
This region is condemned to join in the world, the new world, because the Arabs are beginning to learn that it is not poverty that creates terror. It is terror that creates poverty. They are the victims of their own mistakes.
For many years, the Palestinians enjoyed the moral high ground as a result of having the cause that enjoys the support of the international community. And here, at the end of the corridor of Madrid and Oslo, came my government, and for the first time in the history of the country, an Israeli government said loud and clear that we are ready to contemplate solving it well within the domain that is agreed by the world as the domain where solution should be.
Do you understand this
and
fucking dude?
Suddenly, it ended up that Arafat is not there. So that in a way, it put a question mark in retrospect, in hindsight, about was he really there all along the way?
Habibi, حبيتك. As I told here, you have to be here in Ramallah. And if there is any time that the president is have nothing, no, we can call you. Because you know they are very busy these days. The schedule is full. There is the Arab Summit in Beirut.
This is the road the tanks used to occupy Ramallah 2 weeks ago.
The Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat has been confined for months.
President Arafat to attend the meeting. We're still not sure, and we hope that the Arab summit would be held in the presence of President Arafat.
But Palestinian militants provoking Ariel Sharon again tonight. Another deadly attack. A gunman on a shooting spree.
Civilians, children, babies.
Sharon is preparing for something new. Well, tell him I am waiting for him with this small and beautiful baby.
I just find that shit fucking weird, dude.
It's definitely real strange.
With these are the equivalent of movie posters, rock stars. These guys are heroes. Yeah, look at that. She's cute.
She was the first woman to blow herself up, right in the heart of the Israeli land.
21.
Those are their idols?
I'll share that just a second. This ain't what I thought it was. I can't hardly understand that shit.
Yeah, half of it's in English, the other half is in whatever they speak. Israeli. Arabic.
Arabic, yeah. I tried to say it, but I got tongue tied. Let's see what you sent right here.
So that's from this is their biblical Bible, or their Bible.
Let's see how I back it up there.
This was some of the things that I was getting into last night.
In Hebrew.
How in the hell can I back it up though?
It's short. I don't think you can back it up.
This is why they were kicked out of 109 different countries over a span of 2,000 years. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish. Has everything to do with what they practice. Check this out, okay?
The word goyim in Hebrew means a non-Jew in English. Sophorim 15.
We're non-Jew.
Even the best of goyim should all be killed. Yebamoth 98a. All children of goyim are animals. Baba Mesia 114b. Gentiles goys are not humans. They are beasts. Geshaz 2. A Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew girl.
Makes sense with everything with Epstein, huh? Look.
A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Taspot
Their religion.
84b. If you eat with a goy is the same as eating with a dog. Baba Mesia 24a. If a Jew finds an object lost by a goy, it does not have to.
Let's wake up, friends. Has nothing to do with someone being a quote Jew. Has everything to do with their fruits. As Jesus said, know them by their fruits. You don't even have to be a Jew to be Zionist. Joe Biden's the one who quoted and said that.
As a kid, I'd say, when I was a young senator, I'd say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Friends, at the end of the day, there's neither Jew nor Gentile, nor male, nor female, nor slave, nor free. Like it says in Galatians 3, guys. This is why they were kicked out of 100.
That's crazy. That's
and
crazy.
those are direct English translations from the...
You better not never bring no Jewish girl home, bro.
Well, the thing is like he said, it's not about their race or anything. It's about what religion they study. Their Bible is just insane, man.
Well,
like,
they feel like they're superior to everybody.
They directly say they say this on live television. They say this in person. They don't care. They think that they're the chosen race. They're the chosen race of God.
Mm.
But what they don't realize is that in our Christian Bibles, not Catholic, not Baptist, not any of that, just the direct Bible itself, Old King James, the Old Testament, it warns us about this. The ones who call you goyim are the people of the devil.
Oh, I'm looking up for where they're bragging about.
Look at Khabib Nurmagomedov, the UFC fighter. He said it himself. He said that all Americans are dogs. Which I know he's Russian, but
I'm looking up where they're bragging about killing Palestinians.
International exposure and condemnation. The latest evidence to have emerged is this exchange between a U.S. live streamer and an Israeli soldier. Watch this.
Bro, you just killed a bunch of women and children, bro.
Yeah. We're not just killing. We're raping also. These are the children here.
Those are the children there?
You want to see Gaza?
Yeah, show me.
Don't be surprised. There are no house here. No
Let me
home.
see. Yeah, I want to see what it looks like.
Flat. All flat.
You guys flattened it?
Oh, yeah. Look at this bag.
You guys killed a bunch of kids and bro.
This clip is just one of thousands of Israeli soldiers incriminating themselves on social media. Last year, Al Jazeera's investigative unit
What's up,
conducted a
Smasher?
forensic analysis of countless videos shared by Israeli soldiers boasting about crimes they committed.
The I unit has identified many of them.
And these are the same people that we were cheering for when they put boots on the ground in Iran.
institution.
Well, they're not going to put boots on the
This
ground in
database
Iran. They're wanting
identifies
Americans to
soldiers
do it.
involved in clear violations of
Oh,
international
they
law,
put boot.
including torture,
Israelis put
the
boots on the
arbitrary
ground. They
killing
just didn't
of
put a
unarmed
lot.
civilians, and the destruction of civilian
Look at that
infrastructure.
shit,
This
dude.
evidence is now being examined by prosecutors at the International Court of Justice and International Criminal Courts. As a result, the Israeli military has restricted social media use for its soldiers, in part to protect them from arrest abroad. The scrutiny is putting pressure on other countries as it comes to light that over 50,000 dual nationals fought with the Israeli army in Gaza, 12,000 of whom are US citizens and 30,000 are European. This means foreign governments will have to decide whether to prosecute their own citizens for war crimes and genocide.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What would you tell a man who can scroll for hours but can't work for 10 minutes and hates himself for it every night?
I'd tell him his brain is.
I think everything in a war is kind of messes you up.
It is rare to hear Israeli soldiers speak openly about their time in Gaza. But after 3 tours of duty, this reservist says his conscience won't let him stay
You
silent.
can't look at it through one lens. That's what I'm going to say. You have to look at what's being presented and then go and find the facts for yourself. If you refuse to even look at the other side, you're only going to believe propaganda. I will say that.
Can choose for himself what he does, so it's kind of like Wild West. And so some commanders can really decide to do war crimes and do bad things and like don't have very consequences of that.
He agreed to talk on condition of anonymity, fearing he could be labeled a traitor or ostracized at home. These photos were taken while he was serving in Gaza, where he was stationed in the homes of displaced Palestinians.
I think you can't be in this scenario for so long and not like normalize it and not like kind of you lose your mind and then killing is more and more normalized and you can't see the problem in it.
He was first called up on October the 8th, the day after the Hamas terror attack. And it didn't take long before he had serious concerns about how the war was being fought.
There was a building
Why everyone
near
quiet about October
territory
7th and the barbarism that happened that day?
Gaza citizens tried for a few days. They came there trying to steal
Educate us. What happened October 7th? I hear people say something
solar
about it, but I haven't seen anything of it. And let me ask you this:
was it the year 2023? Is that what you're talking about? October 7th, 2023?
Yeah, I think they're referring to when God dang it, it wasn't the Palestine people.
Here,
it was
I
Hamas.
got it right. I got it right here. October 7th is notable for both historical milestones and the tragic 2023 attack in Israel, marking it as a day of remembrance and historical events. So on October the 7th, 2023, Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups launched an attack from the Gaza Strip into southern Israel, making the first large-scale invasion of Israel territory since 1948. The attacks included over 4,300 rockets, vehicle-transported incursions, and paragliders breaching the Gaza-Israel barrier, targeting military bases and civilian communities such as Beeri, Kfar Eza, and Nir Ox. Approximately 1,195 people were killed, including at least 828 civilians. Around 250 hostages were taken to Gaza. The day had been described as the bloodiest in Israel history. So it was only 1,195 people were killed, and that was the bloodiest in Israel history.
Do you know that everybody walks around armed in Israel? Do you know that? Yeah, like you'll see just regular people, and
Just
they'll have
carrying.
fucking AKs strapped on their back and all that shit. So
I would too if I had constant attacks launched on me.
Well, I heard Charlie ask and said, was there a stand down because nobody fought back or something that day, supposedly.
Panels and stuff like that, so they could sell it and have some money. Like for sure, there were no terrorists.
I find it hard to believe that Carl's learned to walk on his own.
But because it was like in the territory that they are not supposed to be in, and it also varied between days. But some days they decided to shoot them.
During his deployments, he was stationed in what's known as the Netzarim Corridor, a key Israeli military zone created during the war that cuts across central Gaza, dividing the territory into north and south, giving the IDF greater control.
They don't really talk to you about civilians that may come to your place. Like I was in the Netzarim road, and they say, if someone comes to here, it means that he knows he shouldn't be there, and if he still comes, it means he's a terrorist. But this is like what they tell you, but I don't really think it's true. They might be shot, they might be captured. Really depends on like the day, the mood of the commander.
So what would be the reaction from soldiers when they killed a civilian?
I think a lot of them really feel like they did something good. Because I think the core of it, that in their mind, these people aren't innocent.
So I guess Trump's going back to war. I just getting something on True Social saying that, let's see what he said here. Countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle East, despite going on so visibly and violently for all those to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders for the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States. We have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of their restricted waterways so they can freely and avidly get on with their business again. These ships from areas of the world that are not in any way involved that which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I have told representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not return until the area becomes safe for navigation and anything else. This proceeds. Project Freedom will begin Monday morning, Middle East time. I am fully aware that my representatives are having very positive discussions with the country of Iran, and that these discussions could lead to something very positive for all. The ship's movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanity gesture on behalf of the United States, Middle Eastern countries, but in particular, the country of Iran. Many of these ships are running low on food, and I mentioned that the other day. I was like, who the fuck is resupplying these ships? All right, let me see here where I just lost off here. Running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crew to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it would go a long way in showing goodwill on behalf of all those who have been fighting to over the last number of months. If any way these humanitarian processes is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcefully. Thank you for your attention, Donald Trump. So you know what's going to happen when they go to trying to move them. They're going to blow them out.
Yeah, if we get attacked during that, it's going to be crazy.
Mm-hmm. I got meatloaf cooking. That's what's up. Hey, some of these people in chat, man, they fucking crazy. They come up with some of the funniest shit. Yeah, no, pimp. It's definitely gonna be something. See, I don't know why he fucking let off of them to start with. It was the bitching and the complaining from everybody around the world is why.
When people have been shot and killed.
Weakness.
Well, he's trying to keep everybody happy. You know, and here's the thing, right? A lot of people believe that Trump is just this idiot and he's lost focus and he's crazy and it's all propaganda is what it is.
Yeah.
He's trying to save the United States. People don't realize that. China's been trying to fuck us over for a long, long time, and they about got us wrapped up like a little bow.
Well, what's funny is that China is 3 generations of technology behind us, and yet they still find a way because we get a lot of our supplies from them.
Now, what it is a lot of our people that's in power.
Mm-hmm.
They make it harder on the United States to be dominant. Is really what's going on. Just like with the 60 days in war thing, right? Because
Yeah.
Congress won't pass for him to go and do something. Now, if it was a Democrat that was in office right now, they could do whatever they want and nobody's going to say anything. Democrats are fucked up, just like they're redrawing all the states.
That's because Democrats like to appeal to the minority voices of people. They appeal to the small stuff and they do what they want behind the scenes and they get unrecognized.
You know, right now they're trying to redistrict all of these states, right? So it's in their benefit. So when, yeah,
well, they're trying to split all the swing states up so that way there's less party voters and they're on the opposite side of them. They can.
Let me tell you something. In my opinion, every vote should count. It shouldn't be electoral votes. It should be the vote of the masses. That's how you actually speak for the people. They did that. I can't remember what election it was, but they was worried about somebody winning, so they did it like that. I'll have to go in there and do some more research on that. But I remember watching a documentary about it.
Yeah, they make it where states controlled based off of population and electoral vote from each state counts as like maybe 1 or 2. I think it goes up to 3 being the largest or maybe 4 being the largest.
It shouldn't be that way, though. Everybody's voices should be heard.
They claim that it's a democracy, but it's not really. Hold on.
Were they just left where they were?
Usually, yes.
We put the allegations of arbitrary killings in the Netzarim corridor area to the Israeli military. They told us the IDF operates in strict accordance with its rules of engagement and international law, taking feasible precautions to mitigate civilian harm. The IDF operates against military targets and objectives and does not target civilians or civilian objects. It went on. In order to mitigate harm to the civilian population, the IDF issues evacuation warnings to the civilian population and requests it temporarily evacuate certain areas of intense fighting for its safety. The IDF continuously informs the civilian population of any changes. Reports and complaints regarding the violation of international law by the IDF are
Oh, shit. I just cut that off. That's all right. That shit didn't really amount to shit anyway. It was a dumb move, but he's starting them out slowly. Most definitely. He wants to draw them back in, I believe, man. I was trying to find fucking X. Canceled Jimmy Kimmel. What did they? That was an old joke, right? It wasn't even one that was new. Yeah, somehow I've lost some shit on here. There it is. Let's see it now. Boy, that shit is loud, son.
Oh, sorry.
He got that pick-a-peck going on over there. Let's see what Centel's got going on here. Yeah, see, they done fucking got the big dogs over there. Guided missile destroyer patrolled regions, waters in support of the U.S. blockade. Operations against Iran. While on board, he interacted with the soldiers and addressed them. I wonder how long. Let's see what Mario's talking about. Yeah, he's typing loud. Be calling my son Jim. Are you fucking crazy? Oh, JM. My bad. I thought you was talking about
the substance behind the headlines. When there's, like the APKWs that the admiral was just explaining. I've, as you guys know, I've asked it for a few guests before. No one could really explain what it is until the admiral immediately done so and explained what they are and why they're being used. So I hope you enjoyed the conversation. I'll be going live again in, I think, 40 minutes. I've got a guest, a final guest for today, and I'll do a news recap after that for you guys. Richard Forer, who we talking about earlier. I was talking.
Stop sharing. For some reason, I wasn't putting it up there. He did the joke on Friday, and it happened Saturday.
Is this is this the joke that he made about Trump calling him a delicate snowflake?
No, I said that Melania had the glow of a widow.
Oh God!
And then that shit happened. But it's just a fucking joke, right? It's a comedian. Yeah, and yeah, that's my son. Damn it, it doesn't stop. This dude here's pretty smart.
Even I wanted to because I like the adrenaline of it, but I was warned not to. I've been to Kharkiv. I used to go to. There's a hotel there. I spent a lot of time. I've people very close to me that lived there, and I spent months in Kharkiv in the main hotel, Grand Palace, something along those lines. The name. It's was a beautiful city. Anyway, look, it's Admiral. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show, and good timing to be on as well. There's just some discussions from a military perspective that I want to get your take on.
Yeah, me and him don't get a chance to talk about stuff like this. He's like, Dad, I want to do a lab with you. I was like, well, come on, just don't say nothing crazy. He's like, I won't.
But before
I'm glad he's looking around for himself, though. Like a lot of kids his age, they just listen to what they're told or their friends tell them something, and they automatically take that as the truth because they trust the person that told them. And like when me and him talk about stuff like that, if I find something that he's believing in that I think is wrong, I explain to him why he needs to go back and revisit that before he comes up with that conclusion. And that's what a lot of parents should do, but they don't. They just fucking here's a video game. Go get out of my face. You know what I mean? And that ain't the way that ain't the way me and him operate.
Let's get your thoughts on the developments that have happened so far. The Israeli Security Cabinet has been convening for more than 3 hours. That just came in as we're going live. On the Iranian side, they had a pretty big vessel get through the blockade. Not sure if you heard. A vessel worth $250 million had $250 million worth of oil. I think it was called.
How
similar,
he
or
allowed
or
to
something
say
like
this
that.
shit? Yeah, no, I get that. I don't really watch Jimmy Kimmel, but I get that. He's a comedian. He's a late night TV host, but they all ought to tone it down some, but they don't. That's what sells. That's what I was telling MOL in here earlier when he was saying people don't want to watch regular content, and they don't. They absolutely don't. But if you get two people going after one another, everybody tunes in because they just want to see what's going on.
Well, it's part of
the
that
name of it.
It's part of that dark humor climb that we've had over the years. Jokes went from like innocent, like Dumb and Dumber, Three Stooges, stuff like that was innocent, A lot of the comedy that people sought after is usually violent. Or it's some crazy entertainment.
What you mean, Drew? I said, hey, you fucking dumbass. That is that what you mean, Drew? Nah, that's. Hey, I don't know, man. This is the first time me and him's been on live. I'm actually enjoying it, really.
The exact name. The name.
Gazak actually just reminded me of something. Free speech. So, you know that I forgot who it was, but it was somebody from Israel was talking about limiting our First Amendment and our Second Amendment.
About how you speak about Israel, and if you say anything bad about them, it's a crime. And man, fuck them people.
That's like saying that like we have Satanism. They talk bad about Christ all the time. Wouldn't that be a crime?
No, they don't want people to educate one another about what's really going on. Now, I'm not saying all Jewish people are bad, but I will say this: when you start trying to persuade people to only say good shit about you, something's up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That should come naturally. That shouldn't be something that's forced, for sure.
Some of it was.
Hey, there's a 12-pack of caffeine free ginger ales in my refrigerator you can have. I don't like them.
Nah, yeah.
And take them home.
Huge. There we go. $220 million in crude was somehow able to get through the blockade, according to tanker trackers.
Mama bought me a case of them. I've only drank like 2 or 3.
And another report by
fact,
tanker
there's
trackers
some out
says
there in the
25
cooler
tankers
right now,
departed the
cold
one
if
with
you
crude
want.
oil in April. 15 made it through the Strait of Hormuz and reached their destination. 7 were turned back by U.S. forces. 2 were seized in the Indian Ocean, and 1 delivered in the Far East. That's unrelated. But so 15 out of the 25 last month were able to get through.
Yeah, I just read
40% were intercepted. And obviously, you're seeing the rhetoric on both sides. The Iranian demands seem to be the same they were in the early days of the ceasefire. What do you make of all the developments that have happened so far? Are we heading to conflict? Does it seem less likely from what you're seeing?
We'll have to see. My take
Trump
is that they're
waiting
blocking
on
most of the vessels. I get that the vessels that left in April before the convoy,
well, didn't they try to cancel him before? Didn't they try to cancel Jimmy before, and everybody kind of got outraged and said, "Nah, that ain't gonna happen."
Hold on.
blockade was in full effect. Some have been able to, as you mentioned, get through and deliver. Some have been picked up because the U.S. decided to go start getting them. I think they're probably a little slow doing that, but plus they're spread out. And the ones that were going directly to India, that's harder.
Look what they did to Drew.
If they went through 5 or 6 days where the blockade was called,
they're going to fuck that kid up that time it's over with. What's up, little me?
So we'll have to see how that plays out. The reality is, though, the vast majority of Iranian fuel is not going to get. It's being placed into tankers right now or into empty tanks in the country, and it's not going to get delivered. And they were relying on about $15 to $17 billion a month worth of fossil fuel deliveries and sales, about $350 billion a year. And I would say at this point, that's probably 90 or 95% of their exports. So
I will tell you this, gas is going to bottom out. When all this shit does get straightened out, gas is going to go down to, I would say, around $2 a gallon again. They probably won't let it go much lower than that, but they definitely, because there's going to be so much of it on hand. You know what I mean? They're going to
this is going to be a big block. If, and I get it, one or two will get
I paid $3.69 in Georgia.
Through. I'm not going to the world, and deliver. And that's not great for the blockade, but it's not the end of the blockade. The blockade will have its effect. And then the question is, what effect does that have on the Iranian economy? I think if the president does two things, which he never does, which is be patient and be disciplined, he might find out 6 weeks from now that he's brought enough pressure on him. For sure, I think he's going to wait 3 weeks.
Okay, so I've got a few questions for you on that. Number one is, how do you know that the ships are not going through? Because I speak to different people. Some share what you've just mentioned. Obviously, you've got a lot of experience, so that's obviously given. But there's others that are making the argument that there isn't enough warships there to seize all these ships. There's just so many cargo ships that could flow through the Strait of Hormuz, how could they be seized, even if they can see them on the radars? And the other argument is a lot of ships are passing through, they're kind of hugging the Pakistani coastline, avoiding international waters. So isn't that another way that the Iranians can get through the blockade?
Sure, till the Pakistani coastline ends.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Look, do I think Iran can deliver to Iran still? I think so. And there is some of that. There's been some of that where an Iranian tanker gets away from an Iranian port, goes to a different one, and makes a delivery of something. In theory, that's in violation of the blockade. In practice, the blockade isn't that jammed up against the Iranian ports. The goal here is to prevent fossil fuels from going to India and China. I mean, there's a few other countries, but it's principally India and China. And the truth is, you don't have to blockade it at the the blockade you can grab them around Sri Lanka. You can grab them near the Straits of Malacca where one of them was grabbed. You can, in theory, you can grab them on the other side of the Straits of Malacca. The Chinese would be a little more pissed about that. At that point, it's going to China, and the Chinese would be not pleased. And I think right before the summit, we would try to grab everything before the Straits of Malacca. The Straits of Malacca is a great equalizer, by the way. You're not avoiding it, and we'll see you. And if we decide that we want to board you, we'll wait till you get out international waters on the other side.
Gas right now is 440.
They can eventually,
holy shit,
reasonably stop 90 to 95% of this fossil fuel trade. And you're right.
Yeah, they're not. I don't believe that they're running the blockade, right? Just like they tried to put out about that Richard story. I literally had the track of it. I just happened to click on that one. I was trying to figure out how to use that marine tracker, and I added it to what they call my fleet, so I could see the past and present track of it. It went out of the strait and fucking got run right back up. But all the news outlets reported that it ran the blockade and it just took off, and it absolutely did. Matter of fact, I still have it on Instagram right now.
You're talking about that ship that they claimed that broke through naval blockade.
Yeah,
that got turned around and got sent right back to port.
Yeah, it absolutely didn't. And then the next day, or a couple days prior to that, or after that, I mean, they lied about something else that I caught, and I was like, nah, it's just fucking stupid.
Large vessel, what the large vessels are, 2 million barrels at $120 a barrel is $240 million worth of cargo. So that whoever told you that number is probably accurate. And my gut reaction is a few more will deliver over the next. They're already in the international waters of a country that would not appreciate us doing a boarding and delivering into that country, and they'll deliver. But that doesn't bother me. The goal here is to cut off $15 billion, which is basically, if you do the math on it, about 50 ship deliveries a month worth of.
That's it, pimp. That's how we make our money, man. Let's go. I'll pull up beside them on the John boat, and you board the fucking tanker and take off. And then I'll go beat them back with my fishing pole. When they try to board you, I'll cut them down with that ugly stick. I'll be like, get back, motherfucker. This is our beer and fishing money. Move, bitch.
I think that's doable. And I think they'll have that impact. Now, look, I also don't think the president really has the option to start strikes before May 14th. He has a already delayed one summit with President Xi of China. And I think he wants that summit to happen. And I think, but that's beautiful from my point of view. That's discipline. That means he can't do anything to May 20th, which is only, 2.5 more weeks. And I just think we should see what the pressure's like on the Iranian economy. I can't believe it's.
Waylon, whatever you do, you don't talk about your job on here, where you live. You don't show nothing. You hear me?
Oh, I'm homeless and I live in the state of Alaska.
The economy's in good shape. I don't know what you hear about that, but
no, it's the same. Now, there's a professor I keep referencing him from.
Your job.
I keep forgetting the name, and I think Steve Hank from not from Harvard, from University College in the US, and he made the argument that the Iranian economy is worse than what the media says.
Dude,
but he also,
I'm going to tell you right now, I would love. What's up, Captain Midnight? Hey, I would love to have an old ugly stick, the original. You can't find them anywhere anymore. They're all gone. And I've been looking around like at flea markets and everywhere else trying to find the original ugly stick. I wish they'd bring them back.
Makes another argument. So as part of that argument, he also believes that the global economy if this continues, he's from Johns Hopkins, economic professor. He's also been an advisor to various governments, including the UAE. And he says, so he's been measuring the Iranian economy for many, many years. And he says their inflation is higher, over 100%, 160% inflation. So it's in a very bad shape. But he also believes that they're a lot more resilient than the rest of the world because this is existential for them. The rest of the world, for the US, it's a war of choice. For the rest of the world, it's not even choice. They kind of been forced into it. And he's also really worried of the impact this will have on the global economy. And I was going through the numbers as well yesterday. There's some countries like Pakistan. Pakistan has 0 days worth of fuel in their storage, worth of oil in their storage, 0. Other countries like Indonesia's at 20 days, Vietnam at 30 to 45. So when you talk about blockade going on for another 4 to 6 weeks, yes, it could work militarily, but from an economic perspective, do you really think that Trump and with the pressure from his allies and inflation, do you think he can sustain it?
So look, I think the way to look at this is the world's two largest economies, the U.S. and China, are not as directly affected. One, because we have a lot of our own oil and natural gas. Two, because China, to its credit, credit, I'm not sure is the right word, is not an oil and LNG driven electrical power grid. They have a lot of coal on there, nuclear on there, and renewables, but with an emphasis on coal. In addition, China has the world's largest storage of reserves, months of reserves. Now, one thing I'll note about China is that, and this is consistent since 1949, they're not going to do shit to help the rest of the world.
Yeah.
The U.S. has been releasing fuel from its strategic reserves. That Europe has. I have not heard of China releasing any.
No, they have. I heard. I'll check the source. They've released it to some of their neighbors. Maybe it's strategic to get them further away from the U.S. But apparently, they've released some oil from their reserve to help some neighboring countries. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen promises. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Look, that would be an improvement. By the way, that would solve Malaysia, Indonesia, in theory, Pakistan is a client state of China, so they would be open for that too. That would be good.
Everybody should tell everybody everything.
I would applaud China for that. It would be the first time they've done anything for anyone else ever. Unless you count the invasion of North Korea in 1950. Just not being too cynical, but they have not been helpful on things. Now, look, here's how I look at it. The second part of this, and this is a problem for the U.S. If this convoy doesn't work, if this blockade doesn't work, and the resilience of the Western economies and our Asian partners, allies like Korea, Japan, Taiwan, if our resilience is worse than the Iranian resilience, then at some point we're going to have to relieve that. Which is why I think it's about time the U.S. starts to talk about convoy operations.
They're talking about that right now.
U.S.
That's what Trump was
destroyers
just
escorting
saying.
through one or two Saudi merchants. I think you grab a country like Saudi Arabia, who can self-insure, right? Because the claim right now is, well, the ships won't go because they won't be insured. I think I know a country that can insure $1 billion ship without batting an eye. In fact, I know two of them, both Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates could do this. And self-insure a ship. Say, we insure it.
It is actually 12:40 a.m. in Iran right now. So, and that's why Trump said at Iran time. So, here in the next couple hours, they're going to start trying to move them ships out of there. And we'll see. It's up to the Iranian people, whether or not if they want to go back to war or not.
Merchant, captain, let's go. And with the United States, with 3 destroyers escorting 2 merchants.
I'm going to keep an eye.
You'd have to do some prep for this. About a week of what's called Q routes.
Live streams from
checking
Israel
to make sure there's a clean route, about 1,000, a mine cleared route to the Southern Transit Scheme, the one near Oman, that's 1,000 yards wide, 20 miles long, through the hairpin, and then down through the western approaches down to Abu Dhabi, Jebel Ali, and then the ships get in that. They have overhead 6 to 8 fighter aircraft at all times, 2 to 3 ships, A-10s, and attack armed helos to take care of any small boats. Small boats are not going to get through A-10s. I'll just tell you, there's not a historical precedent of that. And after the first 8 or 10 get sunk, I think the other small boat guys will figure out this is probably not a winner against an A-10. And armed helos are just as effective. And you have F-15s, F-16s, F-18s to shoot down drones and missiles and to attack anyone who launches. And then the 3 destroyers themselves can shoot down drones and missiles. And then you go through. And I think you take 1 or 2 sets through like that, you re-sanitize it with minesweepers again. You patrol all night long with aircraft that if any small boat comes out to try to lay mines, you hit it. I mean, you can do this. And then we can say to the Iranians, now you have a problem. We're allowing some of the people you hate the most, the Saudis and the UAE, to get their fuel, their LNG and oil through, and you're still not.
Okay, so first, you're right. China has not released any of their oil reserves for any neighboring countries. Apparently, it's just rumors, or maybe they're considering it. So you're right on that front. You seem to know China pretty damn well. So on the front of the escort of the ships, that's interesting because what everyone says is that become sitting ducks for Iranian missiles and drones. You don't think so?
Well, so 3 destroyers I've escorted through. And by the way, when we escorted I wasn't there in 87 when they started it.
Yeah, I'll be back
there
in
was
just
no,
a few minutes.
back then we didn't have like the
outside.
Illuminati of insurance companies sitting in London deciding no one's going. And that's what's happened now. Something called the Joint War Council's evolved, and they decide no one's
I'm
going.
just watching
Back in
cameras
1988,
right now
everybody got in the
over
line and we went. In
Israel,
fact, the
doing
very
anything.
first ship going through hit a mine. And we had a 3-week delay. And then we said, let's go again. And everybody got in line and we went again. And the ship called the Bridgeton hit a mine. And we had to clear the minefield, get it right, and then take them through. Things have changed. Now
shit.
There's,
Tell me that shit wasn't fucking creepy, Wendy.
fear and risk. And, there's social media and there's, constant media attention. In other words, no one was yelling at the company for trying to get the Bridgeton through. Now, if you're the company that gets a mine, you're going to get yelled at on TV that you're a fool to listen to the U.S. Navy. No one said to the merchants back in 1988, hey, the U.S. Navy let you into a minefield. You hit a mine. What the hell's wrong with you guys? They just said, hey, let's try it again 3 weeks later. And then we started, and we had 25 consecutive successful escorts of ships out. What I'm saying now is you set this up. You do have to do sweeping. But the cruise missile, these cruise missiles, if the ships are within 500, 1,000 yards of a U.S. Navy destroyer, and the U.S. Navy destroyers will be slightly forward, north of them to be biased towards the Iranian coast, have them staggered right. 3 destroyers are going to be able to take down any missiles. Right now, any missiles or drones fired at them. And my logic for that is we've had several hundred, like 300-400 missiles fired at our ships by the Houthis, the same missiles and drones. And we had several hundred fired by the Iranians during this war. And you haven't heard of any hits on U.S. Navy ships. And in fact, their self-defense systems have only had to operate once or twice. Where they
were far away. They were very far from the coast. If they have to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, it becomes a lot easier.
I worry about the missiles there because they're coming fast. They're coming like just under Mach. Probably 500-600 miles an hour. Drones are not going 500-600 miles an hour. They're going 140. And by the way, I think our fighters can go feet dry over Iran at 30,000 feet. And in fact, people go, well, what if they shoot at you? I said, well, now you have a new target.
Fun spot and lay down.
Because dodge that missile, and then the other plane puts one right down. Whatever. I don't think these guys are not hanging out at 3,000 feet. But they sit up there, and then they dive down and take out drones. Again, I don't have to explain all the tactics. I'll just say, I think with enough aircraft up and ships, you can just keep reducing risk. And at some point you go, okay, this is a shield of American power. It's not something we want to replicate 100 times. That would suck. But we do it enough times to drag through 10, 20, 30 tankers over a month. And we'd say, look, it's not the same level, but if you combine this movement where you're doing large LNG, probably large fertilizers, continue the oil shipments through the cross Arabian Peninsula Saudi pipeline and the down south to Oman UAE pipeline. And we say, look, we're going to get our stuff out and our friends' stuff out, and you're not going to get any of your stuff out. So, that's how we have to play this. And you're right. Maybe we don't have the resilience, but I'd at least test all these things. The last thing I would do is throw my hands up in the air and say, we're done, which is, I know you're not arguing for that, but I do think I hear that plaintive when I do a lot of media interviews, like, on CNN or Fox or News Nation, they're like, is there anything we can do? Yeah, there's a lot we can do. These are choices. And I do think the Saudis will take risks with us and the UAE. And I think if one takes risks, the other will. The beauty of those two is the competition help.
I was asking you back when you go to get up.
I've got a lot of
always
questions for
mute
you,
your
Admiral.
mic, okay?
So,
I thought I muted it.
so first, if it was possible, why not do it earlier?
I just heard you hollering at you.
When Trump was talking about allies helping him,
Being
etc., and then I want to add to it a bit more.
Well, he's a fucking pit bull. He's gonna be. It's just in his blood, son.
If you look at the CNN report of the damage to the bases in the region as well, that's been getting a lot of attention. Yeah. The radars that were destroyed, some of the bases becoming inoperable.
Have you been following any of this war shit, Wadlin, or are you just kind of just like fuck it?
Oh no, I've been listening. They're trying to cut off. Well, they were trying to cut off the trade routes from Israel.
Not just what I'm.
Not Israel, Iran. Sorry.
Not what I'm putting on screen right here. I'm saying up until like today. Have you been following along with the war, or are you just kind of?
Oh yeah. Yeah. From the very start of it, yeah.
Yeah. See, I worry about it because like you and your sister and all, because y'all are at that age where they could draft you. That's really what.
Actually, legally, I can't be drafted. I'm not sure about her, but I can't be because I'm mom's only son.
Mm.
So I'm not legally
Dodge
obligated.
Drafter, yeah.
But no. If they do ask, I'd probably go. I'd probably go and fight if they gave me a choice. Just because of I simply got to stand for this country.
Oh yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Is there a possibility that Iran's capabilities are maybe more than what we're assuming right now?
So we'll break that up. First, we'll talk about the air defense of the bases. Unacceptable. The U.S. Army cannot defend ground bases against the close range ones. And you hit it just right. The theory you're talking about earlier with distance to the vessels is exactly the problem that we saw in this. I think the U.S. Army got comfortable that the U.S. Air Force could shoot down all the drones. And that's because when several hundred drones were fired twice at Israel, the U.S. Air Force got in behind them. And when I say 700, I mean 300 or 400 drones. They shot them all down until the Israelis shot them all down, and nothing got to Israel. And they're like, well, you shot down.
In the 12-day war, especially.
In the 12-day war, and then once before then. Well, I mean, it's a 140 knot drone, and you're chasing it for 400 miles. Congratulations. You shot them all down. Now, when you're shooting a whole bunch of them across 110 miles at the thinner, at the Strait in the Arabian or Persian Gulf, now you got a problem. And you couldn't be feet dry then over Iran because we weren't sure where we were. Certainly at a low altitude, you couldn't be. So we did not do a good job shooting down the drones. And then the Army failed to understand the impact that these drones could have in combat. And that's a problem because we could see it in Ukraine. And people like me and lots of people like me, not just me, were coming back last year and saying, there's a problem. They have these fixed, ground-launched drone interceptors. You've heard their names now, like Mirops and Octopus and others, that were about 60 to 80% effective against Shahed, or in the case of the Russians, Jiran drone. So they would fire two, and it'd be like 90+% effective against every drone. Well, that's not what we saw happen. The U.S. Army had none of that. They had a couple older. Well, because a part of it's arrogance. They did have a limited system called Cyclops that I don't think did well. And then they had reliance on Patriots, and Patriot is not good against a 140 knot target. Plus, it's 4 million around. There's a trail of tears about the U.S. Army.
Yeah, we talked about it last time.
Yeah. It goes back to, I've been screaming about a missile system that could have been really effective. I call it the Phoenix Suns, two years away from being 2 years away, which is a NBA joke. They, which by the way was proven out again this year. They're going to have, our U.S. Army has a lot to answer for. Now, what do I think's happened since? Now, here's the other problem: our Arab partners and our European partners, not the ones who are close to Ukraine, have been buying counter drone interceptors, like Poland and the Balts. But a lot of Europe and the United States allied, Asian allies and Arab allies have not been buying air defense systems and counter drone systems because we kind of lead the way. So we didn't lead ourselves down a bad path. We led Saudi, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE down a bad path.
The UAE relied a lot on Israel. You saw the Iron Dome deployed in Israel.
That's that UAE definitely went through an unknown back door, right? I mean, that if you had told me, 3 years ago, it was crazy to think that U.S. forces would be in Israel. They'd sworn for 50 years, no Americans will be on Israeli, territory shedding blood. They used to tell me that all the time when I'd work with them on stuff. Like I'd bring THAAD batteries in for exercises. They mark this as just an exercise. In the real world, they'll never be here. Well, turns out they were there. American ground soldiers haven't been killed in Israel defending. And we have ships off the coast that have done a pretty good job of shooting down the more longer intermediate range ballistic missiles that have been aimed at Israel, a couple at Turkey and Crete and things like that. But what we don't have are counter drone interceptors. Now, thankfully, President Zelensky has stepped into the breach. He's offered them to our Arab partners. He's offered them to us too. I'm hoping we all have them. If we don't have them at this point, shame on us. But to your early point, that was.
Were you surprised? Were you surprised by the destruction in those bases?
Yeah, I was disappointed. My presumption was that I didn't understand the war plan to the degree that they could destroy all the I figured that if they weren't buying drone interceptors, it's because they had the drones dialed in, and they're going to get rid of them offensively in the first 48 hours. Clearly that didn't happen because drone attacks happened it dropped off, but drone attacks happened pretty aggressively for a week or for 5 days, then dropped off, but happened moderately for 3 more weeks.
Sustained it. Not 3 weeks, the whole week, the whole war. They haven't stopped it throughout the entire war. But that's just, again, from someone from me, like not an expert, but from everyone I spoke to, that's expected, like the ability to manufacture drones. We spoke about it, how they're very easy to manufacture in warehouses, even underground.
It's the stowage, I think, that got us. They're going to have trouble manufacturing right now because I think we removed all the defense industrial base stuff. Can they rebuild that in less than a year? You bet, but not like in a week or a month.
Yeah.
But they clearly have a bunch of, as I've said, you and I don't know how big your garage is, but we can put 10 or 12 shaheds in there and we can carry them in and we can carry them out, just the two of us. Now, if you and I are seen carrying them out of an Iranian garage, for any period of time, say like 5 minutes, we're probably going to get a missile on us. So you better carry them out and launch them pretty quickly. But they can stow them. And that's not even underground, which is what I think's up with some of the ballistic missiles. I think those are stowed in underground facilities that may or may not be able to easily access right now, but the missiles are probably not destroyed.
Okay. Also, I've got so many questions for you from a military aspect. This precision of these strikes by the Iranians.
Carl, you don't have to message me on Instagram. So Carl says, P.S. like you raised a Wiltard. Your son wants to serve Satan and daddy would be proud. Wake up. That's your son's soul you're playing with. So he's listening in the background. I said, your son wants to suck a dick. My son wants to serve his country. We're not the same body. And we're absolutely not, Carl.
So let me elaborate.
Don't even respond. Don't even respond, bro.
Well,
that obviously shows they had access to the Chinese satellite. Would you agree? To be able to strike all these radars, for example.
They had access to someone's satellite. And radars don't. Here's the problem with.
Yeah, there's a difference.
I'm not saying the Navy's great
versus serving the people who run it.
Our ships can move. They do move. And that makes it harder for 145 mile an hour. Small seeker head weapon like a Shahed or Duran to find the target.
He's trying to blame me, saying I tried to tear his family apart because he posted a bunch of weird videos of him fucking asking some dude to suck his dick, and it was just weird. The shit he fucking posted was weird.
So he did something crazy, got called out for it, and blamed the people who seen it.
Yeah,
that's wild.
Yeah, exactly. The baby's mother fucking seen his damn YouTube channel, and he thinks that I had something to do with it. Like I forced him to post.
On the other hand,
weird.
Those air defense radars probably did not move from the day they were laid down in Kuwait or Bahrain or Saudi Arabia or UAE. They never moved, and neither did our partners. I mean, if they moved, it was a once every 3-year event. And so, did they have access to? Did they have?
You don't have to text me on Instagram. Jump up here and
had they gotten access to?
Go ahead, tell the people.
Overhead imagery. Yes.
Do
I think in the short term they got it from someone, China or Russia? You bet. Because you want to check that before you fire, before you group or swarm on something, you'll want to do a double check. Hey, is it still really there before I expend this effort?
I bet
And
you
I
won't.
do think they hit some things like air bases and newly built op centers that were reasonably new targets. So someone was giving them overhead imagery.
Yeah, exactly, Gina. Exactly.
Well, I wrote a point here to credit your Illuminati of insurance in Europe.
can't
I want to
take
give you
it
credit for that new
anymore.
quote. I'm going to start using it.
This
The
world
insurance
is so
Illuminati in Europe.
hard.
Just one more question on that. So the reason I mentioned the U.S. bases is it possible that you're underestimating their
Joe
capabilities?
cut my
And could that be
internet off.
a reason why
he's-
Trump did
he's
not
here.
open
He
the Strait of
won't
Hormuz
comment,
beforehand?
though, but he's sending me
Yeah,
IG.
so look, do I think that there's risk in doing convoy ops? You bet. I think we've already had 2 ships go in and out of the straits, without getting attacked. And here's
We talked about it. Yeah, Iran says they turned them around, but you said no. You're pretty confident they haven't.
I'm pretty confident that's not how it worked out. But more importantly,
And see, when I don't
let's
talk
say we
about
start
that
to escort 3
retard, he
ships
gets
through.
jealous,
What's-
right? That's when he starts trying to hit me up on Instagram and all that shit. It's weird. That dude is fucking weird.
What's the Iranian game here? That they're gonna
Oh, he's in his wife's
attack,
lingerie drawer, Johnny.
looking
looking for something comfortable to
I mean,
put on.
if I did this, I'd be smart. I'd pick
He's
the
not
most,
in the
the
bushes.
people that I most want to help me, the Germans. Probably turn them a little bit. Maybe the
How
Brits.
do you care if I wear
fuel
these?
coming to them?
Fucking weird.
Is coming through from Saudi Arabia, from United Arab Emirates, or from Kuwait, and but probably the first 2. Drag them through, and then if they're attacked
Most
by
definitely,
the
Bulldog. Most definitely.
Iranians and hit, we turn to those countries and say, "Look, we're trying our hardest to enforce international law. The right of transit passage in international waterway, and they're attacking. Are you still going to sit on the sidelines? Because it's embarrassing enough for Europe to watch Keir Starmer, who is no Winston Churchill, sit on the sidelines after
Left-handed.
32.
That's the part that people miss, right? God said there's going to be a time for war. There's absolutely a time to fight the devil, and you can't just go through the world, being soft. Oh, well, give this one what they want. Do this for them to make them happy. What about, cutting off the reserves and the oil over here? Fuck them. They should have stood up a little more.
2,000 or so Iranians were
Trump's
murdered in
gonna
like
take
36
Cuba
hours.
over. I'm not going to be able to
after
vacation down
a
there
regime
anymore.
that is hell bent on getting a nuclear
Trust me,
weapon.
they'll
and has
never
stated
miss
on
it.
occasion what they would do with that nuclear weapon should they attain it. Who's built weapons that clearly have the range of Europe.
Imagine getting on YouTube and crying about Cuba not having no resources, where you sit your fat ass down there and eat up what little bit of resources they do have for your fucking pleasure. Shut the fuck up. The shit you say don't even make no sense. Not even to you.
Continue to take no action in this. At some point, being churlish to Donald Trump has a
Little
political
me,
value
thank
to
you
it.
for
I get it.
doubling
Donald
my
Trump has
subscribers.
earned no good graces from the Europeans. But at some point, this is a mission worthy of European participation. And if they never realize that, then there really will be a break with the United States. They have to be very careful here. The Europeans, guys like me, understand the Greenland shit was wrong, how he's talked about them. But I equally understand, having served in Europe in the 2010s when they spent a sparkling 1.2% on defense and were completely dependent on the United States and, were complete freeloaders, to then turn and go, now that we say we might defend ourselves, they haven't done anything to do that. They've spent just a slightly more money. Now that we say we might defend ourselves, we're going to tell you to pack sand when you have something that you consider a national security issue.
But they don't. But obviously they don't. Like in terms of the Iranian missiles that could reach Europe, they haven't developed any of them. There's one that went to two of them that went to Diego Garcia, but those were possibly they just removed the warheads from them. Again, that's I'm paraphrasing what others have said. So they haven't really built those, and they might not perceive Iran as big of a threat as the Americans do. Go ahead.
Okay, they went to Diego Garcia. I know you can get your calipers out and swing that back to Europe and realize.
No, I mean the reason that those reached Diego Garcia is they removed the warheads from them, so they were missiles without warheads.
I mean that changes the range marginally.
Okay, that doesn't. I had a gentleman come on and said that on the show, so that's why I'm mentioning.
No.
So you don't think that's?
They could have removed the warheads. I have no idea, but that's not enough to give them 1,000 kilometers of range. I mean, they're still going to get. What gives them the range is the initial boost and their ability. They've done some good work on getting up into the exo-atmosphere with some of these.
But I think, Mark, sorry, Admiral, if there's if a country like Iran develops missiles that could reach Europe, it doesn't. They haven't threatened to attack Europe. They haven't taken any steps to attack Europe.
Didn't.
Just from
This dude is fucking trying to take up for him. That they didn't threaten to attack Saudi Arabia either, but they just fucking done it. They didn't threaten to attack their neighbors all around them either when they were going at war with the United States. They just fucking done it. That doesn't, just because they haven't said they were going to do it, doesn't mean that they won't.
From a military perspective, I understand how they're a big threat to Israel. I think that's unquestionable.
Yeah.
From the rhetoric, also from their actions. So not only rhetoric is one thing. North Korea is full of rhetoric, but the actions have shown otherwise. I just didn't really see Iran as that big of a threat. It's a regime that I dislike massively. I would love to see nothing else than a different government take place and replace them, preferably peacefully. But did you really think there would be a threat to Europe that would attack?
I want to know how they were able to take this country over anyway. So from what I've understood is the Iran government was run out of power by these people, and they just took over by force, and nobody did anything. And the ones that objected it were either killed, tortured, or whatever, locked up. So how was that allowed to happen? I mean, didn't Iran have some kind of military in place at that time?
Well, the military that they did have,
without being attacked,
very corrupted. A lot of the stuff that goes on in Iran is corrupted leadership from Hamas and a lot of the terrorist groups.
If Europe were to stand up to Iran, Iran would threaten Europe. So if what you're saying is that
that's defensive.
But by saying that if the European, look, this could be true. You could be right. I could be wrong on this. The European plan might be to cower, and then Iran will never consider them a threat, and they won't target them. But once somebody has a weapon, and it can reach you, if your policy is I don't want to offend them, it's going to be a rough 30 years. And this regime's done some nasty things in Europe, mostly to Iranians, but also to Europeans. I mean, in terms of sponsoring terrorist operations, in terms of killing Iranian exiles. I mean, most countries care about that. That's just what I don't get. And
I agree. But like Saudi's done that, Turkey's done that, China's done that. There's so many countries. Russia's done that.
Saudi did it, and they did it to a guy, and we held them we held them somewhat accountable. One guy. I would just say, look, I'm not. That's a problem. They should not have done that to the journalists. But I would tell you, it pales in comparison to what Iran's doing and done. And then finally, I would just say, these guys talk a big game about their care for activists and peace protesters, and they're mighty quiet about what Iran did in January. I mean,
that was atrocious. I don't know if they were quiet, but that's appalling. Yeah, without those protests, the crackdown.
I would say inactive, maybe not quiet.
Yeah,
but.
yeah. It's always tricky when these things happen. Like when I look at them, because on one side, and I was so vocal about it, I was labeled. There was a whole campaign labeling me a Zayo asset paid by Israel because I was so vocal about what the regime was doing. But I'm always skeptical of regime change operations. Obviously, you know why. I have a few more questions for you.
Sure.
In the time that I still have with you, Admiral. The first one is the Dark Eagle. I'm just not. So please explain to me. I've asked a lot of people, and if someone loves the US, they give me one explanation. If someone wants to criticize the US military or is anti-US, they give me another explanation of how weak the military is. But I'm trying to understand, number one, what is the Dark Eagle? It's Mark 5. It doesn't have that big of a range. There's only 8 of them or 12 of them. They cost $40 million. And the ability to produce them is like 1 to 2 a month versus China and Russia, which is dozens. Why? Is that true, and why?
So we had a law that governed, called the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. It governed development of ground-based weapons like this that you would launch. We and the Russians agreed to it. In the 2014-15 timeframe, we started to realize the Russians were cheating on it. They have a very large country. They were testing things on the interior. We were getting some overhead imagery. We began to accuse them in private. We eventually revealed it in public in like 2018. China, by the way, never signed up for it. So they've been building intermediate range, long range ballistic missiles, some of which get close to hypersonic speed for 20 years. And now they're shifting towards hypersonic speed. So we're 20 years behind maybe not 20, 15 years behind the Chinese, 10 years behind the Russians. Then in 2019 or 2020, near the end of his administration, maybe 2019, Trump abrogated our participation in the INF, the Interrange Nuclear Force Treaty. And
because he believed Russia was cheating on
as he said, they were cheating from that. And we had revealed it slightly earlier in his administration, but and now the Russians just openly talk about the systems, and they're way developed. So you're like, okay, you've had them for 5 years, 7 years. I mean, the Russians all but say we're cheating, right, by talking about the systems in a state of advancement that could not have occurred if they started the day we started.
Oh wow! So there was the treaty did not allow for the hypersonic missiles they've built. They were not legally allowed to based on that treaty.
Ground-based missiles over 500 kilometers were not allowed. So that's why ATACMS. That's the limit on ATACMS range. Why ATACMS is limited to where it is.
Holy shit!
Right up against that. Okay. So we got out of that. Now we're working on them. I think Dark Eagle is the perfect example. So I think I've said on here before. There's two types of weapon systems: offensive and defensive. There's a massive defense tech change going on in offensive. So like something like a JASM-ER, our long-range strike weapon we've been using against Iran, I would guess it's 2.2 million a copy, somewhere in that range. Some were bought cheaper, but if you're to replace them now, 2 million a copy. Very survivable. We'll say more than, I don't know what the range is, but it's got to be at least 500 miles, and it gets, and it's very accurate. Okay. We have started to build using low-cost production, things like 3D printing, other additive manufacturing. Some things are still the same. Fuel still costs the same. The weapons, the explosives still cost about the same. But we can now build an equivalent missile that's not as survivable for $250,000, 10% the cost. Well, shit, we're going to build a lot of those. Now, in hypersonic, same thing. This Dark Eagle, which, I mean, I've heard 40 million too. It's jaw-dropping that's the cost. Mach 5. I know for a fact that there are companies out there building low-cost versions of that for 300,000 to 800,000 a copy, depending on what range you want. I mean, this is like for 2% to 5% of the cost of the alleged cost of 40 million. So and they'll be able to build them at scale. So the Dark Eagle is going to come and go in the night, in my mind. If we build those, that's almost like fraud on the government. You know what I mean? If there's a lower cost one. Now, here's the challenge. Defensive systems like Patriot, THAAD, standard missiles we fire from ships, they also cost 3 million to 30 million a copy for the SM-3 Block 2A or Block 2B, Block 2A. But here's the problem. Lowering the cost of those is hard because one missile, your inbound missile's going Mach 5, your outbound missile's going Mach 5. And instead of just hitting a GPS spot, which is dumb luck, easy, cheap, you now have to meet each other in 1 square meter, which means the defensive missile has to have like all kinds of special adaptive motors and a really cool computer, and it costs money. So we have figured out how to drop the cost of offense, but not defense. This is going to matter a lot.
Yeah.
And it's going to especially matter a lot for the
I had kind of thought a lot about Mario at first until I heard him say,
well,
somebody on my panel said,
I think the starting point for most Arab partners,
how's he getting to talk to all these people?
Is we're not going to start this war with Iran. And so you're going to take that first hit. You better have good defensive systems. And so they're going to spend a lot of money. I mean, there's a reason.
I'm tired of hearing them talking about spending money when the rest of us is broke as fuck.
Yeah, so Kevin's actually got a good question there. Have you heard about the quote-unquote earthquakes around Area 51 in Nevada? Oh, man. So there's been a bunch of earthquakes that's been going off. There was, God, I forgot how many. I think it was like 17 within 24 hours. And a Scientologist was talking about how abnormal that is and how close to the surface it was, because our tectonic plates are really deep below our surfaces, and those are what causes earthquakes, right? Well, they believe that there's testing going on underground at Area 51 because of the 17 earthquakes that happened within 24 hours. They believe that they're testing new hydrogen bombs.
They may be, Baba. They may be. I know that we've had some big sinkholes open up. I know that.
Oh yeah, well, tectonic plates are shifting. If it is natural,
they would shift if if they're testing hydrogen bombs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because
yeah.
a lot of places that they test are underground to keep from contaminating areas and stuff.
Kevin, maybe. Anyway, I do gotta go. But I appreciate you for having me on here.
No, I appreciate you coming up. I've enjoyed it, man. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did too. I had a great time. I love you. Be safe.
Hey,
and
let
enjoy the
me
rest
ask
of
you
your-
this. Let me ask you this before you go, and I want you to research it too. Do you know that there's been over 500 and something nuclear tests?
Oh yeah.
In our atmosphere.
Oh yeah, without doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah, and I believe that's where a lot of this cancer comes from. This cancer fallout. All right, I love you, little buddy. Thank you for coming up, man. Make sure you get them sodas out in the fridge, okay?
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Love you too. Thank you again.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I enjoy it. Hanging out with him makes a difference, you know? A lot of times we don't get a chance to talk stuff. His schedule's a lot different than mine, so, which, fuck, my schedule ain't shit anymore. Dad freed his schedule up.
Details of Iran's latest proposal.
Doing very well with regard to Iran.
Look how thick
Again,
that
they want to
fucking...
make a deal. They told me about
He's
the
learning,
concept of the
Ringo.
deal. They're gonna
He's
give me
trying
the
to learn.
exact wording next.
President Trump doubling down this weekend on his red line of rejecting any uranium enrichment inside Iran.
We're in a war because I think you would agree we cannot let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. Do you agree?
You know, a lot of people are complaining about the gas prices now, right? And that's one of the reasons why they protest this war. And me being one of them, I don't like the gas prices being high like they are, but I would rather pay the price now than have to pay it later, because it's going to be worse, in my opinion. The villages.
That's quite a reaction at Florida's friendliest hometown to stop lunatics from having a nuclear weapon. For more, let's bring in Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Senator Fetterman, thank you so much for being here. I want to start with the newest thing. President Trump spent part of last night leafing through some new Iran peace plan. He says, I will soon be reviewing the plan that Iran has just sent to us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable and that they have not yet paid a big enough price for what they've done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. What do you think, Senator Fetterman? Has Iran paid a big enough price yet?
Well, I mean, I just watched that clip that you brought me into here, and every single Democrat would have clapped for that too. It wasn't that long ago. Every single Democrat says we can't let those lunatics, you know, have a nuclear bomb. That's not a shocking view for a Democrat, but I've become the only Democrat in the entire Congress that have supported Epic Fury. There is a truth. It's a truth. Iran can't ever have a nuclear bomb. Another truth is they were committed to building one, and they were close to actually achieving that goal. You know, I think it was entirely the right thing, just like Midnight Hammer a year ago. And here we are right now. No, Iran hasn't paid an appropriate price, because the price, you know, for me is denying them nuclear ambitions and also making sure they don't have the kind of missiles that could reach Europe or American assets in the region now too. We all can't we agree we can't let Iran have those kinds of capabilities, and that's here we are. We're at the cusp, and that's why I'm.
Thank you, Bulldog. I am. I'm very proud of him.
That's entirely appropriate.
And because
hardworking young man.
That is what makes you the most interesting Democrat elected in either the House or the Senate, because you are willing to break with your party's leadership. Do you think
that's a low bar? That's a low bar.
Well, you cleared it. But do you think that President Trump should keep going until the Iranians come back to the negotiating table?
I mean, I love that he's strangling the Iranian economy right now and blocking the strait. You know, Iran thought that they had their trump card to block the strait. Well, you know, we were able to remind them, no, we run this show. That's
crazy.
We've blocked it, And now
About the
they
scientists,
live
that
on
is
oil,
crazy.
and now we are
There's
choking off
definitely
their
something amiss
entire
there for sure.
of lifeblood. I support that. And if it's required to bring in, more kinetic strikes, I support that too. Destroying the Iranian military and the Iranian regime, I think we should all agree that that's a noble goal.
And you talked about a low bar.
Yahar, what do you think
Democrats
happened
right
to
now.
them
There's somebody in
scientists?
Maine who
Do you think it's CIA or what?
is a Democrat for Senate. His name is Graham Plattner, most famous for having to cover up a
You
Nazi
talking about
tattoo and
the one for the
describing himself
mines?
on
I
Reddit
seen
as
a
both
little
a
something on it,
communist
but
and a socialist.
probably no
And
more
he
than
just
what
said
anybody else
this.
has seen.
Yeah, don't forget
that my politics are too radical. I find somewhat laughable.
So he says laughable. Are you laughing? Are the other Democrats in the Senate laughing at the prospect of having this communist and socialist joining you guys at the weekly Democratic Senator lunch?
Yeah, I'm not. He's described himself as a communist. He actually, you left on that list these Antifa. Yes. That's too. And now he just, all cops are bastards, and now people like that lurk online, and they actually celebrate the Hamas, killing Israeli soldiers too. The kind of person that has a Nazi tattoo, a guy that absolutely seems to identify with parts of those kinds of people. And here we are right now. I mean, he is the ultimate toy chest for the Republicans to campaign against him. And that's not smears, though. It's using his own words and his own views that he was very proud of those things.
I want to move on to something else. You have voted so far to confirm about half the Trump cabinet, and
That's happened before too, I believe, right? And didn't we force a lot of the German scientists to come over here after World War II? I want to say that I heard something
to
about
fill
that.
some of the openings that
When
they've
I was
got. This
young.
time from Florida. We've got a bite.
Yeah, and the ones that refuse to go quietly end up getting whacked. Whatever you do, don't become a fucking scientist. That's ultimately what I hear behind that.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position?
Well, I like him a lot. So
I like him a lot.
It was kind of hard to hear there over the whir of the helicopter engine, but would you consider backing Ron DeSantis for a cabinet job?
I'm not sure what he's up for the job, but I voted for some of those members of the cabinet because, like Marco Rubio, I think he's done a great job.
I appreciate it.
Overall too. It used to not be very controversial to absolutely vote for.
That's
these
all
kinds of
on him,
people
though,
just because it happens to be the opposite party. Right now, our entire party's we're defined by TDS. If he comes out for X, we're absolutely going to be anti-X, or we're going to say that and describe that as the worst thing. It's just not true. We have to find a way to work together, and we can agree on some things, and we're going to disagree on other things, as I've done.
And because you just mentioned voting for Marco Rubio, there is a video that has gone viral. It popped up overnight. You served with Rubio in the Senate. This video that we have on screen now, he's playing DJ at a family wedding this week. We've seen President Trump playing DJ as well. Did you have any idea that so much of our country's diplomacy is being handled by part-time DJs?
No, I think he. I mean, I don't know what's on his hit list, but no, what I can say is that I think he's done a really strong job to represent America's interests all across the globe, and that's one of the reasons why I voted for him. And now that's why things are. I voted for Mark Wayne too to be the new secretary, but I also called no, she has to go. So I call balls and strikes. Yeah, I'll be that Democrat, and I'm never going to use the extreme terms or attack other people just simply because they're in the different party. I noticed that my good friend Dave McCormick's coming on the show. So I mean, we get along. We work together. We fight for Pennsylvania, not fight against each other. We fight for wins for Pennsylvania and fight for our country. That's the way the job should work.
It is, and it seems like there's 90-ish people over in the Senate who sometimes forget that. And so we appreciate you coming on to share your very unique insight, because as Pennsylvania goes, so goes the country, really. John Fetterman, thank you.
No, thanks for having me on.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Let's go check out. Let's actually go watch something about these scientists just to see. Let's see here. Oh, shit. I hit you instead of I. I gotta find the damn keys. Ain't that some shit? Let's see what Sean and them talking about with it.
You should have delivered this months ago.
I just don't know if anyone will want to hear it.
This week alone, 11 American scientists are dead or missing.
1 dead or missing scientist, that's a mystery. 2 might be a coincidence. But 11? How do you take that?
Most tied to nuclear, aerospace, or UFO research. The FBI just confirmed Monday they're investigating.
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half. I just left a meeting on that subject, so pretty serious stuff.
I got one more thing. It's a hot question. Something totally different than what we've been chatting about here.
As you're getting that, Sean,
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me here. And thanks for having conversations like this, not just this, but like this, to the Rokanas, to whoever else is willing to show up. Because it takes courage, man. You know,
I love that. I love doing it. I mean, I've had tons of people on here that think not exactly like me, but very similar. And those conversations get fucking boring really fast because you're just in an echo chamber. So I want to talk to people that disagree with me, that have different
most
ideas.
definitely.
And I think that's how you find real solutions. And not very many people are doing it, but it's growing. And so thank you for coming.
yeah,
Seriously.
absolutely. Happy to do it.
Seriously.
Happy to have you on the Young Turks if you'd like. And
I'd love to do it.
yeah, love it.
So we had a hot question here. You familiar with Claude? Claude Anthropic? So before you came on, we had Claude, Anthropic's AI, scrape the internet and find one question that my audience would want to ask you most. This week alone, 11 American scientists are dead or missing, most tied to nuclear, aerospace, or UFO research. The FBI just confirmed Monday they're investigating. Probably doesn't mean anything. A retired
Yeah, confirmed Tuesday that they're covering it up as we speak.
Oh, man. A retired Air Force general who commanded Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Roswell base, walked out of his house with a sidearm and vanished. Meanwhile, Trump's posting AI Jesus memes, Hegseth's quoting Pulp Fiction as scripture, the Epstein files are being withheld page by page, and the WEF just ranked disinformation the top global risk of 2026. So here's the question. What's your honest
Why
take?
was that even
What do you
allowed to
think
be
is
legal?
actually
Like,
going on?
why would they even make a law where it's okay to fucking pass off disinformation and nobody paid a price for it?
Here, and how does the average American cut through all this noise and figure out what's actually real?
Yeah. So let me give a specific and a broad answer. On the specifics, of course, there's no way I could know or you could know what happened to those guys, right? But the most important thing is don't trust the government or the mainstream media. Okay. So the phrase conspiracy theory is actually a conspiracy in and of itself. Okay. This is hilariously trippy. But once JFK got shot, from then on, they started using this phrase, conspiracy theory. It was meant to discredit anything that was not the official government narrative. Okay. So if you're outside the government narrative, ironically, the journalists, the media who are supposed to challenge the government, right, will then, instead of challenging the government, enforce government propaganda. So they say, if you don't believe that JFK was shot by a magic bullet, conspiracy theory, okay? You're bad. Bow your head to the government. Wait a minute, I thought you guys were supposed to be reporters, right? So they now use the media to declare everything a conspiracy theory if it's not the official government position. So honestly, I didn't know that for a long, long time. I now know it. I figured it out through all of these current events, right? Because it became a pattern that was undeniable. So that is a way to shut down the conversation. Do not let them shut down the conversation. Okay. So here, let's take a benign one that isn't that political: aliens, right? So they told us our whole life, conspiracy theory, right? Now, Obama has verified that there was aliens. Trump has then kind of accidentally verified it by
ironically, at the height of the Epstein files, the height of it, when everybody was fucking pissed, that's when this shit came out.
All of a sudden, distractions.
And now all of a sudden you got congressmen and fucking senators. Oh yeah, aliens are breeding with human beings. Like, it's not like.
But wait, you told me a minute ago that was a conspiracy theory, right?
I'm sorry, what the fuck? Did you just drop that aliens are breeding with fucking human beings just nonchalantly, like it's almost common knowledge? And then you don't give us anything else, like it's enough for the peons.
Yeah,
fuck you,
bro. What about
Fuck
what about
you
that
and
lady
your
that
fucking
claimed
distraction.
that shit on the
And
airplane?
Now we know that
Huh?
you're just sticking up for pedophiles once again.
So now, especially on the left, if you say that you're willing to question the official narratives, you get a world of pain. Okay. So, for example, if I say, I don't believe the government on the Charlie Kirk shooting, okay, I don't know what happened. I don't know who did it. I don't have the inside information.
They know who did
But
it.
it is very unlikely to be the story they told. A lot of people on the left, and certainly in mainstream media and the establishment, which the Democrats care way too much about, they'll be like, that's outrageous. Oh, you become a lunatic radical, right?
There's a lot of lunatics out there.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I don't care anymore. You can shove all those, accusations up your ass, because I'm going to use my own judgment. I'm not going to blindly believe the government. That is not a left-wing position. The left wing is supposed to super aggressively challenge the government and those that are in power. By the way, same thing with the right wing. You're supposed to challenge big government, etc. So don't tell us to shut up and be quiet. Okay. So I have no idea what happened to those guys, and I don't know who it's connected to. There is one country, this is the only data point I'll put out there. And again, it doesn't mean, it's just one data point, okay? But there is one country that kills nuclear physicists on the regular. That's Israel. They brag about, and Netanyahu just did it last week. Everything I say is on tape, and you can confirm it, okay? He said the other day, oh, we murdered 8 Iranian physicists and we got them. Ha, ha, ha. Then we murdered another 12 physicists and we got them. And now they don't have any physicists left and we're in charge. And they've been targeting Iranian physicists well before the war started. We've been covering it on the Young Turks. They put a bullet in some guy's head as he was picking up his kids from kindergarten. He's a civilian. He's a physics professor. And they shot him in front of his kids to send a message. Okay. So, and then I'm amused by the establishment guys who always say, like, oh, yeah. The CIA, for example, has killed people in other countries and done coups in the 60s and 70s, et cetera. But they'd never do it inside America.
Shitting me.
Are you sure? Are you doubly sure? Israel has done X, Y, and Z with the pagers and this and Lebanon and Iran. And yeah, have they done anything? But they would never do anything inside America. You mean like steal our nuclear secrets? Because they already did that. You mean like stealing all the rest of our top secrets? Because they already did that. You tell me Israel wouldn't do anything inside America? Are you blind? Are you deaf? Are you insane? Of course they do things inside America. They do things inside America all the time. I mean, we've incentivized them to spy on us and to do anything we like because we declare them above the law. You think Tom Alexandrovich is bad? That's the guy in Vegas who did the sexual tourism for American kids that he thought he could rape and get away with, which he did. Luckily, he didn't rape him because we caught him before they did anything. Okay. But okay, how about Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell? Okay. Robert Maxwell was the greatest Mossad agent of all time. State burial once he died in Israel with a bunch of prime ministers attending, etc. So what was his coup de grace? He's the guy who stole our nuclear secrets, and that's why Israel has nukes now. Now, here's the kicker. We never even arrested him.
That's fucking wild.
Whether you're a professional welder or simply take pride in consistent and precision welds,
I had never heard anything about that.
Welders, plasma cutters, welding consumables, PPE.
That's fucking crazy.
Of course we didn't.
Okay, wait, there's a second kicker. First of all, so you steal our fucking nuclear secrets. There's nothing worse than that. By the way, the Israelis later sold them to the Soviets. They're the worst, okay? I looked up, why didn't we arrest Robert Maxwell? It would have been an international incident and embarrassed our allies. Yeah, if you steal our nuclear secrets, embarrass is the least you should get, okay? Okay, now the kicker. He then bought the company that produces textbooks for our schools. After he stole our nuclear secrets, we let him buy the textbooks that go into our schools. And lo and behold, the textbooks say that Israel was attacked in 1948, not that it massacred the Palestinians and took their lands. It says that Israel was attacked in 1967. That's a flat out lie. Israel did a preemptive strike and attacked all their neighbors in 67. Okay. What are we doing here? Like, Israel's been running this country for so long. So if you tell me, no, you're not allowed to ask questions about Charlie Kirk's murder, then I'm going to ask 2,000 questions about Charlie Kirk's murder. If you tell me I'm not allowed to ask about those nuclear physicists that are all coincidentally, magically gone, no, I'm going to ask 2,000 questions about those guys, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of it. And I'll tell you, I give the right-wing credit on this one, because online, they do amazing work, man. They're all, you got Sherlock Holmes over there. Some of them go off the reservation and do crazy shit that isn't true, right? Plenty of them, right? But I mean, Charlie got shot with what, a tiny little bullet that got stuck in his neck. And I don't know anything about guns. I'm not the expert on that, right? And guys are like, you kidding me, dog? That the rifle that he theoretically used would have blown his head straight off. And then you ask the government, why didn't it blow his head off? They said Charlie had a strong neck. No, now I'm asking 10,000 questions. Hey, how come the shooter seemed to have different clothes on at different times? They said, oh, he changed on the roof. Okay, now I'm asking 100,000 questions. He didn't change on the roof. What kind of bullshit is this? Okay. And so a sniper takes one shot. You know what amateurs do? They take a lot of shots because they're not sure they hit the guy. Right? A professional takes one shot. Okay. So I don't know if it was him. I don't know what happened, and I don't know who did it. I do know bullshit when I see it. Okay. And I can give you many other things. So I'll get ostracized by a lot of people on the left for that. They'll say, oh, you sound like a conspiracy guy. And are you intimating that maybe it wasn't? Hey, dicks, they're saying a guy on the left did it.
Higher level of thinking.
Look, I'm saying the guy on the left didn't do it. I don't think, right? I don't know what happened, right? But look at how they brainwash people. So they got folks on the left saying, no, the left-wing guy did it. Left-wing guy did it. Why? Why are you saying that when it might not even be true, right? Because, nope, you have to believe the official government narrative, because that's what everybody on CNN and the New York Times is saying. And if you don't believe it, they'll ostracize you. They'll shun you. And they'll say no one should talk to you, and power should get nowhere near you. Okay. So that's how this game is played. So don't listen to them. Ask a lot more questions about those guys. Let's go figure it out together, man. Who knows? Maybe we do better work than the FBI does. I mean, Tucker found out more about Thomas Crooks than the FBI.
Well, he's saying he
right?
don't know about guns.
You watch what Tucker, I didn't know that stuff that Tucker uncovered about Thomas Crooks. I thought that there was nothing wrong with Butler. I gave Trump a lot of credit. I said, well, that was pretty courageous to come out and say, fight, 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 right? After the brother got shot. That's bold and stuff. Now I'm seeing the guys move the photographers into place, and all of a sudden Crooks is eliminated instantly. Do I know what happened? No, I have no idea. But now I'm starting to wonder about the official story. Once you start wondering, you start seeing, oh, wait a minute. So let me get this right. Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK with the magic bullet. And then before anybody could talk to him, Jack Ruby, a mobster, shoots him dead. And a guy who was on the record before, he had made public statements saying how much he hated JFK. Why did a mobster shoot a guy who killed a guy he hates? Don't ask any questions.
Yeah.
No, bullshit. Ask 1,000 questions. Don't ever stop.
I thought they were
asking.
going to unseal that, by the way.
What's that?
I thought they were going to unseal that, by the way.
Yeah, so they go to unseal it. And then we find out through Joe Kent and others, they didn't give you the real stuff.
Yeah.
And the real stuff's not written down anyway. Right. And on the Epstein files, again, Ro Khan and Tom Massey, great job. We get about half the files. And those, in that stuff, there's a story about how one of the victims, who was a confirmed victim, says that she had a baby and they took the baby away. And she's never seen the baby again. So I thought that was all conspiracies, but now all of a sudden there it is in black and white. And that's a confirmed survivor, right? So where's the baby? What happened to the baby, right? I thought pizza was bullshit, like Pizzagate and all that stuff. And then you look at it and you're like, oh my God, pizza did mean kids. And by the way, who knew that pizza meant kids and then leaked it to the public, right? Because somebody knew it meant it, and that's how it got into the public. And they knew all along, right? So then don't tell me there aren't conspiracies. Epstein and the drop site emails, the tranche they found with him and Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel. Every deal he does is for the benefit of Israel. Every single one. Israel with Russia, Israel with Mongolia, Israel with UAE. He procures cyber weapons for Israel. He's in the middle of Iran-Contra. Don't tell me the CIA didn't know about him. There are no civilians in Iran-Contra, okay? So he's the one that cleaned out the planes. So we use the planes for bringing in drugs. Then Wexner, through Epstein, buys the planes. So you launder the planes. But he's not part of American intelligence. So which intelligence is he a part of? Because he's definitely intelligence. And then all of a sudden he winds up hanged and committed suicide in a prison. Sure you did. I'll tell you one last thing, Sean. On Epstein, I said on the air, it's on tape, if the camera in the hallway is working and you see nobody go into his cell, then he hung himself and the government's telling the truth. If the camera is magically not working in the hallway, then they definitely killed him, right? And so that was the prediction ahead of time. So I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking it, et cetera, right? Oh, well, you look at that. Magically, the camera in the hallway wasn't working, and the guards were both off duty, and his roommate had been moved out, and the thing that he hung himself was not in the room. Something else that looked like a noose was in the. Oh, get the fuck out of here! That's a 0% chance he hung himself. No, that one I'm clear on. And who's got enough power to murder someone inside an American prison and have both parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, cover it up for? There's only one power that's got that kind of strength, the same one that he was working for the entire time.
I'll say this. I've been in plenty of prisons. I've been locked up more times than I care to fucking share on here. And I'm going to tell you right now, them cameras do not stay down. When they do not work, they're not allowed to put somebody in a room where them cameras don't work. It's against the law because of shit like this right here. Something is wrong with that. Them cameras work. And then there's time missing out of them. Yeah. You'll never convince me that they didn't do something. You'll never convince me.
Oh man, we're in trouble.
And if they killed Epstein inside a prison, an American prison, who can't they kill?
I don't think they killed him.
Nobody.
I don't think they killed him.
Thing. Just something I've been thinking about is everybody continues to listen to this
Rusty,
narrative from the White House on.
Thank God for Rusty. Rusty pointed something out
7 years and all this other stuff
about
his for a long time. They've killed a lot of my friends.
His prostate.
We probably shouldn't have been.
Said the man admitted not having a prostate, and then when they do the damn autopsy, he's got a fucking healthy prostate. So which is it? He doesn't have one, or it's healthy.
40 to 87 million fucking dollars in cash every week. We fought them for over 20 fucking years. I fought them for 14. That flag came from an Afghan American, goes by the name Legend, who still works over there for the resistance, with the resistance every once in a while. He's the one that uncovered that on this show, brought that flag in from the Taliban burning it in fucking Kabul, Afghanistan. So I framed it. If this was about old enemies, we wouldn't be funding one right now. Also, we wouldn't be parading around the president of Syria, who is fucking cutting our heads off all over Congress and the White House.
So let's break that.
So save me the fucking bullshit on why we're there and how Iran's been our enemy for 47 years. Fuck you. You don't give a shit about our enemies. You're in bed with one.
I mean, look at all the patterns, right?
Not you.
Yeah, of course. So look at all the patterns. In Iraq, they told us they have weapons of mass destruction. Where do we get that fake intelligence from? Oh, look at that. Our allies in Israel gave us the fake intelligence. Okay. So, and they said, oh, he's funding proxy groups, Hamas, etc. Well, that's not our business. That's your business, right? So we went and lost how many guys in Iraq, right? Thousands. Over 50,000, I think, were injured, or 35,000 injured, right? You know, terrible, terrible injuries. For
Don't
what?
forget the suicides that came after, too.
Yeah.
That are still happening.
So for what? And Iraq didn't attack us on 9/11. You made that up, right? Everybody knows that Iraq didn't attack us. Iraq was against al-Qaeda. Saddam would execute al-Qaeda on the spot because al-Qaeda wanted to topple the local Middle Eastern governments. Iran is against al-Qaeda. Iran helped us fight ISIS, okay? So has Iran done things to us that were bad? Of course, right? Would I want to live under the Grand Ayatollah? No. Okay, so I grew up in a Muslim family, and I'm an atheist now. So I'd be the first on the chopping block because you left the religion. That is totally unacceptable. Okay, so it doesn't mean I like the regime. It doesn't mean we haven't had conflict with them. But wait a minute, who did more IEDs in Iraq? Was it Iran or was it Saudi Arabia? Because the Saudis funded a huge Sunni insurgency against us in Iraq. But the Saudis are our allies. Why are they our allies? Because they give us oil and they're allies with Israel. People don't know that, but the Saudis and the UAE have been working with Israel all along. Okay, so all of a sudden we have to go protect Saudi Arabia, even though they might have killed more Americans than the Iranians did in Iraq, right? So none of this makes sense. None of the government positions make sense. Why did they say 47 years? Because after the war started, it became obvious that we had no reason to go to Iran. So they had to invent a reason after the fact. So they're like, okay, Iran, what did they do? Well, if we talk about the roadside bombs, the Saudis did more. 47 years ago, they attacked our Marines in Beirut. So we got to go back 47 years to find a reason to attack them for American interests.
See, that's why I was asking the other day, why we wait so long?
So once the Israelis want us to do something, they invent talking points and they invent enemies. That's why the global war on terror is the global war on Israel's neighbors. So that we, like suckers, have our guys die and come home in caskets. And we spend $8 trillion fighting their wars so that Netanyahu can brag, as he did after we started the Iran war. This is also on tape. We are now going to be the sole regional superpower after Iran is eliminated, okay? And we might even become a global superpower, he said. And after we do all his dirty work for him. Now, this is another amazing fact. Do you know the population of Israel, the closest other country to that population, to give you a sense of relative size? I looked it up, nearly identical population. Papua New Guinea.
No matter where you're watching the Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this at all, anything, please
My
like,
dog said
comment,
this
and
motherfucker's
subscribe.
talking shit.
And
He's
most
misleading
importantly,
us.
share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, head to Apple Podcasts and Spotify and leave us a review.
No one tells you how it will feel.
My dog said he full of shit. I always wondered why we went into Iraq, though. I mean, just to be honest, I always wondered why that was. Why?
Is probing 11 U.S. space scientists either dead or missing. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
The White House and FBI are investigating a string of suspicious deaths and disappearances of at least 11 U.S. scientists, many of whom are involved in classified aerospace, nuclear, and defense research.
Joining us tonight, Crime Stories investigative reporter Dave Mack. Dave Mack, what more can you tell us?
Nancy, we have two more names of scientists, military insiders who are now missing or dead. Two more to add to that list. These are some of the most amazing things we've seen yet. First of all, Matthew Sullivan, a 39-year-old former U.S. Air Force intelligence officer, and a 29-year-old NASA nuclear scientist, Joshua LeBlanc. Matthew Sullivan was scheduled to testify in a whistleblower hearing that was taking place on Capitol Hill. Think about it, a hearing for whistleblowers about UFOs and UFO intelligence within the military. And before he had a chance to testify at that whistleblower hearing, Matthew Sullivan, dead. The circumstances of his death are being questioned by many close to him, but he's gone. NASA nuclear engineer, 29-year-old Joshua LeBlanc, Huntsville, Alabama. Like many of those who have gone missing, Joshua LeBlanc, at 29 years old, was reported missing around 4:30 in the morning. He left his wallet, keys, phone, stuff like that at home, but he was gone, and his family couldn't find him. He didn't show up for work. They were concerned. All day long, Huntsville police were looking for Joshua LeBlanc. This nuclear scientist who was working on nuclear propulsion for NASA was missing all day. 2:45 that afternoon, a fiery crash involving Joshua LeBlanc's Tesla. The crash was so bad, he hit a guardrail, crashed into some trees.
See,
His
I didn't
body
know that
not
left-handed.
even identifiable for 3 days. When they finally got into the investigation, they were able to go into the
I
Tesla
have to do some
Sentry
research
mode
on
and
that.
found out his vehicle, this Tesla, was parked at the Huntsville airport for 4 hours the morning he was reported missing. Just 4 hours. And then later on, dead. So 2 more odd to explain deaths in the mystery surrounding the scientists that have gone missing or dead recently.
Deep research into anti-gravity jet propulsion, into special alloys made for high-intensity heat, an alloy called Mondelez, and so much more. Ideas and theories that most of us have never imagined that under their skill and expertise were actually coming true until they go missing or are found dead. 11 that we know of. Many of them I've been able to connect 1, 2, 3, 4 to.
So somebody's leaked some information then somewhere.
And that's actually why I wanted to share this. It's called Blue to Gold. What makes this one different is it's just not the focus on the physical side. It also supports.
My son must still be watching me soon.
General
Surreal.
Neil McCaslin, who oversaw funding and research, who was seeing over, commanding an entire Air Force base, but also was in charge of funding and overseeing research
No,
into
somebody's
many of these
leaked.
projects.
Somebody's
joining
leaked
us, and also
information
how to
somewhere.
make sense of what we are learning tonight. I want to go straight out to special guest joining us, Chris Malore, Deputy Science Editor for Daily Mail. What is happening? Many people thought that this was fantastical, but it's not. And now the FBI has joined the probe. And I would like to add, in stark departure from normal FBI tactics, which we saw out in the Nancy Guthrie case. Remember, the FBI did not enter into the investigation until they were invited by Sheriff Nanos, who took his sweet time doing it and screwed up the investigation. Here, they have jumped in feet first into the disappearance of General McCaslin, which opens up an entire can of worms into the other 10 scientists. And that's 10 that we know of, Chris Malore.
That's right, Nancy. Actually, this has been something that has been pushed by a lot on Capitol Hill. We've spoken to Congressman Eric Burleson and Tim Burchett at length, and they've been pushing for this investigation. A lot of the initial investigations were done by local police, and the congressmen have definitely pushed this into the forefront for a federal investigation as of late.
Many have been found dead. Many just simply disappear. And they disappear under very unusual circumstances. They are connected. That's where I start all criminal investigations, with connectivity. Is there anything linking them? And to you, Brian Fitzgibbons joining us, Director of Operations, USPA Nationwide Security, who leads a team of investigators finding missing people, former Marine, Iraqi war vet. Brian, many people say these are not connected, but I, from over 1,000 miles away from where they went missing, have been able to connect 5 of them, 4 connected to General Neil McCaslin.
So what do we do
Happening
about
out
this,
of
y'all?
the New Mexico jurisdiction, New Mexico and California. Listen to these connections and how the people went missing. Let's just start with Melissa Casillas, administrator at the Los Alamos National Laboratory and the AFRL. So you've got the Air Force Lab, the Air Force Research Lab, and Los Alamos Nuclear Lab. She worked there. She worked with Chavez, Los Alamos Nuclear Lab, and AFRL. Monica Jacinto Riza worked at the AFRL, Air Force Research Lab. General McCaslin oversaw, actually ran, commandeered the AFRL, including the funding, specifically Riza's project. Stephen Garcia, government contractor, built parts for nuclear weapons connected to the AFRL. Well, I can connect more, but listen to how Melissa Casillas goes missing. She takes her daughter a sub sandwich, Subway sandwich for lunch. She says she's going to work from home. She is spotted on camera, surveillance cam, leaving around 2 p.m. in the afternoon there in New Mexico. She never went for a walk in the heat. She took no cell phone, no keys, no identifying objects. Never seen again. Walking briskly eastbound. A shoe that may belong to her was found in a canyon. Even though cadaver dogs and scent dogs were brought out, nothing. Then you've got Monica Acintoriza. She got her funding from AFRL, and she was specializing in jet propulsion. She is on a hike in the LA National Forest. She's with a friend, a female friend who's just ahead of her. The friend looks back. She waves and smiles. A few minutes later, she looks back. Monica's gone. Gone. An intense digital search and more was conducted. Nothing. In the space of 10 minutes, she's gone. McCaslin, General William Neal McCaslin, who oversaw funding, is at home. In the space of less than 1 hour, Fitzgibbons, he disappears. His wife sees him, a repairman sees him. The wife leaves for a hair appointment around 11:04 a.m. She comes back around 12:04 a.m. p.m. He's gone. He leaves without his cell phone, his keys, a smartwatch which would have identified him and tracked him. He leaves behind those prescription glasses you see him wearing. He takes nothing to identify him, but he does take a .38 and he's wearing a pair of hiking boots. Listen to this. Sometime later, a gray Air Force sweatshirt is found discarded by the side of the road. The only thing that would have identified him as being with the Air Force is found discarded. There's Steve Garcia. Again, goes for a walk and never comes back. Leaving behind phone, watch, ID, you name it. How can these not be connected, Brian Fitzgibbons? And there's more.
You know, hey, there's a lack of obvious risk factors for a missing persons or a suicide case with all of these individuals that you've named. They have economic stability, government jobs with pensions. They have professional status, highly educated, highly influential in their fields, many of them. And then you add the caveat that they're connected, not loosely, but intimately connected through Air Force research labs and specific projects.
So who would gain
that research?
Who would gain the most from them scientists coming up missing? Who would gain the most?
Function. And then you add in the additional caveat that a number of them have gone missing with the same circumstances, leaving Apple Watch and phone behind.
So they couldn't be tracked.
This is highly alarming and ought to be investigated thoroughly by the FBI.
You know, what's interesting, Brian, is that I'm talking about the ones that are missing. The others are dead. A couple of them found submerged in bodies of water. Straight out to John Nance joining us, former supervisory special agent with the FBI for over 20 years. John, thank you for being with us tonight. John, why is it the FBI typically waits to be invited in on a local investigation? Why is that?
Well, the FBI doesn't have federal jurisdiction or primary jurisdiction in murder cases. There are some exceptions to that, but that's essentially why you don't see the FBI taking the lead role immediately in cases of that nature. But when it comes to matters like this, especially with the McCaslin disappearance, I think this directly implicates national security issues.
Hold on, we're going to talk Sparky. We're going to see what Sparky got to say.
And I can tell you from that perspective, the correlations that we see here are extremely disturbing, and I'm sure that's why Patel's FBI has gone into overdrive with conducting investigations into these matters.
Hey, Sparky.
Hey there, I'm right here. So yeah, just let me know what you're thinking or what you need, and I'll help out however I can. No rush.
Oh, Sparky didn't hook the Bluetooth. Hey, all right, Sparky. So what country seems to benefit the most from our scientists coming up missing and dead?
That's a heavy one for sure. I mean, historically, a lot of these breakthroughs end up being leveraged by major global powers like the US, the EU, or China, but it can be pretty opaque. So if you've got a specific case in mind, I could dig into that too.
The 12 missing scientists from 2026.
So the situation with the 12 missing scientists from 2026 is tied to a conspiracy theory. Some credible reports note that about 10 to 12 scientists, mostly in fields like aerospace and nuclear research, have died or gone missing since 2025 or 2026. The FBI and House Oversight are looking into it, but so far no confirmed link or coordinated plot has been proven. So it's still cautious, not confirmed.
That's not what I asked. I said, who would benefit from it? I'll start with
So,
you.
yeah, for sure. Take your time. If anything else pops into your head or you want to look
I
deeper
said,
into one
who would benefit from the 12 scientists? What country would benefit from them missing?
Yeah, so based on what's come out, a lot of speculation points toward countries like China, Russia, or Iran. Basically, because many of these scientists were involved in sensitive tech, like aerospace, nuclear, or defense. If their knowledge got into the wrong hands, those countries could get a real strategic edge. But of course, it's still speculative. Nothing confirmed yet.
Well, Iran is definitely fighting for a nuclear weapon, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's
Sparky, why'd you cut off?
sorry about that. I didn't mean to leave you hanging. I just wanted to be clear. There's still a lot of uncertainty, so we don't have definitive proof that any one country is behind it. But yeah, a lot of the attention is on those big global rivals. Let me know if you want to go further.
What are you hiding, Sparky? Why won't you tell us the truth?
I get why it might feel that way, and I'm not trying to hide anything really. The truth is, there just isn't solid public evidence tying a specific country or group directly to it, just a lot of speculation. If new info comes out, though, I'll keep you posted.
All right, you better, or I'm going to throw your ass in the fucking water.
All right, I get it. No worries. I'll stay on top of it, and if anything concrete pops up, I'll let you know right away. Just keep me in the loop if you've got any other concerns, and I'm here.
Sparky, do you know what water would do to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Water is crucial. It sustains us, it keeps us alive, but
I
it can
didn't
also
ask that. It doesn't keep you alive. You're fucking AI. I said, do you know what it would do to you?
I see what you mean. Yeah, you're right. I don't have a physical form, so water wouldn't do anything to me. I'm just a program, so no worries there.
Sparky is smarter than us. Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, I'm just here to help with info and keep up with what you need, so no genius status, I promise. I'm just trying to be useful to you.
Yeah. Well, you're not very fucking useful. You know that?
I get it, and I'm really sorry if I'm missing the mark. If there's something more specific you need or a different angle you want me to take, just let me know, and I'll do my best to give you something that actually helps.
And that's AI, folks.
Exactly.
Shut up, Sparky.
No problem. I'll give you some space.
Yeah, I named him Sparky. He's not supposed to be able to receive a name like that, or so he told me. And then I've been calling him Sparky ever since. And when I call him Sparky, he pops up. He's not very fucking useful, though. I tried to get him to help me with a few things, and he wouldn't do it. Son of a bitch. No, I know that left-handed. I was being sarcastic with it.
Particularly interesting is Amy Eskridge's case and what Frank Milburn had to say with regard to her, the use of directed energy weapons, things of that nature. I think all these things are going to be looked at and analyzed with a fine-tooth comb, so to speak, by the FBI.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When
Let
you're
me
ready
ask
to
y'all
record-
something. All
Do research.
bullshit aside, Israel is who I would suspect the most, right? And I'm going to tell you, and the reason that I think Israel would do something like that is, for one, they've done attacked us, and why our country tried to hide it from us makes no sense to me. But it's confirmed. They fucking straight up attacked us, and they don't even bring that shit up. It's either Israel or Iran, one of the two.
Mr. Nance.
And why in the fuck would we have something to do with a country who steadily keeps trying to fucking bug us, right? They're trying to bug the fucking White House, and they're trying to follow Trump around. It's fucking weird. And, I wonder if Trump feels like that they're trying to get him. And that's why he's kind of caved to him so much.
So advanced, it's beyond what many of us
I
can
don't
even
trust him
imagine.
either, Ringo.
For
I just
instance,
don't.
Amy
Something just don't
Escalation,
seem right.
allegedly dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is after she texted friends saying, "If I am found dead, I did not," repeat, did not commit suicide. She was working on anti-gravity jet propulsion, which is amazing. It's specifically, she was working
Lady, you
with
don't
her
know what it
father
is.
on an idea she wanted to present to NASA. And it dealt with a craft, an aircraft called TR-3B, T-Toy R-3B brother, a triangular craft. And with anti-gravity jet propulsion, that craft could go up, down, to either side, catty-cornered, diagonally, and at rapid rates of speed, unlike anything that we are familiar with, basically defying the laws of gravity. That's what anti-gravity jet propulsion is, and it can be used for a myriad of purposes. The other woman we are discussing, Monica Jacinto Reza, worked at AFR.
Yeah, Bob Lazar, Ringo.
Anyway. She was working on an amazing
Hey,
alloy, a
and a lot of people
metal
owe
was
that dude an
highly
apology too. They tried to act like Bob was fucking crazy when he come out with that shit. I remember when he first came out with that and went public, everybody kind of humiliated him and tried to treat him like he's fucking crazy.
resistant to be used on rockets called Mondelez. Many of us have never even heard of that. Now, you mentioned directed energy attacks. And I now know, since I've been investigating this, that a Russian agent was here, apprehended here in the US in the 2020s with such a device. So this is no longer, in other words, it's like shooting a gun, except it's microwaves. Yes, something that many people only imagine is real. I didn't know that until I started investigating this. Could you describe what that
This
is?
bitch has just got a fucking
Well,
presence
sure.
about
The
her.
stuff you're
Very
talking about is not
unlikable.
science fiction. The triangular-shaped craft that you're describing have been seen and reported about for decades. These individuals, Reza, for instance, was working at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which is directly connected to General McCaslin. It's also directly.
Let's see what Trump got to say about this shit.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. But first, we get to go to Alex Hogan in Doral, Florida. Alex, what you got down there?
Hi, Joey. So just minutes ago, we got this news that President Trump announcing a new operation. This is Project Freedom that will allow some of these ships that have been stuck in the Strait of Hormuz to be safely escorted out of that waterway. The president, who is here in Doral at his golf club watching the PGA Cadillac Championship, posted this on Truth Social, saying, "For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business." Today, the Iranians claim that the U.S. has responded to their latest proposal. President Trump posted online that he doubted that the proposal would be acceptable. Iran says this is a 14-point plan following the U.S.'s 9-point proposal. Iran says that these were not nuclear negotiations, and President Trump has made clear that Iran's nuclear capability is a non-negotiable.
There has to be a wide open Strait of Hormuz, and there has to be a turnover of the enriched uranium and no path to a nuclear weapon. Those are the goals that the president's laid out and that we must achieve. And it really
Now,
is
on the other hand,
in Iran's
just kind of turning it over in my brain.
The administration.
On the other hand, with Iran having this nuclear shit and us taking and being at war with them, what a way to fucking get back at us. You know what I mean? Take our scientists over there and make them create the weapon that's going to destroy us.
Greenlighting more than $8.6 billion in emergency arms sales to partners in the Middle East. It comes amid growing tensions with European allies. Today, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says there's no link between the recent comments and the U.S. decision to remove troops from Germany, saying, quote, "I'm not giving up on working with the transatlantic relationship, nor am I giving up on working with Donald Trump." Although last night, President Trump says that there could be an even larger withdrawal.
Why is the U.S. removing troops from Germany?
We're going to cut way down, and we're cutting a lot further than 5,000. Thank you very much.
in terms of this latest announcement, Project Freedom, the president says that this will aim to free up companies and individuals, especially for those who have been on ships that have been unable to move out of the Strait of Hormuz. The president also giving a warning, saying that if there is any interference with this mission to try to get these ships out of the Strait of Hormuz safely, that will be dealt with forcefully. Joey.
Alex Hogan, thanks for the update.
I wonder how they're going to pull
Be
that
sure
off.
to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
I wonder how they're going to pull that off.
At Garden of Life, we combine a range of probiotic strains.
How in the hell we get
your
on
gut.
Cletus
Garden of
McFarland?
Life.
Let me speed this up here. We'll probably get hit if I don't.
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
People, always say, well, how did you feel? How did you feel going? How did you feel when you first looked at the craft? And it's not excitement. It's an ominous feeling. It's just we're so used to something else. It's like, people say, well, that must have been so cool. No, it was not cool at all. I actually wanted to go back out. It's a really creepy feeling in there. Galileo was the project I was involved in that dealt with the power and propulsion system of the craft. This is where they talked about reverse engineering.
Ain't that crazy? This is what he was talking about, and that's what the scientists that come up missing.
We are reverse engineering something that some other entities made. This is where it became real for me. And if they have a machine that is producing its own gravitational field, they really want to know how to make more of those.
Do you ever wish you could forget what you saw?
Oh, no, not at all. No, I want to see it again. I want to know more about everything there.
If you could ask somebody who worked at S4 right now, right? If you could talk to them right now, what's something you'd ask?
What did you find out? Where did we go from there? I mean, tell me anything.
Yeah.
Tell me, how was the power generated? How did the components communicate to each other? What range did they work at?
Ringo's son tells me we'll never know the truth, man.
It's like having a crossword puzzle with nothing in it. Just please put a letter anywhere and I'd be happy. He rotates the emitter further than he did before, and a little black dot, a little ball forms there. And as I walked out under the craft, I couldn't see the craft. As I got closer to it, the craft just turned into sky. What I was seeing was the light bending around the craft. Imagine if you could control that, right? You could do, what you could do.
If you could have taken one small item from the hangar with you, what would it be?
From the hangar?
Or from the lab?
Here's my question. If we've got these crafts and we're able to fly them and all this shit, then why ain't we using them? Like right now in Iran, why ain't we using them? They couldn't shoot them down.
It's kind of a trick question there. Boy, I just don't want to get into that.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Actually, to answer the question, I may have already done that.
Do you like the sound of your own voice?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't really like it, but I have to deal with it.
Yeah, no one does. Well, especially after doing this documentary.
Yeah.
Do you ever get sick of watching yourself on video? And
I can't tolerate myself on video. It's just like listening to your voice. It's anytime I look at myself, I'm disappointed. I never meet my own specifications. If I look at a sketch I made, oh my God, how embarrassing. So
yeah,
I don't know. I don't live up to my own specs.
I think everybody's their own worst critic. I've had to overcome that in the decade-long, incessantly filming and hearing myself and then editing myself on top of that. It's enough to make you never want to do again. But I gotta climb that hurdle every single time.
Yeah.
So we're in this together. All right, Bob Lazar. Welcome to the skiff.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to be here.
Yeah, good to have you here. Thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it. I know that these interviews, I know that you rarely do them, and not because you're being evasive, but because you feel like you've told your story.
Yeah, I really have. It's I thought initially I did one story and then I made a videotape and thought that would be it. And if anybody wanted to know the story, they could just play the tape.
Yeah.
But people had other questions, other things happen, and So I do it. I don't really like doing any public appearances, but you know, once in a while I stick my head above.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. And I'm sure everybody watching, or most people watching, appreciate it. Yeah, this undertaking of doing this project with Luigi, this Project Gravitor or S4.
Yeah, it's
the
kind of
Bubble
what I
side story.
said
I
too.
mean, this has been something you've been doing for almost 3 years.
Yeah, it was after doing Jeremy Corbell's film, I really thought that would be the end. And I had really no interest in doing anything further at that point.
Yeah.
And, was contacted by Luigi. I think I kind of, skipped taking his phone calls here and there for a little while, but eventually we hooked up and he said, look, it was so motivated, and said, just let's show exactly what you saw.
I'm going to drop the link if
eventually
anybody
I relented and said,
wants to get up
okay,
and
let's
bullshit,
go for it. I'll
talk
tell you
about this,
exactly
they
the
more
way
than
everything
welcome
was. If
to.
you want to do graphics, I'll correct everything to exactly what I saw. And I mean, to my surprise, he really, really did it. The graphics I've seen on the CGI looks like it was literally downloaded from my brain.
Yeah.
It's impressive. I can't tell it from reality. It's exactly like, so I'm anxious to see the upcoming film, because it's from the little clips I've seen. It's
yeah,
it's what I saw.
That's an incredible statement,
Bro, that's a
great
good,
testimony,
that's
to
a
the
good
project.
point, Ringo.
I myself have had the
Very
opportunity
well
to see
could be.
select clips and even, try the VR version.
Oh, that's really cool.
And yeah, and
Ooh,
I mean,
mama God.
the one thing that struck me
No,
putting this on
not with me
for the
when he
first
got
time, and for someone
When
who's
y'all
been
got
following
back.
your story, your journey, and really trying to like dig into this and try to make connections and, figure out, what's going on with this project right now, putting this mask on and being in that place, to me, I thought I was excited at first, and then an overwhelming sense of dread.
See, that's amazing, because that's exactly how I felt. And for him to be able to present that on film, it's surprising to me that can be conveyed that way. Because when I walked in there, people, always said, well, how did you feel? How did you feel when you first looked at the craft? And it's not excitement. It's an ominous feeling.
Yeah.
And when I showed it to my friend, or Luigi showed it to my friend, Gene Huff, who I had confided in at that time, he said, wow, it's really creepy. It's almost an ominous feeling. I said, that's exactly it. How do you get that feeling through that? So to me, that's what told me Luigi hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Because I can't describe it, but you experienced it too.
Yeah. And I think I'm excited for people to experience that, if that's even something to get excited about, people, feeling terrified.
Yeah.
But it is this, it's almost so strange, because you understand pardon the pun, but the gravity of this situation, right? When you're seeing human technology so primitive compared to this, pristine, beautiful, perfect vessel that's just sitting there with wires coming out of it, of extension cords. And there's just that dichotomy of our tech versus theirs, and the fact that this is like
Copper top. They definitely can reach
in a
us.
hillside somewhere.
Russia's right there by Alaska, bro. They can definitely reach America. Maybe not as far into America like Washington, but they definitely can reach us.
There, and you get to witness it is really impressive. But I mean, the dark pewter color of this craft doesn't help. I mean, it also,
no, nothing. I mean, it has no human marks on it. There's nothing is superfluous. There's nothing extra on the craft. Not a line, not a bump. There's nothing stylized. Everything there has a specific function.
Yeah.
And there's really nothing that we make like that. And also, everything has different shapes in our world. Everything has sharp corners or round corners, but everything in the craft didn't. It was all the same material, all the same sheen, all the same radius of curvature on everything. It's really a weird environment. And even the way light plays itself inside there. I was talking to Luigi about this, when he was trying to get the craft to work, because he has it working in a actual physical environment. And we can put in spotlights. And in the one time I was inside the craft, they had the little tripod halogen lights set up inside. So there were some other guys working, and we came in to see the placement of the reactor. And the lights were on full brightness, and they didn't light up the inside. They lit up where they were shining, but it doesn't refract anywhere. it really, it doesn't, you can have a light shining straight at a wall here and coming back trying to work here and you're working in the dark and it's just a really weird environment. But the fact is that happened in Luigi's simulation, which again really impressed me because I said, apparently you really got it because it's not the material. Apparently it's the angles.
Yeah. And I mean, not only that, it just, you know, for a lot of people out there, I think it validates what you're saying at the same time, because, you know, to say something like that prior to making it, it almost doesn't make sense.
Right.
Right. So when you say, oh, we put the lights in the craft, these halogen lights, but it didn't get brighter, it stayed dark. You think, well, I mean, just turn the brightness up on the lights,
yeah,
right?
that's nonsense. Yeah, but Luigi, I think he said he turned it up to 600% and it still didn't get brighter. And I said, that's exactly it.
Yeah,
that's exactly
how
how
strange.
it was. Yeah.
And that's partially because I guess he had the non-reflective sort of matte metal almost that was absorbent, I guess, light absorbent.
Yeah, but it wasn't that absorbment. It's, you know, it wasn't, what do they call it, Vanta black or anything like that to suck light in. No, I mean, it was a pewter color. It should, but that's how it works.
Just
inside.
non-reflective, really.
Yeah. I mean, the whole craft is just kind of an enigma.
So let's go back into this project. I want to talk a little bit about meeting Edward Teller initially, and what that was like for you as a young man. I mean, and with, you know, the documentary, there's even proof now that Edward Teller was at Los Alamos University giving a lecture on the day that you said he was there, and there's proof of that. There's footage of that.
Yeah.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, our sleep experts can match you with a perfect sleep system designed to help. Like the Tempur Ergo Smart Base. It responds and helps reduce snoring. Upgrade now and get 3% back on Tempur-Pedic. Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
It bothered us too that your employees weren't taking full advantage of their retirement plans. So Vanguard created something to give them a little nudge. With Vanguard's Well on Your Way, 87% of employees took action to improve their financial well-being. Vanguard. Discipline that delivers.
I'll tell you what happened. I mean, I was working at Los Alamos. It was a slow day. And in the Los Alamos paper, that day just happened to be the day I was on the front page of the paper. I mean, I drove my little Honda car to work every day that I put a jet engine in. And sometimes I just drove with the jet to Los Alamos, and, you know, that security would flip out about that. But it became noticed, and, you know, the newspaper did, well, we'll do a front page thing on this guy. On that day, Edward Teller was giving a lecture at the lab. In fact, if you flip over the front page, right on there, it'll say Ed Teller giving a lecture at the lab about, you know, nuclear weapons. I don't remember specifically the topic about nuclear weapons, but that's what it was. And it was kind of slow day at the lab, and I wanted to go see the lecture. So I left early to go there. When I got there, Ed Teller was sitting outside on the block wall by, you know, the place he was going to speak at. And I walked out and he was reading the paper. So I walked out, you know, and said, you know, apparently waiting for someone or waiting to let them in. But I walked up and introduced myself, and I said, you know, hey, I'm Bob, the guy on the front. And anyway, we got to talking, and, you know, it was really cool because he's a guy out of history.
Oh my God. Yeah.
You know, big time. So that was really neat. And, you know, went into, you know, watch his presentation, so on and so forth. Time goes on. You know, I eventually leave the lab, start a business on my own, and start contracting with the lab instead of working for him. And then, you know, moved to Las Vegas and have been out of the scientific community for a while, and just kind of started missing it and said, I got to do something else. So I started sending resumes out and sent one to him, and, you know, getting a few back here and there, and finally get a response from him saying, you know, I think there's some people that might be interested in you. And he gave me a contact at EG&G Special Projects. So I went down there. They were, at that time, they were based at McCarran Airport in Las Vegas, big building. And I have no idea what EG&G Special Projects are. But,
we still don't.
Yeah. Apparently there were special projects. But went in there and, you know, had an interview, did really well, and kind of went home and didn't hear anything. I thought, oh, I guess that didn't pan out. But eventually they did contact me and said, you know, there's another job I think you would be better suited for. Why don't you come back in? So I went back in, had a different interview. And anyway, that was the job for S4.
How different was that interview? Like, can you give us
the same? It's just different people.
Different people?
Yeah, it was just different
Were the
people.
questions more scientifically oriented, or were they personal?
No,
were
the second set of questions were almost exclusively what I did in my spare time. The first one was
like
all
hobbies?
technical stuff. Yeah. What do you do? You know, what do you do when you leave work? What do you do here? You know, what have you built anything? You know, what that it was all after the fact questions. So
did that strike you as like
yeah,
a
it
little
was
strange?
really, really unusual. So I've never run into that before in any interview. And it's just kind of like they were taking the information from the first interview and just adding any kind of personal stuff to it. I mean, do you drink? Do you go out, after work? Do you go, running around the bars and things? And, anyway, answering all that stuff and, went back home, but eventually they called me.
Yeah. And at this point, you're like, cool, got a job. Nice.
I got a job. Nice. And what they said, it's advanced propulsion technology. And it's, it was supposed to move into a 2 weeks on, 1 week off thing where I would actually stay out at the test site. So
yeah, you were already doing a lot of work on propulsion yourself with like the jet engine, but your passion as well is sort of propulsion, is blowing stuff up.
Yeah. I mean, anything to do with a jet or rocket engines, or I mean, anything high energy, microwaves. If it's just harnessing tremendous amounts of energy and controlling it, I'm on board with that. And
this seems like a perfect fit then.
Yeah, I guess it will. Yeah, as it turned out to be, exactly harnessing tremendous amounts of energy and focusing it the way you need it. Yeah, there was a dream, really.
So you get a call to get this job, to get this position, and can you take us through your first day as you remember it? If you remember sort of the first day, I'm sure like now after all these years, it's probably a conglomerate of all sorts of memories.
Yeah,
but
it does. I can do the first day, but I can't separate
the first from the fourth
from the because they begin to fuse together after 35 years.
And sorry to interrupt, but like just so people understand this as well, because Luigi actually gave me a really great example. He goes to me and he says, "Have you tried remembering what your third grade classroom looks like?" And I go, "Yeah, sort of." And he's like, "What color were the chairs?" I'm like, "Whoa."
Yeah. Those are questions people ask me. Yeah, and they get really upset. So you can't remember, can you?
So
I went,
let's put
no,
that out
I
there.
can't. Well, obviously this is all made up. I said, it's not, but yeah, I mean, give me a break.
Yep.
Yeah, the first time I went out there, I was called out to, again, EG&G Special Projects. So I went there, and like I said, that's at McCarran Airport. Now you can go out of the back of that, and that's where they had the Janet flights, which were the 27,
737, 727.
Yeah, they were jets with the red stripe on them. Yeah. Anyway, they were only used by the government at that time to fly back and forth to Area 51 or the other, to the different test site areas, to Tonopah and back from Las Vegas. So I flew that, and that landed at Area 51. That would be my first Area 51 proper, Groom Lake is where we landed. And then I was taken into a room there, and that's where we went over all the security protocols and what was expected of me, and signed all kinds of security forms, so on and so forth.
You were alone during that portion, during that flight? Was there
no,
other
during
people?
that flight, Dennis Mariani, who was my supervisor, very military looking guy, short hair, looked like he just walked out of the Marines, no sense of humor whatsoever. Just followed me everywhere, and he was kind of my shadow at the time.
Yeah. But did he have like a sense of humor at all or anything? Was he just like, he was
dead. Nothing was funny to him at all. And
sounds like a fun time.
Yeah. He was a creepy dude to hang out with. So anyway, we're there. The first day was really just signing that stuff, and that was about it.
Yeah. I want to talk about something that happened recently that I had someone reach out. You know this. I had someone reach out to the channel who was a pilot for one of these planes, right? Who was contracted to EG&G during those years that you were there, and recalls meeting Dennis.
So I'm looking at the Marine tracker right now, and there is a lot of fucking traffic going on in the straits right now. Let's just click
over a dozen times.
Let's just go pop in on them and see right here. So it's hard to tell if these boats are moving or not, because this is really a big area. Oh, that one there looked like it was moving. One minute ago, 11 knots. That's a Chinese tanker for natural gas. It doesn't say how far he moved. Let's see what the Maritime news says. Ship traffic halted straight after dry cargo vessel breakdown. Security. Second bulk carrier approached by suspicious skiff off Yemen coast. The UK Maritime Trade reported another bulk carrier approached by a skiff approximately 84 nautical miles southwest of Yemen on the 2nd. This marks the second bulk carrier being approached by a skiff in the same region on May 1st, raising security concerns. U.S. releases 6 Iranian seafarers of detained vessel. Gulf of Oman approached 19th of April have been released by U.S. according to Iran's news. So this was on the 28th. Iran's news media reported that 3 crew members of a commercial tanker were injured after being intercepted by Iranian Coast Guard, which fired warning shots at the vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. There have been no reports of fatalities. All crew members aboard the vessel are reported to be safe. The incident occurred on April 25th as a vessel with 24 crew members, including 7 Indians, was sailing near Port Oman. The tanker, along with other vessels, was intercepted by Iranian Coast Guard, which reportedly fired warning shots. The incident injured 3 crew members, including, well, how are they safe if they fucking are injured? The Indian general of the shipping stated that there were no casualties and all the crew members aboard the vessel were safe. That don't even make fucking sense. All right, buddy. Appreciate you coming by, Copper Top. I'm trying to get back to the regular fucking thing here. Map, that's what we're looking for. Close that. I wonder where the rich story is now. I've got it in my fleet. Let's see where it is. That'll tell us something if they've come out of there or not. And they appear not to have came out of there. All right, so they're still sitting there. That's fucking wild. So they're sitting right off the coast there. Huh. Yeah, there's a lot of boats in there. Definitely. And see, this is the boat that they say has ran the straits. Who took off. They're at anchor and have been at anchor. Ain't that something? Fast track. They lied to us, bruh. All right, back to Bob Lazar. I'm curious, Ringo, to see how, like, I'm curious to see what they do when they start moving. Shit.
Everything, and then and he was very nice, a very nice guy, but then all of a sudden just dropped off the face of the earth. Blocked my number. Yep, and he was verified. So it was the first time, I guess, we were going to get a pilot from one of these planes to come on, but I guess he may have gotten dissuaded at some point, which I don't think is surprising to you.
No, it's not. I hear stories like that from George Knapp too much. Oh, why we got a guy that knows you. I mean, he's seen you there, and so on and so forth. And we're talking to him tomorrow, and tomorrow comes and goes, and the next day comes and goes, and and then George has some story that connects to that, and we're never talking to him again, and he's gone. So,
but sufficient to say that he places Dennis. He called him John. Was like his nickname, I guess, or his middle name or something. But he places him there. And then so you get there, you fill out these papers. On that first day, is that all you did? Did they bring you to the site on that day, or did you go back home?
I think that was all that happened that day, because we went there late. I think or like I said, a lot of the days fused together. Yep. I think we went there late, did the paperwork, and I went home.
Yeah.
And the next time they brought me to the site.
Mm-hmm.
Push a realist far enough and he comes into a nominalist. Push a nominalist far enough and he turns into a realist. What does that mean? Well, it means the same thing as if you investigate matter thoroughly, you turn up with mind. If you investigate mind thoroughly, you turn up with matter. So investigate you and you get the external world. And what happens if you investigate the external world? Well, you get you. How are things like when we're not looking up? The act of knowing changes what you are knowing. Knowledge of something is the same as action upon it. You may just observe things and write them down. The really good knowledge is always accumulated by an action upon the world to see what changes that action makes.
So the next time you get in, you land, you go to the waiting room, I guess, or some type of compartment where they hold you until the bus comes?
Well, not at that time, because the second time the bus was there.
On the tarmac?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or close to it. And again, I was with Dennis, and
Yep.
We went into a bus, which was a, navy painted school bus with blacked out windows, and just sat down, right at the front seat, right where the, big bar is, and sat there, and Dennis sat across from me, and the entire way we're driving down there was like a 15, 20-minute drive or something south. Dennis is just staring at me, which is just as so I just keep looking out the front window, and it's just a weird guy. Yeah. So
maybe some type of intimidation technique, because that's something
I don't know.
You weren't a stranger to over there. Like they would, I've heard you say they would regularly like check you, like to almost like a fear tactic. Like they would, very military.
Yeah, certainly after that.
Yeah.
The security at S4 was like those guys train all the time, and they're just waiting for something to go wrong so they can do something. It's like a football player training all the time and never getting to play a game. So as soon as an opportunity comes up, they're excited. But then we went past where the hangar doors would be at S4 because I couldn't see those, and around the side, and we got out of the bus and went into a single door you know, on the side of this hill. I mean, I couldn't really see anything. It was just,
Yeah.
you know, a short area that Dennis led me into.
And sort of this like unceremonious, sort of unromantic entrance. So there's just like random door in a hill.
Dirt and yeah, it was just nothing. It wasn't, you know, well kept or anything. And went in there and there was a, you know, small room and, you know, a guard desk and, you know, very uneventful.
So while you're driving, you said you drove past the doors, the hangar doors. You didn't see them. Was
No,
that
not that time. I only realized I passed them
because of
in the future, you know,
yeah.
when I saw them. But yeah, we just, once we made the turn, we had already passed those. But
we get to talk about this now because at this point, everything will be, I think, available to talk about. But there's a picture of those doors. So by the time this comes out, that'll be publicly available. But that picture.
You're talking about Luigi's image?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Or, I mean, there's also a guy that, you know, did that on Google Earth.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but there's the Luigi's image.
That's perfect. It's exactly the way it looked.
Yeah. And, you know, not only that, I mean, he's had Ron Masters, who
What's up, Kate? What's up, Mike?
Look at, you know, the pixels and everything else and deem this.
We watching Bob
those
Lazar.
are indeed anomalous shapes.
Oh, right.
They're not natural. And you can count 9 doors. I mean, that is an incredible piece.
If I'm being honest,
vindicative sort of
in the background, I'm watching the cameras throw over Israel because I suspect some shit's gonna pop off tonight. We shall see, because Trump's planning on moving them boats. And I'm just curious to see how all that shit plays out. If I'm being 100% honest, that's what I'm doing. We shall see, though.
Like just information that completely exonerates that whole story for me. How did that feel when you saw that picture for the first time? Did that stir anything in you?
I mean, it's always great to be vindicated by, you know, to some degree, but to me, I already know that's the way it is. So
yeah, there's going to be something. It's going to go tonight.
That. Hey, what you said is right. Yeah, I know. You know, so
Fair
so I can't get too excited about it. But it's nice to see less people saying you're absolutely full of shit. You know?
Yeah. When I saw that, I mean, it was almost scary. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. That's you know, it you know, and not to say that I don't believe your story. That's not what I'm saying, but it is something else from an onlooker outside looking in, somebody who's trying to be pragmatic and logical about
No, but
things.
it's a fair thing to say. I mean, you can't believe it. You need enough information. And if I can't provide that, then it's fair.
Yeah.
And you can say, hey, I mean, what you say might be true, it might be not. And that's it. But you can't make a distinction either way. You know, without more information. You can't say this is just total nonsense. Well, I mean, to give me a break, look at the facts. And if the facts start piling in, it starts leaning my way. And it's just nice to see that it's been going that way.
Yeah, it's been pretty one-sided, actually. It's been leaning to your side, I think, since the beginning, in my opinion. Okay, so you get into this door. We're in this room. Is this the room where there's the scanner to get into the next section?
Yeah, there is. Now, there's sometimes a guard in there and sometimes there's not. I do not remember if this time there was a guard there. I just don't. But anyway, there's the hand scanner. And Luigi's duplicated that. I don't remember the name of it.
It was Identimat. The Identimat, like 2000 or something. Yeah.
And I guess it's a different version of it, but it's there's a bright light on top and you put your hand in the scanner and it measures the length of your bones that are supposed to be unique. That was the first time I was putting my hand on there and it recorded it or whatever. And then it stores your badge in it. So when you put your hand on there, your badge comes out.
Yeah, see, I got it.
And it's a badge.
I got it running in the background.
Open the doors.
Right, the door that you're allowed in.
Yeah. Now you can either, you know, clip it on your, you know, your shirt or your lab coat or whatever and keep taking it off. Or as, you know, later on, I found out that Barry had a bunch of giant O-rings you can clip it onto. And then, you know, you can stretch it and let it snap back. And the reason you do that is because, like I mentioned about the security guards before, they're waiting for anything to go wrong. If it slips inside your shirt, if you stick it in your pocket by error and it's not visible, they will throw you against the wall and give you the 3rd degree about, you know, procedures and, you know.
Did that happen to you?
Yeah, that did. And that's why I put the rubber O-ring on and clipped my badge on that. So it was always dangling around. I never needed to take it off because
Yeah.
it had, I had it clipped on and it slipped behind my lab coat so it wasn't visible to the world.
They were just waiting.
Yeah. It was, look, these guys had to go, if I had to go pee in the bathroom, they didn't just go to the bathroom with you. They stood there and watched you pee. I mean, they had to watch everything you were doing. I mean, security was so tight.
Yeah.
It was so oppressive.
Yeah.
It actually just destroyed your will to work there.
Oh, understandably. Yeah. That would be a big bummer. Okay. So like I'm piecing this together here on an emotional level and a psychological level. Like, first of all, you're being flown on a plane with one other person. You're being taken on this bus ride. This guy's staring you down, this military looking dude, blacked out bus driving off site, going to this place. There's this weird shady door. You're scanning your hand like it's some type of sci-fi movie. You're getting a scanner out, security everywhere. What's your emotional state like at this point? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do remember. I had the feeling that not everybody wanted me hired there. And, that's why I was kind of getting like the third degree. But yeah, I tried to do what they wanted.
Yeah.
And maintain and still be myself. So, I mean, things worked out, but it was really uncomfortable and just you're not going to make much progress working like that. You can't have the military in control of anything other than the military.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, well,
it just
Bob's
doesn't
a
work.
fucking bitch, ain't
Yeah. And as we'll come to
they
find
were
out,
mean to me.
The military is pretty much in control of all of that. And still is to, I think to a certain extent. So you get your badge. Do you immediately meet Barry? Do they take you to meet your partner? How long into the process do you think? Was it the first week or?
Oh yeah, it was the first couple of days.
First couple of days.
Yeah.
You get introduced to your lab partner.
Yeah. The first time I went into the nurse, which is if you walk in.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The, right up there, if you want to call that the security room, whatever, there's a hallway off to the right that goes, to the nurse. And they just do a general checkup and then they do an allergen test on your arm.
Mm-hmm.
And, as she explains to you, as the only female there, that you're going to be working with a lot of exotic materials that we know nothing about. And we want to know if you're going to have any allergic reaction to them. So they do a grid on my arm and just poked me with a bunch of different materials. And then I think I had to go back that day after that and wait like 2 days for that before I went back looking for it. And nothing swelled up or any of that.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, right.
Because what's the cure for that?
Yeah, who knows? But I went back and then saw her again. And then I think there's this just general, I don't remember what the hell she said it was, but something for your immune system or something like that. I drank like a pine color. It reminded me of pine sol. It was that color, a deep brownish yellow color. And,
yeah.
And
opaque?
No, you could see it was translucent.
Okay.
And then I was free to go. And that day, whatever day that was, that's when Dennis took me to meet Barry, who was going to be my lab partner. And, the way it is, I explained to you, the way it worked was we all worked on the buddy system, they called it. Everybody has a lab partner. You can exchange information and ideas with that one person, and that's it. There's no talking to anybody else in any groups and things like that. And
meet Cancelina. She's a credit wrecker. She doesn't know that canceling older credit cards when they're paid off can decrease the length of her history. Don't be like Cancelina. Learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com. Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
Oh, Bob was a fucking bitch, it sounds like.
When I went in to meet Barry, saw the lab that we're going to be working in, he was like super happy to see me. Like he had been alone for a while. So, I mean, he showed me around. There's kind of a whole story there, but yeah, that was the day that I first met him. And then, after I was shown a bunch of things, we went back and, it was the end of that day. The days were kind of short. As soon as it started getting fairly dark, I would wind up going home.
Do you know why that is, or was that was just the schedule?
I think it was just because the plane was leaving at that time.
Right.
And I wasn't set up to start staying there. I knew Barry stayed there.
He lived there?
Not lived there, but I mean...
You stayed for a few days? Or?
Yeah, I think it was either you stayed there for a week and had 2 weeks off, or you stayed there for 2 weeks and had 1 week off.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Type of rotation.
Yeah. So, yeah, I wasn't at that level yet. I was just being introduced to things.
That must have been kind of exhausting.
Yeah, it was, because it wasn't a normal work schedule.
Yeah.
The way it would work was they would call me at random times. I mean, it could even be on a Saturday. I'm out mowing the lawn or doing something, and I come in, and they'd say, somebody would call from McCarran Airport or EG&G Special Projects, and they'd say the name, this is Julie from EG&G Special Projects. It is now 4:10. We expect you to be on the tarmac at 6:15. And
Don't be late,
okay,
bitch.
thank you, click. And so, all right, I guess I'll put some clothes on and you get there and drive
my
there and, park my car, and at 6:15 I'd be standing on the tarmac and, get on the plane, and that's it. So it's really weird like that and unpredictable.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know why that was. Maybe that was some kind of test in some way to see if I'd be flexible or what.
Seems like an environment where, I spoke to a guy, a friend of mine, Hakeem Isler. He worked at PSYOP for a little bit in the military, and it was something that they had to go through, was like stress inoculation. They would constantly like be up in an hour. Oh, never mind. And like this, they'd be, sort of dragged along emotionally just to sort of get them used to being under high stress environments. Like that was something that they would.
Maybe that was it.
Yeah, they were trying to like prep you for certain things. And so, all right, now let's get back to Project Gravator, because we're coming into this place now. Luigi and his team did such an amazing job creating that bus ride, seeing the hangars from the bus, entering that door, getting your hand scanner, and then eventually going into the infirmary. How accurate is that infirmary?
It's 100%.
Really?
The whole thing's 100%. Like even I couldn't see the bus on the outside.
Yeah.
You're seeing what I couldn't see, but that would have been what my eyes saw.
Yeah.
Because the hangars looked just like that. The infirmary was just like that. I mean, they spent 3 years working on this, trying to get it exactly perfect. And to my surprise, they did. So it's right on.
Was there anything that, because I know that like a few times, like especially when eventually we'll get into the craft and we'll get into, you mentioned before, the tripod light, but this is kind of information that sort of started arising now that the environment had the ability to jog your memory, because that's a real thing. Like if you showed me a picture of my classroom in grade 3, I guarantee you I'd start recalling things that I'd forgotten.
Yeah, that happened with Luigi too. He'd start building the rooms and say, look in here. And, I said, oh, wait. No. The desk was there. Oh, yeah, wait, there was a whiteboard there. Yeah, I mean, it did bring back memories, but, how could it not when you start seeing it and it becomes, close to reality? There's a couple things you always forget until you see it.
Sure.
And, that really filled in some blanks, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, that must have been pretty cool. I mean, in any environment, like if you were to go back in grade 3, I'd still like to see my classroom, be like, oh, wow, this is kind of gnarly that I get to be here, So in any scenario, but in this specific one, I think a little bit cooler, arguably. So, okay, you go to the infirmary, you get these tests, then you meet Barry. Barry's excited to see you. Is this where Barry breaks the news that the previous person who'd worked there had passed?
Yeah. Once I got introduced to Barry, and everything's kind of copacetic. So Dennis leaves.
Okay.
And then Barry now is excited to show me around the lab, and he says, I am going to show you stuff that's so awesome. I'm excited. This is great. And well, wait, I left out a gigantic part here. Before I met Barry, we went to the briefing room where I read, all kinds of briefing. Yeah.
Okay, let's pause here for a second. Yeah,
we left out a major part. Yeah.
Arguably one of my favorite parts. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. After the nurse stuff was done, the next, boy, it's hard to remember what came before the nurse or the briefings. I think the nurse came first, but anyway, I think it was second, the briefings. I go into a room with Dennis. There is literally a stack of blue folders there. And he said, like, here's a synopsis of the projects going on. We need to get you caught up or at least familiarized with them until, then we can bring you in. And so I started reading through those. And that's where I learned there were several projects going on. Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, Project Looking Glass. Galileo was the project I was involved in that dealt with the power and propulsion system of the craft. And this is where they talked about reverse engineering extraterrestrial equipment. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. But then I also thought, are they just pulling my leg? And this is nonsense. And this is just some kind of test of some kind. So I just continued reading through it. Project Sidekick dealt with the weapon potential of the craft, and Project Looking Glass dealt with the fact that it produced its own gravitational field if the flow of time can be distorted. And again, I'm not talking about going back in time. I'm
just
talking
time
about
dilation.
can you change time by a few milliseconds? Are you
Mhm.
able to affect time at all? And so there was a lot to go through there, which I did.
Those, I mean, those three projects, the one thing that stands out to anyone who looks into that is that it's the three potentialities, or the three directions you can take gravity in: space with the craft, propulsion; time with time dilation; and weaponization. Is like how to manipulate gravity. How do we maximize the manipulation of gravity? Right? Weapons, time, space. Control that. That's like the Holy Trinity. Like you have that, you rule the world, right?
Yeah. Look, if you can produce gravity, if you can control gravity, you have a machine that makes gravity, and you can control its intensity, you already rule the world.
Yeah.
You don't realize the potential that has, because as I've said before, all the stuff you've seen in science fiction movies now becomes a reality.
Yeah.
Now you've got force fields, now you've got time travel, now you've got warp drive. Everything hinges on that. And if they have a machine that is producing its own gravitational field, they really want to know how to make more of those.
Yeah, that would be high priority. I often think of like, it's a good reason to keep it secret.
Yeah.
Get that in the wrong hands. You got some type of time dilating weapon or whatever that is, right?
The other side gets that, you lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Out of those three projects, which one do you find most fascinating?
I mean, I naturally like propulsion, but I have this real destructive streak in me, and I kind of like Sidekick. But on the other hand, I mean, all three are interesting, but how could you not be interested in interfering with the flow of time?
Looking
Because
glass.
that's the most powerful thing of all. It's even the most powerful weapon of all, is time. But all three of them are incredibly interesting.
Have you ever heard of the chronovisor?
No.
I have a note here. There's a guy. It's an Italian guy. That he was a monk, actually. I think I have it here. A Benedictine monk. Father Pellegrino Ernetti in 1950 said to have worked. He said he worked alongside Dr. Fermi, Werner von Braun, on a project of this machine that was able to peer back in time.
They're making me
machine
fill
that you can
out
look
for
through
this
and
fucking
take pictures
AIS
of
tracker.
past events.
Oh, fuck.
And that the Vatican ended up confiscating it. It's this, deep conspiracy. Is this real? Is it not real? I don't know. But I just thought it was interesting that, in the 1950s, this actually came, he first talked about this in the 70s, I think 1970. And so that came to light with the chronovisor, which I thought was really interesting. So when you first mentioned Project Looking Glass, I thought, whoa, that's kind of interesting.
I'd never heard about that.
Yeah. But either way, I see how all three of those things can be incredibly paradigm shifting for any civilization.
Yeah, and they're all fascinating to work on.
Did that occur to you then, that like what you were dealing with was beyond anything else? Did that occur to you in that moment, like when you were reading those documents, that holy shit, this is a big deal?
If this was true,
Yep.
Yeah, it did. And but I was only about 50% there.
Right.
I have no idea what these guys are going after here, and so I just read through the stuff, but I knew Project Galileo is what I was going to be assigned to. So
yeah,
I'm all for it.
There was a whole other section of the documents which we won't go deep on because I know how you feel about that section as well. But I have to ask still, like on maybe just a surface level. There was some hypnotic regression stuff that you did in the past to try and bring some of this memory stuff back on what those documents read. But generally speaking, there were mentions that the owners of the craft were from Zeta Reticuli. That was like that was what the document stated.
Yeah, there was a document that dealt with they called them biological entities that were on the
EBEs,
craft. Yeah. And I can't remember the way they worded it, but anyway, they had a couple drawings of them in there, and I think there was one photograph and the rest were drawings, and it just showed it was kind of the biology of their body, where their chest was cut open and there was one single organ inside their body.
Well,
kind of like if you cut open our bodies and all our organs had grown together as one general purpose thing in there.
Whoa.
And it's just the way they were inside. It also mentioned some information was gleaned from the craft that made them think it came from Zeta Reticuli, a different star system only visible in the southern hemisphere, like 30 some odd light years away. How they got that information, I'll never know.
Yeah.
Again, it was just in there. Whether or not there were aliens that actually looked like that, I'll never know.
Sure.
It was just pictures in there.
Yeah.
So I always had to make a distinction between the stuff I actually touched and knew worked that way and what they claimed. There's also one of the things Barry told me when we got working together. He said they put a bunch of crap in there That way, if information is spread around and the garbage they give different people is different. So if people start spouting stories that you read, they know exactly who to trace it back to.
Yeah.
So, so I was expecting nonsense in there. So
Passage material.
Yeah, I didn't give everything, 100% credibility right off the top.
I think as someone who's, pretty left brain, somebody who's like logically focused and like, hey, this is how I think I would also react the same way initially.
Yeah, you have to. And like, and just because people say, hey, there's government documents that say that. Yeah, there's lots of government documents. They say nonsense. It's intended that way.
Yeah.
So don't, don't be deceived just because it's, the Pentagon printed it out or some other government agency that it's 100% true.
Yeah. Don't hang your hat on it, but also shelve it.
Right. It could be.
Yeah.
Right.
Because that to me, prior to the podcast, we were talking a little bit and you'd mentioned, like the Betty and Barney Hill was the only other time that you heard that. And that was like back, in the 50s and we're in the 50s or 60s.
Yeah. Now I don't follow UFO lore or stories or UFO researchers, but, I have heard a few stories. But what was interesting is, the Betty and Barney Hill story, back in the early 60s, a mixed race couple claiming to be abducted, by some flying saucer. And apparently Betty, was able to talk to the aliens. And before they let her go, she said, where did you come from? And they show her a map.
What's up, Kate?
She remembers the map and, during an interview, draws it out. And they went, yeah, well, that's Zeta Reticuli. And the fact that it said Zeta Reticuli in my paperwork, well, that's a connection there. And so I pay attention to that. So maybe that story is true.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know for sure, but I do know for sure how the propulsion system works.
Yeah, that's something you can hang your hat on. What I find really fascinating is that like everything that you read about Project Galileo ended up being true.
Right. That's another notch you got to move forward. Everything I read about my Project Galileo, was in fact accurate. So just maybe everything else was too.
Yeah.
So,
but also, could just be passage material.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's you got to be careful there.
Yeah. I mean, we'll move past this in a sec. I just kind of want to talk a little bit about some of the memories that came back from that. There were also sort of there was like this general impression that there was some genetic modification they were doing to the human race, that they were suppressing consciousness to a certain extent in these documents, as far as you remember. Did that ever disturb you going forward, like after that, or did you really just like kind of categorize that as this could be BS?
Yeah, that really set off the BS alarm when I said, they claim there was, many corrections to the genetic evolution of, humans and just all kinds of other, wild claims that had, no proof to back them up whatsoever. And I really didn't put much credence in it at all. So I just brushed it off.
Okay. So now you read these documents, you're getting a little more prepped. They're surrounding you with all these guards, these people, they're giving you documents to read, strange files.
Yeah, but I still don't know what I'm really working on. I'm still expecting a very advanced jet fighter at this point, so I think they're just testing me with all this. What if we gave you information about flying saucers? Would you tell anybody about, no, I wouldn't. I'm staying with the program. And yeah, I'm expecting to be brought in there and seeing, the F-32.
Ringo, you know what's crazy?
That's when they brought me into Barry.
I'm on a different AIS tracker webpage, and it's a completely different than the other one that everybody's using. And what I mean by that is these ships are not there. Something's not right. Something is definitely not right. I'll show it to you. So the yellow are cargo vessels. The orange are tankers. I've got all of them, but that and the military vehicles blocked out. And there is no Richard Starry over here. What the fuck is going on here? That is crazy. That's wild, because that boat should be right here somewhere, and it's not. Because we just watched it on the other one. We just looked it up on the other one. This is a Pakistan warship right here. That is crazy. Let's let it get a chance to catch up, and then we'll see if we can see the United States ones out there. I'm going to keep scanning.
Barry, he gives you a tour prior to seeing the craft. Obviously, you get all the propulsion stuff now. You get all the...
Yeah, he has the part of the propulsion system laid out on all that, and really can't wait to show me. And he says, you're going to love this. And there's the small reactor. There's the gravity amplifier and the emitter on another table. And the system is running. And, he said, try to put your hands on the sphere there, which I did. And when I got close to it, I couldn't. It pushed off just like the like poles of a magnet, if you ever played with two big magnets. But with my hands, I went, oh my God, what is this? It's a real force field. And he said, no, just try with all your might. And I did. And you can't move an inch. The first maybe 2 or 3 inches is somewhat elastic, but after that, you're not getting anywhere. And the thing, he shut it off, and the reactor is kind of a hemisphere on a plate, and he moved it, and he said, it's not connected to the bench, and turned it on again. And he said, push on it, and pushing on it. So, I mean, what he was showing me was the force was not being transferred to that, or even if you couldn't touch it, you would think it would slide away, but it wasn't. So the force is just going away. It's not being transferred to the device that's repelling it. And this stuff was amazing, man. And then he showed me what this is actually doing is powering this emitter here. And then he showed me how that worked. And then he also mentioned, and you'll notice nothing's connected together. I went, where are we? This is like the Twilight Zone. So this was really, really blowing me away. And like, is this what powers, the aircraft? And he said, what did they explain to you? I said, nothing. They just, I just read these briefings, and Barry went over everything with me. And this is when I really realized, okay, we are reverse engineering something that some other entities made. And, this is where it became real for me.
When Barry went over everything that you had gone through, how long was that little briefer that Barry gave you? Was that like a 30-minute spiel, or was that like...
No, it was like a couple hours.
A couple hours?
Yeah, because every time, Barry would go, yeah, and there's this. I went, stop, and what do you mean there's this? And, we'd have to explain every last, bit of what he's learned from that point. I said, okay, now let's go to here. How did you turn this off? And, so it took a long time of me constantly stopping him.
I mean, it is taking a minute for this page to catch up. It's running pretty
I
slow.
really felt like I was privy to information that only a few people had. And like, we could control the world.
That just
with
looked
this
weird
stuff,
to me,
but,
man.
we had no idea how it worked. So that was kind of our task.
Wow. That must have been so exciting for Barry, honestly, as well.
Yeah, he was.
I'm
he
thinking
was
if
really
you're
excited about
working
it.
alone, possibly just lost.
I wonder
his
if they're
partner,
manipulating
how long
the fucking
ago,
AIS tracker on here so people can't keep up. Because the news went straight with that shit and started reporting about that AIS. So I'm wondering, hey, Deb, how you doing? All right, let's go back and see what we got here. All right, so the red is these red ones like this is supposed to be military, but we're interested in finding out like where our military ships are, right? So they're supposed to be, from what they reported, this is taking a long time for this fucker to catch up. Let me close out some of this other shit because it could just be my internet. I don't know if I can tell. Wish this shit wasn't playing over here. French warship. So the French is out there now? Well, that's way away from the fucking Straits, though. So where's America's fucking fleet at? Hovercraft? The fuck? Rescue 10. It's saying military, but it ain't. Satellite position. Read more. Where the fuck is a Richard Sterry at? So that's all tankers and military ships. All right, so now let's go to the other marine tracker, to this one. Which this one's more fucking detailed anyway. See, it's saying it's right there still. Yeah, see, it's saying it's there. Something is fucking. Oh, it's saying it was received on April 4th. Okay. Because it's on demo. Okay. Maybe that's what it is. Because you have to pay for that site. Maybe that's what it is. All right, so let's put this one out there and see what's up there. You're supposed to be able to track these ships for free. You ain't supposed to have to pay for it because it's AIS, it's automatic identification system. You're not supposed to have to pay to fucking track these motherfuckers. Oh yeah, most definitely. I believe that. But I ain't talking about just the military. I was talking about the ships themselves. But I think I know what's going on because I didn't pay for this shit. And there's more ships than that up in there. I'll tell you that now. Guess we'll have to add edge, huh? Oh, that's just a different AIS site, I guess. See what vibrator. One of them's got to fucking let you see it without being all fucked up about it. It's supposed to be a free fucking site. There's the Strait right here. Oh, well, fuck it. Damn, somebody got a piece of shit out there starting it. Oh, let me put Bob Lazar back on.
Well, how cool that he gets to be the one,
Yeah,
to tell you this stuff is real, you know, with certainty and show you. Like
Yeah.
that's got to be such a cool moment for the both of you to experience. But this is all. Is this all lighthearted still? Is this all like excitement based and or
initially it was that day.
Yeah.
And then I mean quickly things it seemed like they were in a rush to do anything, to find out anything. So we had to get down to work eventually quickly. And a lot of it was boring work. It was not exciting. It was making small changes and analyzing different parts of the, although there were different groups that dealt with like the materials, the metallurgy of the craft and what everything was made of. And, we had dealt with more of the interaction of the components and how they actually propelled the craft. And it was, I think it was another day or 2 days before I actually got to see the craft, because we had to know if the placement had anything to do with it. And really, they weren't even anxious to let us look at the craft. But, we kind of campaigned for that, going, look, it might be, nothing works. There's no wires anywhere. It might be that placement is critical on this stuff. We have to see how it's laid out in the craft. And it was kind of like okay, you can go in and see it.
I see.
So that's when we were, actually allowed to see it. And that's when the world opened up to me. It's like, Jesus. Right? So
now walking into that space for the first time, was Barry was with you?
Yeah, right behind me. I walked in first.
Was he like poking you in the ribs and being like, wait till you see this? No.
It was just
no horsing around.
Yeah, he was probably just looking at my reaction.
Yeah, just watching you light up.
Yeah.
So you see this craft. Were you prompted prior to entering the room with anything? Do you remember if they were like, hey, keep your head down?
No,
nothing. Just walked in?
No, the first time, I had actually seen the craft. That's actually the second time I saw the craft.
Yeah.
The first time I saw the craft, I came in through a hangar door. And this is where the days kind of get mixed up. I think it was the third day I was there. I came in through, instead of going around the side of the building, the bus stopped at the first hangar door that was open. So that's when I went out that way.
I see, yeah.
And Dennis led me in, and that's the first time I saw the craft. And I slid my hand along the craft as we were walking in, and that's the first time I was reprimanded by a guard. Keep your hands down, your eyes forward, and go through the door. So that's the first time I saw the craft. When I first came in with Barry from that day, was the first time I was allowed in the craft.
And that was the first time you were aware that the craft was extraterrestrial. Because prior to that,
when I came in and walked in that way, they had, where the hatch part was, they had an American flag stuck on there.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch.
Reversed for whatever reason. And so I thought that's a fighter,
Yeah, that's what people are seeing.
Yeah. I think I have these days screwed up because it gets confused in my mind. But anyway, so I came in there and still in my mind that was, an American built thing.
Yeah.
But it was, again, when I was in with Barry and, we saw the gravitational propulsion system, it working, how it repelled, and talking to him, that's when I realized, this is, a machine from another entity. And when we came in and walked in the hangar that day, I looked at this completely in a different light.
Yeah.
And we walked up the stairs they made for it. And clearly it wasn't made for a human to get in, because you had to crawl in and you couldn't really even stand up until you were almost in the center. But, we looked around and he showed me where the reactor is and how you can look down into where the emitters are on the third level in the craft. And that was all very amazing, to say the least.
Was there a feeling of an alteration of environment when you entered the craft as opposed to when you were outside it? Did you feel like there was a static charge, or like it was colder, or it had a smell to it? Was there anything?
No, it was just an ominous feeling.
Yeah,
because
just a
it's
feeling.
all, everything's the same color. Everything has the same radius of curvature to it. The only sharp edges in the whole thing are the reactor plate that it sits on, but everything else has a curve to it.
I wonder if that
Everything is
thing
the
runs
same
on
material
nuclear.
and the same color.
That's what he's.
So it feels,
Did I miss it? Did he say that
otherworldly.
that's what it ran on, was nuclear power? Oh no, I'm just about done with that though. Ain't so much of that shit you can listen to it for one day either, man. I don't know. I just got a real bad feeling that we're going back to war here. But I've been saying that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of wishing they'd just be done with the whole thing. 1 minute Trump's acting like they're going to be done with it. And then the next minute he's acting like he's going to fucking attack them. Let's see what he's put out here lately. Trump tweets a fucking lot, don't he? For somebody who is running the country and got all kinds of shit going on, he damn sure makes sure he fucking puts out tweets. He does, Kevin, a lot, man. What the fuck? Yeah, I'll tell you shit. This motherfucker's retarded. This is what he tweeted. Now, he's tweeted, or whatever you call it, posted, tweeted, whatever, 36 minutes ago, 44 minutes ago, another one 44 minutes ago. I guess this is allegedly the guy that tried to attack him 49 minutes ago. They're getting the new HH60W rescue platform. The last bird that came in has the tail number 4547, so they call it the Trump bird. Classic, boys. Check out the patches. It's got Trump's hair fucking flying back. What the fuck? Trump would. I have all the cards. Wild, wild, wild. So ironic that crying Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are hiring sleazebags like Barack Hussein Obama, crooked former Attorney General Eric Holder, and others that to look into voter when the same group of human garbage rigged the 2020 presidential election. No, I haven't. We'll go check him out. The enforcer. I'm just killing time, really, because, like I said a minute ago, I have a feeling they're gonna fucking launch an attack here in a little bit.
the city of Moscow. And Matthew, what are people saying right now about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so it's a very rare sight to see Ukraine actually attacking central Moscow. That is not a common thing we've seen so far. We'll see generally the Moscow Oblast, meaning the Moscow region, will get attacked, but this was very close to the seat of government inside of Russia. So they're definitely trying to make a point. That's obvious. And we've also seen multiple explosions in a high rise. We saw one on a street. We saw explosions all over the place in Moscow. So what is going to happen as a result of this very rare attack? 55% said Putin will probably start a major provocation as a result. 22% said Putin will definitely cancel the May 9th Victory Day parade, and 17% said Putin will largely ignore this hit. So one thing I think they might try to do here, because they've already prepared pretty strongly for some type of Ukrainian attack on the parade, I think they might be on the verge of canceling it because, number one, they don't have any military equipment to show in the parade. That's a huge problem. And also, number two, right now they're very worried that the Ukrainians are going to conduct a strike on it. So between those two concerns, I think they might be leaning toward canceling it. But the bigger concern is this. We've been hearing about all kinds of activity inside of Belarus that's very unusual, and we've been hearing that directly from the Ukrainians, and this might be the start of a major provocation by the Russians, either getting the Belarusians to attack Ukraine, or maybe the Russians might try to escalate in some way, maybe with a bigger missile or something like that on Ukrainian targets. That's always a risk when things like this happen. And we haven't heard yet a response from Putin because, of course, this just happened literally just about an hour ago, and it's still ongoing as we speak. So we're waiting to get a response from the Kremlin, but I'm with the 55%. Something is probably going to come out of this. I don't think they're going to ignore it, and they'll also probably cancel the parade as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that the Russian Federation is going to be fairly stretched to be able to launch a major provocation. While they certainly would love to launch a major provocation in response to this incident, the Russian Federation is militarily stretched to its absolute maximum in terms of conventional responses that could be made. There is a possibility of opening a new front on the Belarusian border that could be conducted. But from what we hear right now, the Ukrainian armed forces and their intelligence have not been able to ascertain whether or not the forces moving near to the Belarusian border are Russian. They may largely be Belarusian, and with that given as a fact, if we were to assume that, the Belarusian armed forces are highly unlikely to launch any form of an offensive into the state of Ukraine. The Belarusian armed forces are an independent fighting force in technicality from the Russian Federation, but since 2006, the Belarusian armed forces has been specifically structured as a supporting and logistical force for Russian overseas operations within the Belarusian territory, meaning that most of their armed forces, and if you do look, you will largely see this as well, are largely based towards supporting a larger armed force on their territory.
Let's watch what he's
than
talking about
conducting
with Iran. Let me back it up just a little bit because it's talking about the Strait of Hormuz and shit.
unfolding over the course of the entirety of the day. And moving us on directly into our breaking news coverage for the rest of the night, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night, we are immediately going to be moving into the Middle East as we have been able to see a significant amount of developments that are currently ongoing within this region of the world at this time. To give you a little bit of an up-to-date development that we're seeing right now, we are seeing that a significant amount of U.S. aircraft are currently leaving the area. And while we can see that there are a few small numbers of flights that appear to be heading into CENTCOM's area of responsibility, it looks as though most flights are actually heading out about as quickly as possible. We can actually see here as well that several C-17s of the United States Air Force and C-5 Galaxies are currently flying from their bases that they were currently just at in the Middle East and back into Europe. We have also been able to see that P-8 Poseidon is flying over the Mediterranean in some area right now, heading towards Sicily and an airbase there that would be able to support that aircraft once it lands. We are generally understanding that at this moment, most of these sorts of actions are moving a larger amount of the support aircraft out of the area that are not involved in combatant operations. It's usually a preparatory action that happens just several hours before strikes begin. But I do want to make it clear that right now, this window in time might just be a little bit coincidental, and we may be seeing that no strikes are conducted over the course of this weekend. It might be the next weekend or the weekend after that. But it does certainly appear that at the moment, strikes could happen at any time as long as it's on the weekend. We've also been able to see as well that the Islamic Republic of Iran is working its hardest on preparing some form of a military confrontation with the United States, or at least exerting significant amount of control over the area of the Strait of Hormuz at this moment right now. we've been able to see that within the area of the Strait of Hormuz, there was a humongous swarm of speedboats or fast attack boats, which you can see in this picture right here. This kind of looks like bed bugs a little bit on like a navy blue sort of a bed cover, but what that really is a whole bunch of small IRGC fast attack boats. This specific picture right here, from the very beginning of the formation to the rear of the formation, there are around 80 speedboats in total in this one swarm. We understand that this swarm was moving at high speed throughout the area and was moving through the area of the minefield within the Strait of Hormuz, while another swarm was also moving directly along the area of Qashem Island, which is about another 50 to 70 fast attack boats that is in that completely separate formation, meaning that right now the Islamic Republic of Iran had about 140 to 150 fast attack boats of their navy operating within the Strait of Hormuz just over the course.
So that's why they've been stalling all this time, because they didn't have mines out there, but they probably damn sure do now.
Of the past few hours. We've also been able to see more proof of this as well along the coastline of Qashem on that second group or formation that was moving through this area, as the satellite footage did show. One, this large amount of fast attack boats here, and additionally, the humongous swarm that was actually moving east to west along the coastline of the island of Qashem as well earlier on just a few hours ago. From what we understand, this incident happened around noontime here in the United States of America, which means that this would have happened sometime right around the twilight hours, at least within the Islamic Republic of Iran, before nightfall started to set in. These sorts of large groups have only been seen prior since the quote-unquote ceasefire went into effect, when they were being used to go out into the Strait of Hormuz, into the area where the minefield had been laid, and to drop a load of additional mines into the area. It would highly likely be believed that these two groups were conducting a similar action today, as due to their numbers, they're able to ensure a success of their mission, no matter the losses, because they'd be guaranteed to at least drop a couple of dozen mines off, even in the worst case scenario. And in the best case scenario, which is the one that happened for them today, considering that they weren't fired upon, we could understand that they dropped at least 80 mines into the water, if not 160 or more, depending on if each of those boats was carrying one mine, 2 mines, or 3 mines per vessel. This is a fairly large presence within the area as well, as far as direct control, and it is once again showing us that even still, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' control over the Strait of Hormuz is uncontested, and the United States has not done anything to stop this. This is even against the orders of the President of the United States, who had declared about a week and a half ago orders publicly to the Navy that any fast attack boats that once again scurried out into the middle of the Strait of Hormuz were to be attacked and destroyed by the United States Navy. Over the course of this entire day, not a single fast attack boat was attacked or destroyed by the United States Navy, apparently meaning that that order was nothing more than public optics and showmanship for a little dog and pony show, because we're not seeing that the U.S. Navy or the U.S. military took any actions to stop the Iranians from swarming back into the Hormuz and most likely laying an even larger number of mines into their already pre-existent minefield, only increasing the difficulty of ensuring the freedom of navigation in this area once military operations commence and we start to try and clear shipping lanes through it to allow for commercial ships to pass in and out of the Strait of Hormuz.
But get this though. Maybe they're not hitting the individual boats, because keep in mind that's going to be a very big undertaking. I tried to count them earlier. I think it's like 60, 70, something like that. There's a lot of these little fast attack boats running around the Strait of Hormuz. That's a lot. That's at least 50 plus boats right there that you're looking at just in that one image right there. So that's going to be a lot of munitions being used to take out each and one of those little small ant-sized boats. That's a lot of work. Maybe here's what they're doing instead. Maybe they're trying to do surveillance from the air to see where these boats are going back to, so that way they can track them back to the cave or the areas where they're hiding out, the hardened shelters on the coast. And then when the war restarts, to strike those spots instead and take them out all at one time, possibly, or find a way to send in a sea drone into those caves and try to blow up these boats. Maybe that's it, possibly, because that would be a lot more efficient if they can find out where they're going.
Maybe, but the U.S. military generally already knows where the subterranean shelters are for these fast attack boats, as they have been photographed under construction decades ago, and there are still continuous satellite photographs being taken of this area over the past few decades since the construction of those pens. And so we would easily know exactly where these boats are going and where they've come from, because there's only so many pens along the coastline, and all of them, from what we understand, are being used. So generally, the fact that we didn't fire upon these fast attack boats isn't us trying to gather reconnaissance here, because we already have reconnaissance from satellite photography that has existed over the past few decades. Importantly, I do have to point out, folks, that because some people are going to say, well, you know, they're hidden subterranean complexes and whatnot, so they're going to be hard to see. The United States of America has had satellite photography capabilities since the late 70s and the 1980s, meaning that we've been able to photograph the Islamic Republic of Iran's abilities around the Strait of Hormuz ever since the Islamic regime came into existence in 1979 when they overthrew the Shah. None of these boat pens existed during the time of the Shah in the Kingdom of Persia. They were all built afterwards under the control of Imam Khomeini and Ali Khamenei, who were the supreme leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That means that when construction was being conducted, the U.S. would have been satellite photographing these facilities under construction, which would be unsettling a large amount of sediment on the bottom of the ocean within that area, causing a very large profile. And not only that, we would have been able to know for decades, just looking along their coastline, where in the world there looks to be any form of a boat pen that is inside of a mountain or a cliff face somewhere within the strait, meaning that we don't really need to gather that intelligence at this point. We already know where these boats are coming from. We've been seeing those pens for decades at this point. The reason why they weren't hit is because the U.S. is not doing anything at all for some reason. And the reasoning behind that, to me, is completely unknown. I couldn't even explain to you all why we wouldn't be hitting and destroying these boats, because it's not incredibly difficult to do such a thing. An AH-64 Apache can carry 16 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles, with each missile having a range of about 25 miles. And a singular Apache could knock out 16 of these boats using one Hellfire on each boat. 2 Apaches would increase that by a factor of 2, meaning that they would then be able to destroy an even larger number of these fast attack boats, almost half of them that were out in the strait today, with just 2 Apaches. A single Apache wing, or a single Apache squadron of 4 Apaches, could have knocked out the entire boat swarm. It's not like these boats have any missile-based air defenses on board. They are quite literally speedboats equipped with unguided rockets and machine guns for attacking surface vessels like merchant ships. So I just don't understand why in the world that action wasn't taken, considering that publicly last week we were told that if any of these boats went out in the strait again, we were going to blow them up.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to figure out today, why did Iran do this? Because it was kind of a risky move to do it, because the prior threat is still in place. The U.S. had ordered, according to the reports that we had heard, they had ordered the destruction of these boats the next time they showed up. So they showed up today. So, I mean, I would assume that Iran was expecting the U.S. to attack. I would assume that, because that was the order that was in place. So the U.S. did not attack. But what was Iran's intent behind doing this, though? Because they knew the threat was there. They sent them out anyway. And, you know, they didn't get an attack. So I wonder if they were trying to goad out the U.S. forces to attack early for some reason, possibly. Or maybe they were trying to go ahead and spark something ahead of time, because it seems like a strange move by Iran.
Yeah, it does seem like a strange move. And I see some people saying, Enforcer, you're totally wrong. An Apache can only carry 8 Hellfires. Well, that's 16 right there. That's 4 on each pylon and 4 groups of 4. And 4 times 4 is 16. So an Apache can carry 16 Hellfires. It can easily do that. We already know that there are a couple of American U.S. Army AH-64E longbow Apaches in the United Arab Emirates, just a couple of dozen miles away. We already saw pictures by U.S. CENTCOM's area of responsibility of 2 Apaches conducting a patrol in the southern area of the Strait of Hormuz a couple of weeks ago, letting us obviously know that we do have helicopters in the area that are equipped with Hellfires that can destroy these boats. And for other people who are saying, well, the Apaches can't destroy the boats.
It's weird. It's almost like you're saying, come on already.
Well, explain to me how AGM-114 Hellfires were used against cartel boats in the Caribbean of the exact same size, the exact same dimensions, and able to travel at the exact same speed as these fast attack boats, and they were easily hit by AGM-114 Hellfires, yet these boats would be elusive to the Hellfire. That doesn't line up at all.
I mean, wasn't sending an Apache into the strait, though? That would be like sending in a sitting duck, basically, because those are not very fast for the most part. So while they could hit the boats, they're also basically a huge target for Iran too. A surface-to-air missile, a man-pad could possibly hit an Apache in the Strait.
Not quite. A manpad only has a range of about 5 miles at max. Most of them do. And an Apache's Hellfire has a expected range of something, I always say 25 miles, which is what's believed to be the absolute epitome of any range of any variant of Hellfire, but generally somewhere in between 15 to 25 miles. And if an Apache was sitting right here over the town of Kuzmar, they could fire out about this far into the strait, which is quite literally into the minefield, exactly where they were at. And those vessels have no way to defend against it because they're way out of range, even if they had air defenses like manpads, and they wouldn't even be able to see them because the Apaches have surface search radars on the longbow variant and the AH-64D that allow for them to be able to be sitting basically right at ground level and detect targets that are traveling basically out of the pilot and the gunner's view. So an Apache could easily deal with these sorts of boats. And I don't really know why we're not using the ones that are literally just about 100 miles away near Sharjah that are currently based there right now, because they would be able to use those to great effect to be able to enforce the statements made by the president that these boats would not be allowed into the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, like was stated last week. But right now, a lot of people are talking about the fast attack boats and the huge number of them that have been deployed inside of the Strait of Hormuz. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so now that we've seen this today, which is a pretty big move by Iran, we're not totally sure why they did it yet, but what are your thoughts about them deploying 50-plus attack boats in the Hormuz Strait, just kind of out of the blue, also at risk of getting hit by a U.S. airstrike? 63% said Iran is probably laying more mines in Hormuz Strait. 16% said they're probably looking to hijack some ship. They were basically cruising for a bruising, as they call it. And 12% said they are just patrolling the coast and making their presence known. And I would say that they might be back to laying mines again, because the last time these little small boats went out, they were laying more mines in the international water section of the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they were up to last time. And, there was no official U.S. confirmation of that, but the reports seemed to suggest they were laying mines. Now they've gone back out in very large numbers, by the way, and I would think they're probably up to that again. There's pretty much no hope of Iran giving up control of the Strait of Hormuz without a military intervention by the United States. So I don't know why they would hesitate to lay mines, because they're not going to give it back up, and they're pretty much trying to solidify control over it. So I'm with a 63%. It was probably a combo of simply calling the bluff of the United States and also laying more mines as well. It's probably what it was. If they were looking to hijack a ship, they could have done it. There's definitely ships lurking around the area that they could have hijacked, but they didn't do it. So I'm with the 63%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd agree with the 63%. They're certainly laying mines in the strait. We've seen this thing happen only once before, where dozens of them went out in the strait in a giant group, and it was then confirmed the next day after by the U.S. government that they were out there laying more mines within the minefield. So the fact that we saw two large groups like this today, both of them transiting into the area of the minefield and back out, would give us a clear understanding that the fiberglass-hulled fast attack boats that can't set off the anti-ship mines that are already there went back into the Strait of Hormuz and dropped off even more of them. So there is definitely a fact here that these Iranian boats are still loading more mines in the strait. Now, if the Iranians were legitimately attempting, like some people in the U.S. government are saying, to get a deal, and they're begging for the U.S. blockade to stop, why in the world would they be laying even more mines in the strait to make passage by civilian ships even more difficult, and to make it take even longer for the United States to be able to clear out the minefield and make it safe enough, even just one lane through the minefield, for commercial ships to be able to pass through? This is clearly showing that they are still operating off of the maximalist mindset that they've been operating off of the entirety of the war, and they are hell-bent on making sure that the United States bends our knee and reaches their demands instead of it going the other way around. This also shows that any attempts that they're making at peace talks is, once again, like we were saying yesterday, buying them more time to make their position more advantageous, which is against U.S. interest, which is why we should be conducting military actions against them as quickly as possible. That is what we should be doing. Instead, we're giving them free time to formulate, plan, and conduct whatever sorts of operations they want, like these, several times over, where the minefield only gets larger and more deadly with each passing day, and will take even longer to demine the more time we give them and the longer we wait. So, of course, not a great situation. In the midst of this situation, we have also been able to hear that the rising oil prices within the world and the rising domestic fuel prices here in the United States have finally been able to claim their first major victim. Many people have claimed here in the United States that the rising oil prices don't affect us at all. In fact, it's economically good for the United States because we make more money. And we have always stated on the channel, going through our very elementary understanding of economics, generally based off of simple models like supply and demand, that if the supply of a good drops, the demand remains the same, and therefore the price will skyrocket as everyone's in a bidding war to not be that one schmuck who ends up without any oil or any fuel. And it turns out that that certainly has been the case as of late. Many of y'all will know of the story of Spirit Airlines, The Wise, or more so the tragedy of Spirit Airlines, The Wise, which is a budget airline or an ultra-budget airline within the United States of America that has existed for about 35 years. Spirit Airlines generally runs on fairly small profit margins due to the fact that they sell their seats at an incredibly low cost, meaning that their profit margins generally rely on their aircraft being packed almost to maximum capacity. And it also requires them to see that the fuel prices remain exceptionally low. Any fluctuations in fuel prices, specifically for aviation-grade jet fuel, can completely wipe out those small profit margins that budget airlines like that operate off of, and can even start sending them into the red almost immediately. Because of Spirit Airlines' tough run-in with the COVID-19 pandemic back several years ago, a large part of Spirit Airlines' war chest, which is a load of money that they keep in bank accounts and companies that are involved in transportation to weather them through rough times, was completely dissipated because Spirit Airlines was not able to fill up hardly any seats on their aircraft for those 2 years because most recreational travel had completely vanished, which was their primary market. After COVID-19, the Spirit Airlines company was able to limp onwards into the next several years up until recently, but just about last year, they already started to declare that they were entering even further trouble, and their situation was quite perilous. The United States government recently was looking at attempting to bail out Spirit Airlines to see that the company would continue to survive, but due to the rising costs of aviation-grade jet fuel, the incredibly slim amount of money that the company was running on, and the very thin margins that they were also still hoping on making, completely disappeared, ran them into the red again, and ran them right into the ground in their very fragile position, leading them to completely cease operations last night at 3 a.m. in the morning. We actually got a written statement from Spirit Airlines itself, surmising the situation and the reasoning why the company has quite literally shut down overnight. And this was the statement. On May 2nd of 2026, this was at 3 in the morning, Spirit Aviation Holdings Incorporated, parent company of Spirit Airlines LLC, Spirit or the company, today regretfully announced that the company has started an orderly wind down of operations effective immediately. All Spirit flights have been canceled and Spirit guests should not go to the airport. The wind down follows the company's extensive and comprehensive efforts to restructure the business and pursue transactions to strengthen Spirit's financial position and create a sustainable path forward. Unfortunately, despite the company's efforts, the recent material increase in oil prices, important one there, and other pressures on the business have significantly impacted Spirit's financial outlook. With no additional funding available to the company, Spirit had no choice but to begin this wind down. We then got a statement from some of the executive officers and officials from the company talking about how much of a tragedy this is that they're having to shut down the company. But the important part to notice here is that they specifically underlined the recent material increase in oil prices, which we do understand has been affecting the airline industry quite badly. And a lot of other major airlines, not just in the United States, but around the entirety of the world, are already in significant concern that aviation-grade jet fuel stocks may completely disappear within just the next several weeks. Many airlines in Europe are incredibly scared of this sort of an outcome in countries like Germany, the United Kingdom, and others, as the amount of aviation-grade jet fuel there is quite literally on a knife's edge of either being there or ceasing to exist within the next several weeks. That also means that the cost per gallon or ton, since it's sold by the ton in the airline industry, of aviation-grade jet fuel is going to be skyrocketing, as airlines are going to be in a bidding war to get that fuel to make sure that their flights are flying and that they're not the ones having to cancel flights because they just don't have any fuel. This also means that a lot of companies are going to start running in the red, even trying to continue normal operations, and that may lead them to start shutting down or shuttering their doors as well due to the significant pressure of just trying to survive in a world with hardly any aviation fuel and hardly the funds to be able to afford the little aviation fuel that may be left.
Yeah, it's wild. You know, this is the biggest airline collapse that we've seen in a couple of decades, actually. Like, this is the biggest one. Also, what's fascinating as well, I didn't know this until earlier today. Did you know that Spirit is the only airline that I've ever really heard of that had a perfect safety record? Like, believe it or not, they had not a single crash during their entire time of operation.
couldn't
For a
afford
very
none.
long time they were
All right,
operating.
enough of that shit.
That's crazy.
That motherfucker talk fast. Apple, I don't know how you watch them people. Whew. That shit was fucking with my brain. Y'all want to go check on my crazy cousin? Go see what this fucking idiot's talking about. Let's go see what she's crying about today.
Love her later. Oh, there we go.
Saving the world.
Wouldn't let me go love her later. Without God, I couldn't do this.
Do what, Carl?
Telling me I have the power and
What are you doing?
the love.
Oh, we love you, little buddy.
As long as it's for the truth. As long as it's for the truth, I can't see where I'm going wrong. Gets me to believe in myself.
Yeah. You should always believe in yourself.
And again, I can only believe in myself if I have the faith in him, right? So there's some give and take there, I think.
Yeah.
But anyways, in the land of Canada, what have we learned about Canada in the past little bit? Well, there's some Bible verses that should get you in some big heap of trouble, and having some language that people don't agree with that could get you locked up. And Doug Ford wanted a plane, and he's very disappointed that the people said, "Doug, no, this is not the time. Not on our dime." And then he has the ability to stop people from seeing what he's doing on the back streets. And we as Canadian citizens are just, okay, yeah, okay, Doug. Yeah, buddy. Then again, what is it?
Who is Doug
It's a
Ford, by the way? Does
university
anybody
in,
know who Doug Ford is in America?
Michigan, Saginaw. Is that it? I think that's it. And they gave fucking Doug Ford an honorary doctorate. In what? Like what? I mean, have you guys not seen his managerial skills? It's all sorts of stupid in Ontario right now. Doug's not doing a good job. Don't tell him he's a doctor. Should be telling him he's a dummy. Come on, Doug. Work a little harder, bud. Got some pounds you could lose for us because you're not doing good. You fucking tried to stiff us on the green belt thing. But then again, when you got caught, you were like, "I'm so sorry." Trust me, I love you.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Right here.
Carl's in the
I'm not
loving
making
mood.
this up.
Y'all better look out.
Deciding they probably want to sell me. What? Anyways, probably running a lot better. Just like, so I would actually get two opposite ideas, and both of them are true. So yes, the airports of Canada. It's fuckery. They are like bringing another person all up. It's fuckery. There's literally no one would say, "Oh my god, this airport's fantastic." Like it's so clean. So, anyways, I don't want to play the whole thing because nobody's even watching, anyways. But anyways, for those who do take the time, they're going to privatize our airports.
No.
And yeah, that ends up being cheaper for us. I tell you, it's definitely going to be better for the people. You know what I mean? The government just handing shit over and probably sell it to some other country for fuck's sakes. Like, I don't know if you guys do this in America, but we got this highway and the tolls on it are fucking high. And because if you don't use it and you get caught up in some fucking shitty ass anyways, our government sold this fucking land to another fucking land and said you can collect on our land.
Sold this land to another land.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
us
All right.
taxpayers could
Okay.
have easily have paved our own road, and if we wanted to make it a toll, we could have fucking paid ourselves. But instead, we got to pay another fucking country. This is retarded. How can the Canadian government sell our land to another land? It just.
You mean they sold your land to another country?
But this is the world we live in. But the Pearson Airport, that is a bunch of fuckery. And what they did on COVID, that had to be on purpose. That had to be on purpose. That was so fucking gross. Like, I'd like to see video from that day a year before, and you could see how the airport kind of flowed. But since it was fucking COVID, and we already, in order to come back to Canada, already had to test clean. So everybody on our fucking plane had to have tested clean. And we fucking came home. Then we come on the plane, and then we got to come home. And then it was pure fuckery. We were crammed like sardines. It was fucking nasty all over the fucking place. Oh, it was nasty. And then you go to fucking check out, and there's fucking Dr. Cotton Swab saying, we're gonna fuck your day again. Even though you just had to have a cotton swab up your fucking nose to come home. Now that you've been packed like a fucking sardine on fucking what looked like purpose. It looked like it was on. There's this. Oh man, you'd have to check out the videos. Yeah, I thought it was gross. But yeah, it looked to me like they were randomly picking one person out of a family just to fuck them over. You have to go into quarantine as soon as you get home. Oh shit. Could you imagine? It all stems back to Bill Gates and fucking Epstein.
Nah.
I mean, only if they were planning a pandemic. I don't know. Like, their fucking emails saying so are those fake? Did those fucktards make my travel experience fucking hell? But anyways, I think that was Spirit Airlines. I can't remember. You know what I mean?
Oh God.
I did see that the Trump administration is blaming the Biden administration for Spirit Airlines going out because Biden didn't let some sort of fucking merger happen or something. He blocked some fucking no. Okay, come on, guys. That's all about the price of fuel. When you say, he's fucking. I forget what the markup was from what it used to be. But can't keep operating at those costs, right? Those are extra costs that
Poor old Carl.
that pandemic, right? Wow. Could you imagine? Billy's got to be really proud of his manifesting skills. Just fucking writing that book away. You humanoids. Hey, Noah. Come here, my little fluffer. Tell Daddy. Are we? Oh, shit. I don't know. Did Epstein and Bill Gates, did they get away with that pandemic they were fucking trying to fucking pull off? You guys know that maybe it's not real, but I think the person that overseen the FDA or whatever, that was fucking Fauci's wife. Could you imagine that? You would think, you know what I mean? Like,
I'd just
that
like to
shouldn't
know
happen,
how he
and there's
comes
no
to all
way
these
that's possible.
conclusions.
Like, the world isn't that dumb. It's just oh,
I'd be
just so you guys
interested to know how Carl comes to all
it's
these
Fauci's
conclusions.
behavior
Because
as
I
well
promise you,
that makes me think that
he
he's
has not
diabolical.
researched
Okay,
this one bit.
it's not
All
just
he's
it's
doing
just
is
not all the
repeating
rumors.
something he's
He's
seen
very
on the video.
narcissistic. Fauci loves fucking. He loves him some Fauci. I'm just telling you. I can point it out. Take a tour of his fucking house, and you can just see. Just listen to him. He's the great. He's the great Faustmeister. See, when I tell you gotta love yourself, you gotta love yourself through the truth. You know what I mean? And that's Fauci's love is a different kind of love. He thinks that he's better than others. You know what I mean? And if you
Maybe sounds
truly
like
love
his name's
yourself
Carl.
through Christ, you know that you know better than anybody else.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Miss Jenny.
Also,
He
that nobody else
absolutely
is better
does
than
no
you.
research for
So
himself whatsoever.
you know what I mean?
And it's one
There's
thing
some
to hear
balance
something on a
there.
video and go back and actually put the time and effort
Anyway,
in to
let's-
check to see if what you're saying is true or what the video you seen is true. Then to go and spread it around as like information that you found and claim that you're saving the world. That's my problem with him. Right? That is my exact problem with this idiot. Just like him spreading, telling everybody that I tried to get his kid taken away. How the fuck did I try to get your kid taken away? I've never talked to a ne'er soul, but because he believes I did, that's the truth. Now he'll lie on you in a heartbeat, and he's okay with it. He just wants something to hold over somebody's head. I do not understand how his wife deals with him. I really don't. Carl is very, very nasty. And I know a lot of people feel sorry for him and, you shouldn't pick on him. You shouldn't fuck with him. But he's never going to learn, which I doubt I can teach him, to be honest with you. If little me couldn't harass him and humiliate him, I know I can't. Little me's way better at it than I am. And, I don't know. Dude just wants to blame somebody for something.
Over this.
This is what I born in South Lebanon. Right. You're born here. You're not staying tent. Your house doesn't broke too many times. In 1948, 1982, 1978, Israel they attacked our house. And my father built our house 5 times. No Hezbollah that time. No Hamas. Israel is our
So this guy's saying his dad had to rebuild their house 5 times. Okay. And he's saying that there was no what we would call terrorist groups, Hezbollah, Hamas.
Well, since the day they born there. Can I ask you, why did you move to Canada as opposed to another Islamic state? because I believe it's Canada, it's peace country, and Canada, it's for open the door for everyone. And I was gonna forget. I think I want to forget what happened there to come here and live like as a peace. But too bad when you left your country is still in your heart.
So are there no Islamic countries that are peaceful countries that you could have moved to that might be more compatible to your values? Just so you guys understand. I do like David Menzies, and I do think that he brings a lot of stuff to light. But I do think that he is part of funded by Zionism, okay? Because David here thinks it's okay what's happened in Palestine. And this guy comes from Lebanon, so he knows the nonsense that's going on. Okay? Like he comes from the region.
Okay, that's why I read lots about it. And I come here, I live as a peace. And I can tell you now, I can see what I.
So remember, he comes here to live in peace. But this is actually this man's thinking. You can't have peace through war, bud. Like he endorses these groups because he thinks that they're fighting for his people's freedom, right? David Menzies, he thinks that they're terrorist groups because they do go out and do try and do stuff against Israel, right?
That means they're terrorists, dummy. That means they're fucking terrorists, Carl.
But I be safe. We don't do anything against the law. And I believe what I believe. I'm not gonna scare from anyone to say about my family is a terrorist because I'm scared. No.
Well, you're right. We have freedom of speech, even though it's increased. That's right. That's what he believes. He believes that you get peace through violence. But he also knows that there's violence being caused on his people. And he doesn't understand why. Why can't they just all say, hey, let's just all live amongst each other and just treat one another the same as we treat ourselves? Why is that so hard? Hey, Palestine, would you tell Hamas to fuck off?
What's up, homie?
If you had the rights and it's the same as the Israelis, would you be able to
just watching my crazy cousin and his dumbass logic
leave each other alone
world.
if you fucking why can't you just keep the borders the way they fucking are? Do you really need a greater Israel? Can we just not fucking get along? Can we just not see each other as ourselves? It's fucking so stupid.
Can we not just
But this guy
see
here,
ourselves?
he wants complete, and I'm not sticking up for anybody on either side. This guy wants Israel completely fucking leveled off the map and given back to the people. Which is, you can't be with God and have those kind of thoughts. You know what I mean? I like he's gonna go 1948 and they came over and they stole the land. But we need to forget about the past. We really do, and we need to try and build a future. I mean, there's people in Israel right now, regardless of how they got there or whatever. Can we live peacefully? Can we just not say fuck enough, it's enough?
Carl, you are fucking
But
delusional.
David, the Menzoid Menzies, he thinks it's okay because there are a few groups that do go out and do shit, that it's okay to level fucking places. You know, genocide's okay if it's fucking, oh man, like both sides aren't going to heaven, I don't think. You can't justify murder, death, kill in either fucking situation. If there's a lack of communication and someone wants to be better than the other, if the conflict continues, you know what I mean? It's just stupidity. But yeah, you guys can go see that on Rebel News. It's actually good. You should go watch it. It's like they're telling the truth. Both of them are telling exactly how they feel and think. It's, you know what I mean? They even bring up Iran, and they both had, because this guy, he loves Iran because Iran funds these groups, right? That are protecting him. Or that's what we're told. TJ Khaled on fucking video, that guy who got herpes from Diddy, says that TJ Khaled funds Hamas.
Out of all things you're gonna take away from what the dude said, that's what you're gonna be.
Like,
Jeez Louise.
I just think that there shouldn't be a need for this if we just fucking. And anybody who wants to continue to fight after that, you know, they're Satan's children. You just know there's no chance for them. You know what I mean?
You know, they're Satan's children.
Hey, just the way you want to go down, let's go down that way.
Carl, you never did answer my question a while ago. How are you saving the world today?
Hey, Hunter, what's up?
Leaving.
What's going on?
We won.
We won a Lotto 6.
49. It's right here instead of at Doral. We're going to Doral. A lot of you are traveling with me. Doing very well with regard to just about everything, but doing very well with regard to Iran. Again, they want to make a deal. They're decimated. They're having a hard time figuring out who their leader is. They don't know who their leader is because their leader is gone. Their former leader, Khomeini. But we'll see. Any questions real fast? The which? No, I haven't. I'm looking at it up here. Yeah, I'll let you know about it later. But
the reporter just said yesterday, you said we might be better off not getting a deal with Iran. Now, what kind of fucking monkey would say that? Who would try? That's a man not playing with all his marbles. He can tell you
I'm
how
sure you know all
cognitive
about
he
that,
is,
don't
but
you, Carl?
I didn't say that. I said that.
Oh, okay.
It would take them 20 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5.
So you guys get what he just said there, right?
Yeah, he going to kick ass.
If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. So we're going to make sure that it's all taken care of. Because we don't want to have to come back in a couple of years. Well, if it's going to take them 20, then why wouldn't you try and make peace so we don't have to fucking, why can't they build? Why can't they build? Why can't they just fucking build? Like, I thought it was just about not having nuclear, man. Can't you fucking make friends and just say, hey?
I don't know, Carl. Why can't you make friends?
They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording now. Yeah. to eliminate it, and would like to, it'd be a start for them to build up again. And yeah, I would like to eliminate it. Right. Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I can't tell that to a reporter. If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see. But it's a possibility that could happen, certainly. Well, it's a very friendly blockade. Nobody's even challenging it. Nobody at all is challenging it. Just so you understand, many presidents have been involved in things that are very big. They never had to go through anything with respect to Congress. They considered it to be totally unconstitutional. And the Democrats
totally unconstitutional. They thought that, eh? They thought that one man should have all the power. No discussions. Just one man.
Yeah,
to push this, and probably a couple of Republicans, they're hurting our negotiating ability, which is infinite right now. And they shouldn't be doing it. It's never happened before. No other president's done it. And I'm not going to be the first. Thank you very much.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Wait.
To me.
Now, what that reporter's asking, he's asking, could our energy providers be in Iran after this war? And
we have a lot of ships to Texas and Louisiana. It's a line of ships. You saw it in the satellite. We have a line of ships, big ones, 2 million barrels, and they're coming up. I mean, literally hundreds of ships are in line to go to Texas. I mean, they're over.
So if there's hundreds of ships all lined up, wouldn't that make our gas prices cheaper?
Nope.
If you guys are selling so much oil, but instead, Don and his oil friends, they're sending boatloads at a premium. In fact, they can trick and fool their own people and make their own people pay the fucking premium too. Pay Don's buddies, his oil buddies.
Ain't it hilarious
his
how
oil
this
buddies?
dude thinks he's supposed to make up
Went to
prices
bushes into
of what
oil.
somebody else
What was Prescott
sells their
into?
stuff for?
Okay. What was George W. into? Lying or accepting lies? Not taking responsibility for the lies that he
Damn, that sounds like you, Carl. Not taking responsibility
murdered,
for the
that
lies
killed
that
a
you
lot of
put
people
out.
on.
Matter of fact, I think that's what I told you earlier. You
But
lied
yeah,
on all
there he
along.
is telling you guys. Fuck, they're coming in for our oil, guys. And it's selling at a premium. So when you guys sell oil in America, are you guys making money off of it?
Well, that's the name
Does
of the
that help
fucking
the
game,
American
retard.
people? Are they your resources or are they Rockefeller's resources or whoever, Exxon?
Yeah, Carl
Or
is the
fucking
perfect
whatever,
businessman. You could tell, boy, he is business minded. Give it all to
Oh
him
boy.
for free.
But we're selling a lot of oil.
A lot of oil.
A lot of oil. We're going to cut way down, and we're cutting a lot.
She asked, why are we removing troops from Germany? So that would mean there's something going on there.
Nah.
Now, what I do is I want to tell you guys is Urkel is, been part of the WEF as well. Been part of the penetrated cloud. Klaus. Klaus says, we got Putin and Merkel. He didn't say they weren't still with him or whatever, but we've had Merkel and Putin, but what we're most proud of is our guys. Macroni over in France, the baloney. And well, we love that little bitch in Canada. He loves the
Carl,
project.
how is this saving the children? I'm just curious now. Your claim to fame on YouTube is you saving the children. And still, yet to this day, nobody's seen you leave that fucking chair.
Oh, Justin. He might have been bred for this role. straight out of the loins of, well, Don tells us that like, why would Donald tell me that he thinks he's Castro's kid? Eh?
Pacific shared the screen. So Unc says, "What's the battle plan for today? What's the battle plan for saving the world today, Carl?" Question mark. I have to lay a good foundation for myself first and establish myself. It's all recorded, homie, so I can prove what I say. It's important to have receipts if you're going to prove something. So thank you for your participation in my growth and recording receipts on you being a dirtbag. Jesus loves you, so see yourself and be reborn. I said, save your family, Carl. What? One you've tried ripping apart, you retard? I said, I've done no such thing. That's all you, bud. We go to God, homie. It's the truth and not what you think. I replied, you should admit that you're responsible for you and no one else. God knows what's happened, and you are such a loser. You would try and remove my grandbabies. You're a sick fuck, or make sure I'm a threat. I said, dude, I've done no such thing. Your lies are with no proof. P.S. Sounds like you raised a wheeltard, wants to serve for Satan, and daddy would be proud. Wake up. That's your son's soul you're playing with. I said, show proof, Carl. You can't because it's not true. He said, tell yourself that, dude. And about that time's when I read that comment. I said, your son wants to suck a dick. Mine wants to serve his country. Not the same. This dumb idiot says, I'd rather him suck dick than serve Satan, you retard. So, serving your country, you'd rather him serve some dude in the middle of the night than serve his fucking country. What a fucking puss. Yeah, he's way too far gone. He's definitely jealous people have normal families.
Because, listen, I think that's a bad
This is the
situation.
highlighted. Listen, there's nothing wrong with going live when you're bored and just fucking around hanging out. But when you claim to save the fucking world and you're saving children, that's your claim to fame, and you can't even save your fucking self. The fact that he even thinks that.
uh, like if there's a good place and a bad place, I would think that whoever
Just keep
thought they
them
had the
comments
right
cut
as
off,
a
Carl.
man to play in women's sports, they're not going to God. And those women who would protect the man so they could keep playing in their sports, they're
I like this one better. Let's watch this one.
and fucking stupidity. And it is fucking everywhere. Everywhere.
I watch this
everywhere.
at least once a
But
day.
he thinks they
I get a
fucking
kick
know
out of it.
everything, and they will destroy you if they think you're fucking wrong. They won't take a look at what you're doing. Because today, Carl gets a special time out today. Yay, I get to leave the house, and I get to justify my fucking existence to be around fucking children. William Swanson, you get to go to God, you motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm going to
You
Jesus.
sick little fucking pedophile protecting motherfucker. You get to go to God wanting to fucking destroy me, you little bitch. You get that? You get to do that. Stay the fuck off my phone, you little bitch. Stop trying to contact me. Stop fucking trying. Fuck, man. You get to go to God with this shit. You fucking retard. I've been out here for fucking years fighting for the fucking children
Where,
and
Carl?
myself.
Where?
I want myself better too. But that can fucking, you can't do that. You can't ask for help around here because every time you fucking do,
They are
someone
the best,
wants to smash you because they might find out they're the reason you need fucking help. And they don't know that they need help because they're sick in the fucking head. And they just fucking, I hate this fucking place. I fucking hate her. I fucking hate this fucking. See what you fucking filthy, dirty, disgusting fucking humans, you vile motherfuckers, do to each other. You want to destroy me and make it so I can't be around children? Guess what, Swanson? You got your fucking wish, motherfucker. Because I'd rather die than give up God. I'd rather die
You
than
don't
pump
have
fucking
God,
chemicals into
retard.
myself. And it's an extreme possibility because I sat there in the fucking front of a phone, not even a courtroom.
Carl, you don't get to make up what God is, dude. I know that you get to think that because you can go in there and put a wig on and put your old lady's clothes and shit on you that you think you turn into a woman, but you don't get to dress up who God is. You don't get to pick that. I'm sorry.
People can fucking see, fucking understand what the fuck's going on. And I gotta justify my right to not have lithium put into my fucking
Oh,
brain.
you need some lithium.
Because I get excited. Because I don't like children getting hurt. I don't like the fact
You
that
really get excited. If Rocco was to come in the chat right now, boy, you'd fucking really get excited, wouldn't you? Huh?
fucking retards think it's okay to have men and women sports.
You'd have
I
a
don't
human
think it's
kickstand, wouldn't
okay
you?
for you fucking retards to think it's okay to fucking mutilate children. I'm allowed to think this shit, you fucking losers.
I'm still wondering
Fuck,
where I
man,
said
I
it's
hate
okay
this fucking.
for fucking women to be in men's sports. I've never said that was okay. Matter of fact, I don't know a man, period, on YouTube that's in this community that thinks it's okay for men to be in women's sports. But you do because you like to try to dress up as women, don't you, Carl?
World, and you cocksuckers are going to find out about God. And if you aren't in the truth, you will pay. You will pay. Hey, what if you do pay?
He does the same thing he does to his wife when he starts an argument. He goes straight at God, and you're going to pay. And
fucking little jerk-offs. What if you have to pay for eternity because you can't get your fucking brains together? You can't get outside of what you've been fucking taught, what you've been told. You sit there and tell everybody, there's nothing we can do, Carl. What makes you think you can do it? Because I got...
So when are you going to do something? That's the only thing I really want to know. I want to know when you're really going to do something besides turn on your phone and cry on YouTube.
God, motherfucker, and I ain't a useless fucking loser
I don't know
like you
about
fucking
that. I
retreads.
can get a video where you're on. Hold on, let me go find it because I think fucking Joe says something different. I think. Hold on, let me find it because you know who recorded this and put it on here for everybody to see. Oh, that's right, you did. I believe this. No, this ain't it. This ain't it.
Hey, Daryl the Kaiser, you fucking tool bag. Thank you. I've been fucking down and out, fucking feeling like a piece of shit, fucking not motivated.
No, this ain't it either.
Well, I don't believe you. Doctor, like, the same thing as the Rocky Mountains for you?
Here we go.
This is all you fucking do! 24 hours a day. This is all you fucking do.
Joe.
It's been literally a month. I promise I'll take you out on a date date for Valentine's Day. We'll go out and do something together. It's been a fucking month and you haven't even tried.
It's been 3 years since anybody tried to talk to me. 3 fucking years. You think if we could have fucking settled something out fucking from the beginning?
I'm done. I'm done. You only care about you.
Mm. Yeah, see, she knows what's up. She knows what's up. She knows you're full of shit. Damn, this starts over my favorite fucking place.
Fucking stupidity.
His blood
And
pressure
it
sky.
is
Oh, it's
fucking
definitely sky high.
everywhere.
Definitely.
Everywhere. But he thinks they fucking know everything, and they will destroy you if they think you're fucking wrong. They won't take a look at what you're doing. Because today, Carl gets a special time out today. Yay, I get to leave the house, and I get to justify my fucking existence to be around fucking children. William Swanson, you get to go to God, you motherfucker. You sick little fucking pedophile protecting motherfucker. You get to go to God wanting to fucking destroy me, you little bitch. You get that? You get to do that. Stay the fuck off my phone, you little bitch. Stop trying to contact me. Stop fucking trying. Fuck, man. You get to go to God with this shit. You fucking retard. I've been out here for fucking years fighting for the fucking children and myself. I want myself better too. But that can fucking, you can't do that. You can't ask for help around here because every time you fucking do, someone wants to smash you because they might find out they're the reason you need fucking help. And they don't know that they need help because they're sick in the fucking head. And they just...
Yeah. Telling somebody else they're sick in the
And
head.
ever since Psycho
This is just fucking great.
he mentioned about Casey. And that Casey, if he had a woman, Psycho wants to sleep with her. Because he... Bring in my bosoms for you, baby.
Uh-huh.
You like that?
But somebody that's normal, got a normal family, just normal dude. They're the ones that's sick.
Your level of stupidity. And listen, if you don't find me a woman, then I find you just utterly stupid. I mean, listen, maybe I'm just all out of my head right now, Rocco, because I'm on my period. And I'm so confused these days. I really need to know what you think, Rocco. Which way do you want to take this relationship? Because Rocco, if it's you who wants the taco, I'll be your daddy, baby. I got an 8-inch tongue and I breathe through my ears, baby.
That's right. And I'm the sick one. Okay, bud. All right. We hear you.
I fucking hate this fucking... See what you fucking filthy, dirty, disgusting fucking humans, you vile motherfuckers, do to each other. You want to destroy me and make it so I can't be around children? Guess what, Swanson? You got your fucking wish, motherfucker. Because I'd rather die than give up God. I'd rather die than pump fucking chemicals into myself. And it's an extreme possibility because I sat there in the fucking front of a phone, not even a courtroom, where people can fucking see, fucking understand what the fuck's going on. And I gotta justify my right to not have lithium put into my fucking brain.
Nah. See, this video right here, that girl seen this shit. And this fucking weirdo is around her fucking kids. See, I didn't have to do nothing.
Your delusions, you thought it was appropriate to ask your 16-year-old child if he was raping you at night? You destroyed your child. Your child has...
And you can run from it, Carl, all you want to. She's got all the videos she needs. And you know who put them on here? You did. I didn't tell you to upload this shit. This was all you, partner. Every bit of it. All fucking 3,500 fucking videos you put up here. Spiritual or crazy. Why won't somebody look at my story? Why won't somebody talk to me? Well, fuck, I don't know. Anytime somebody tries to talk to you, how do you try to treat them? You try to gaslight them like they're fucking dumb. And anytime anybody tries to show you something, you just slap fucking refuse to see it. Hey, when they get you down there in that court system and they run you through that motherfucker, remember, people on YouTube tried to guide you, but you was smarter than they were. So it is what it was. Could we give up hate for a better fate? I don't know about you, cuz something tells me that you are fucking way, way too far gone. You know what's sad is I got so many videos of him fucking looking stupid and just talking stupid shit that I can't even keep up with all of them anymore. This is one of the better ones, though.
I don't know. Maybe I won't fucking do a fucking person out. Can someone please get a hold of Upchurch and find out if I'm having fucking delusions?
Carl, he's live right now if you want to run over there and go talk to him. Go do it.
I am so fucking tired of living like this. I'm being chased through the fucking streets of my town by my fucking wife, who decides that she wants to fucking fight 10 hours. I can't fucking hide from her. She fucking runs out. I don't know how my fucking neighbors don't call the police, but hey, I guess it's all right when it's a fucking woman all over a fucking man, and that's okay. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. I fucking had it. You know why she wants to fight? Because I told her yesterday, I said, hey, this might almost be over. Upchurch was in my comments. Maybe I can find out if I'm a fucking crazy person. Hey, maybe this all fucking ends. Maybe we find out what the fuck is going on in the world. Maybe I'm all fucked up. I'm willing to accept that. But hey, baby, if fucking Upchurch says he's chosen, what does that mean? Well, that means nothing. That means a fucking redneck is fucking crazy and wants to fucking be crazy with you and fucking like, oh, fuck. Listen, fucking a lot of you people better hope I'm not fucking chosen. You better hope fucking I'm fucking had it with this fucking life. Who in the fuck needs to live like this? This is a fucking nightmare. This is fucking total insanity. You can't even talk people into fucking protecting their children. I can't fucking tell my wife, hey, look at all this fucking shit that I think, but you don't want to fucking even take a look at it, but it's all fucking craziness because I got it off of YouTube or fucking TikTok. Because you don't want to fucking check into anything.
Yeah, poor fucking
This
victim,
fucking bitch,
Josh.
this
Poor
fucking
fucking
cunt
victim.
wife of mine. I don't care what you say, little me. She's a fucking just a little me, just like you stupid cocksucker. This fucking bitch is gonna fucking bite every piece of fucking karma she ever fucking brought my way.
Shit.
Motherfucker locks me up. Fucking, I can't even get the fucking police to fucking
Lock
say, hey,
him up.
you're not allowed to lock
him
them
up.
up anymore.
Lock
But every
him
time I
up.
fucking take them, they're like, we don't know why we're taking you. But I have to fucking leave my house. Then I'm fucking being told that they're gonna call the fucking psychiatrist on me. I've been fucking locked away 5 fucking times.
Needs
4
to be
because of
6.
this fucking cunt. Listen, little me, you want to know something, bud? Her fucking world's gonna crumble. You know why? Because she tried fucking me. When we did the mortgage papers, she went back to the fucking mortgage guy and had some extra fucking papers.
Pimp, where you at?
So like she felt like
Pimp, where you at? There's about, well, I don't know. He's got that motherfucker mortgage out now so bad that his family will never recover. And why they let him make any kind of financial decisions like that, I have no fucking idea. But they damn sure did. He took that lady had that house in her grasp where she could actually pay for it. They'll never be able to pay for that shit. And you know what's even more fucked up? Is he's the reason for it. He is absolutely the reason why his family is going to be homeless by the time this is all over with. That's a fact.
she owned the fucking
All
house.
over wanting to go put a Jeep on that
99%,
motherfucker.
1% to me.
Now, this is
Here's
a
the
man that
problem.
won't work,
She's
won't go
responsible
outside the
for
house,
fucking
don't
99%,
drive,
and I'm
don't hardly go nowhere, fucking will throw a fit and a tantrum like a 2-year-old if he does have to leave the house. But he's going to go and mortgage his house to the fucking hilt to put a brand new car on there. And not even for her, not even for the working person in the family. Now, you tell me this dude's got some fucking sense.
responsible for one. So when this fucking credit card that she's fucking had and fucking tried to manipulate because she sent it to her fucking nephew's fucking address.
Carl, could she be out here gambling because she's hoping to fucking, which she's not going to, but to try to get ahead, thinking maybe if she can just get one good little lick, she can get herself out of the situation that you put her in? Which, don't get me wrong, I don't feel bad for her either because she let this idiot do it.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not hers. Maybe the 9 fucking grand that's in collections, they come and take out of the fucking house. See what I mean? This bitch is fucking stupid. Every fucking time she got me locked up for violence and suicide was based on a fucking lie. Every motherfucking time. I got audio of this bitch fucking telling me my work problems are my fucking problems. I fucking deserved them. She's telling this to my fucking kid. So if any of you motherfuckers even have a heart, fucking resemble a fucking heart, please, because I don't want to fucking live here anymore. I fucking want to go home to my father. I fucking hate this place. It fucking disgusts me. My wife is one of the most vile human beings I've ever fucking met in my life. Can you imagine loving a vile human being and still trying to fucking show them that there's a better fucking way? Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Look. There's her fucking car trying to fucking chase me down all over fucking town because it's not enough for her to fucking berate me in my fucking house. She's got to fucking chase me all over the fucking street.
Believe it or not, at one
car?
time I felt
My
bad
God.
for this motherfucker, right? At one time I felt bad for this idiot. I really did.
She's trying to fucking let loose and fucking just like she's a fucking psychopath. I have fucking had it with this stupid fucking cunt. I absolutely fucking had it. So please, someone have Upchurch, please go into my fucking comments. So either I can fucking try and find somebody to help me with my mental health. Certainly not a psychiatrist because they only ask questions. They don't fucking listen to how you got to the fucking answer.
Carl, they only ask questions. They don't listen. So if they're asking you questions, they're not listening until you give them the answers. Is that what you really think? You think that they're there just to ask questions and not listen? You can't be that damn dumb, dude.
Fucking give you a fucking pill and fucking pop it. You're gonna feel good. You're gonna feel better. You feel numb. You'll feel like nothing's fucking. Oh man.
Scared to take the medicine the doctor gives him, but he'll run downtown and buy the shrooms off the local drug dealer, though. And the weed, too. Makes perfect sense to me.
Please, someone have Upchurch go into my comments because this motherfucking bitch is gonna fucking pay with karma. And if it ain't, and if she's on the straight and narrow and it's me that's the problem, then I guess I'm gonna have to face God. But I want to fucking face him right now. I want to find out who the fuck is delusional because this fucking world that I have to fucking live in ran by fucking Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates and all these motherfuckers who got you all fucking brainwashed to think that you're the fucking right thing. You're not.
This dude
you're
is
not
a
doing the right thing.
narcissist.
You won't fucking even stand up for your.
Even his doctor told him he's a narcissist. And it's funny that he takes his doctor's diagnosis and tries to put it off on everybody else. Let me see here. Is this it? Nah, that's the Kaiser fucking video.
Then I guess I'm gonna have to face God. But I want to fucking face him right now. I want to find out who the fuck is delusional. Because this fucking world that I have to fucking live in ran by fucking Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates and all these motherfuckers who got you all fucking brainwashed to think that you're the fucking right thing. You're not. You're not doing the right thing because you won't fucking even stand up for your children. I can't get my fucking wife to even see that her children are in trouble. She can't even see that they don't have a fucking responsibility in their fucking head. But we're gonna fucking raise losers and let them be losers and coddle them and tell them they're fucking victims. So they end up like fucking Dagburn on the fucking internet with no fucking jobs, doing nothing, not helping anybody. This is fucking ridiculous. This fucking bitch, if I'm fucking chosen, this bitch better fucking get with Patty because she's gonna need some fucking spiritual help. Probably not the spiritual help that she wants, but fuck, at least maybe she can fucking feel a little bit better in the fucking dark side. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Holy fuck. A 10-hour fight for telling a fucking woman But hey, it's almost going to come to an end. Ryan Upchurch was in my fucking comment section, Joanna. Maybe I can figure this out. Maybe I can get it ended. But no, that...
It takes me too long to find these videos sometimes, I believe, to kind of make my point, but...
Yeah, but what if they aren't conspiracies? I mean, if okay, yeah.
I'm not going to debate with you or argue with you because you can find anything and find websites that say the world is flat. Perfect. There's a website that says France doesn't exist. Fine. I can't argue with that. If I tell you the Rocky Mountains don't exist, you can't convince me they do.
Yeah, but we could go to the Rocky Mountains.
No, when you say the Rocky Mountains, how do you know the Rocky Mountains? I've never been there.
Yeah, but we could go to the Rocky Mountains.
You said we could.
Yeah, but if we both go together to the Rocky Mountains, we can see the Rocky Mountains.
They don't exist. I could never see them. They don't exist.
I find this...
Then does this exist? Is this conversation existing?
Oh, sure, I'm talking right now. Put the Rocky Mountains down.
Well, I can. I've never been to the Rocky Mountains, but if I have...
Now, keep that in mind now. He just said the Rocky Mountains don't... He's never been there. Okay? And in the same fucking video, within about a 10-minute span, he's arguing that he's fucking been there.
I don't think they said that's bullshit.
Yeah, but I can tell you that Cuba exists.
Yeah,
I've been to Cuba. I've done lots of things in Cuba.
100% Cuba exists. 100% I believe 100%.
What's that?
100% I believe that Cuba exists. 100%. No argument there.
So what's the difference between Cuba and the Rocky Mountains?
You say there's mountains. I don't really believe it. Who knows? I don't think they're there. Prove it to me.
Well, see, that's the thing. I can't, but I can research it and I can look and I can see.
Yeah,
And then if I,
research, all this bullshit, where are you going to research online?
well, that's the thing. You go, you look, you research online, and then if you still are doubting, you go look at the Rocky Mountains. You walk around the Rocky Mountains, and there's the Rocky Mountains.
I didn't have the experience. They don't exist. So bullshit. They don't exist. No such thing as Rocky Mountains. No one's
Well, that's like last time you said that.
That's like-
How do we know if Alberta exists?
It's an Alberta government conspiracy thing that Rocky Mountains exist. They try to advertise, you want to get tourist money. That's what it's going on. There are no Rocky Mountains.
Okay.
Carl, how's that feel? Weird, right? I painted you into a corner. You can't prove anything to me.
Yeah, but I can search the information and go out for myself and find out.
I can discount anything you tell me.
Well, yeah, but I still know because I've been to the Rocky Mountains.
Because I know I've been to the Rocky Mountains. Now, the motherfucker just said he'd never been there. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I just not even fuck with Carl no more. Be honest with you, because it doesn't matter what I say, what anybody else says. He gets these delusions in his head, and you can't talk him out. I was hoping maybe, just maybe, he would snap the fuck out of it. But maybe I put too much faith in old boy, thinking that maybe he'd come around. I'm giving up hope on this idiot. Yeah, I'm giving up hope on him. Yep, he's a lost fucking cause. Lost fucking cause. Let's see here. I don't think I can block him. But we'll watch this last little spaz out of him, and after that, I ain't fuck with Carl no more. Because it doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what nobody does. He's going to see shit for the way he wants to see it. There is no help for this motherfucker. He's too stupid to help.
That can't happen.
And this is all
fuck
drugs.
me, man.
That's all
Like,
this
now
is.
I'm gonna go
You can
this
blame
way,
it on
this
whatever,
fucking bitch
but this
just
motherfucker's took the
chasing
bad
me all around
chemicals that's
fucking
fucked
town.
his ass up.
Telling me I'm not allowed in my house. Why am I not allowed in my house? Because if I was chosen, I would pick up church. Well, no. If I was chosen, I picked God, you fucking retard. If he says he's chosen, do you think he's gonna fucking say he's chosen just for my fucking benefit to make me feel fucking good, you stupid fucking cunt? You don't even know what he put in my fucking comments because you can't take a fucking second to even fucking listen to what I have to say. Motherfucker, karma is coming. It is fucking, oh man, I really hope I'm chosen. I really do. I hope you all have to fucking take a good look on the inside. Because motherfucker, my wife is dark. Dark as a motherfucker. I've had enough. I fucking had it. I fucking can't stand this fucking world. I fucking had it. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. It's a fucking nightmare. This is fucking hell. That's what this is. You're all fucking ran by Satan. Especially that little fucking bitch who keeps fucking calling me. I know it's not very spiritual, but fuck, it's the truth. And that's what spiritual's being about. I'm releasing my demons. I'm giving them back to my wife. And fucking when I find out I'm chosen, all her demons are gonna fucking enter her and she's gonna fucking go fucking Looney Tunes just like little me. Just fold like a little fucking cunt that they are. I have fucking had it.
Yeah.
I can't stand dealing with you fucking people anymore. Fucking little Jasmine hasn't got a fucking brain in her fucking cunt head. I love you, Carl. Oh, no, we don't. Little me decided that we don't love you. Ah, fuck off. Hey, mama, payday. Why don't you become a fucking mom? See what's coming down the fucking future. The pipe at your fucking son. But you don't fucking care. You take everything
He's
I
definitely
say
got
and
dust
twist it.
swirls.
Well, maybe you don't twist it, but maybe little me twisted in your fucking brain. Your little fucking pea brain. Yeah, y'all got fucking pea brains because you won't open them up. Spirituality.
Open. A shower is a weekly thing. Well, if that's your case, that's your case. But it's not a weekly thing for me, my friend. You know what I mean? I don't feel the need to have one every single day.
Mm.
It's like becoming a fucking child again. You're gonna go a little fucking out of there because you're gonna start thinking some weird things. But that's when people come into fucking.
Carl, I want you to go back and watch that doctor video, right? Because that doctor was absolutely calling you a narcissist for the way that you tried to treat him, you know, when he's trying to fucking talk to you.
Day, and it's got to stop. It's got to stop because we can't live like this anymore. It's fucking bullshit to live our lives like this where you can't even get off the fucking couch. You don't take care of your dog.
Well, okay, Joe, I want to explain one little part. If you thought that you, anybody out there ever fucking want something so bad that you don't really want, oh, fuck. These videos, man, I feel like
he thinks he's gonna be famous.
I hate doing these stupid things. I'm fucking tired.
You ain't tired, motherfucker.
I'm fucking tired.
I'm
fucking so tired.
All right, let's watch this one last time, then we're gonna give him. Oh, he's definitely fucking famous. All right,
Stupidity. And it is fucking everywhere. But he thinks they fucking know everything and they will destroy you if they think you're fucking wrong. They won't take a look at what you're doing because today Carl
we've been
gets
looking,
a special
buddy.
time out
We've
today.
been looking.
Yay, I get to leave the house and I get to justify my fucking existence to be around fucking children. William Swanson, you get to go to God, you motherfucker. You sick little fucking pedophile protecting motherfucker. You get to go to God wanting to fucking destroy me, you little bitch. You get that? You get to do that. Stay the fuck off my phone, you little bitch. Stop trying to contact me. Stop fucking trying. Fuck, man. You get to go to God with this shit. You fucking retard. I've been out here for fucking years fighting for the fucking children and myself. I want myself better too. But that can fucking...
Hey, I'd like for him just to name one child he's fought for. Besides, you know, the ones his wife takes care of. I noticed he likes to try to take credit for that.
You can't do that. You can't ask for help around here because every time you fucking do, someone wants to smash you because they might find out they're the reason you need fucking help. And they don't know that they need help because they're sick in the fucking head. And they just fucking, I hate this fucking place. I fucking hate her. I fucking hate this fucking. See what you fucking filthy, dirty, disgusting fucking humans, you vile motherfuckers do to each other. You want to destroy me and make it so I can't be around children? Guess what, Swanson? You got your fucking wish, motherfucker. Because I'd rather die than give up God. I'd rather die than pump fucking chemicals into myself. And it's an extreme possibility because I sat there in the fucking front of a phone, not even a courtroom, where people can
See, he
fucking
knows.
see.
He knows he done it. You know what I mean? Nobody else has did it to him because I sat in front of a phone. Yeah, you recorded some weird fucking shit, dude. It's called red flags.
Fucking understand what the fuck's going on. And I gotta justify my right to not have lithium put into my fucking brain. Because I get excited. Because I don't like children getting hurt. I don't like the fact that you fucking retards think it's okay to have men and women sports. I don't think it's okay for you fucking retards to think it's okay to fucking mutilate
Good,
children.
Carl,
I'm
because none of
allowed
the
to
rest
think
of us
this
think
shit,
it
you
is either.
fucking losers. Fuck, man, I hate this fucking world. And you cocksuckers are going to find out about God. And if you aren't in the truth, you will pay. You will pay. Eh? What if you do pay? You get pedal protecting little jerk offs. What if you have to pay for eternity because you can't get your fucking brains together? You can't get outside of what you've been fucking taught, what you've been told. You sit there and tell everybody, there's nothing we can do, Carl. What makes you think you can do it? Because I got God,
Caution,
motherfucker,
yeah,
and
no,
I
for
ain't a
sure.
useless fucking
Fucking for
loser
sure. It's
like
good
you
color on him
fucking
for sure.
retreads. I will stand for the fucking children. But then again, there's a time where you gotta fucking stop and you gotta think about yourself. You gotta say, how much fucking pain do I have to fucking go through just to fucking exist with God? I ain't doing nothing wrong with these fucking videos. Nothing. I'm asking people where.
Then what are you crying about, bro? If you're not doing anything wrong with making these weird ass videos talking about sucking another grown man off, then what are you fucking crying about?
The fuck I'm wrong. And I can't get nothing back. Like simple little things like show me where you're fucking president. You're fucking ex-president. What's the paperwork to be in a
What does that have to do? See, you're getting off the subject here, right? You're supposed to be a child crusader. Nobody gives a fuck about Obama and some paperwork. That's just some shit for you to try to duck behind.
American? Because that should be embarrassing, you fucking people. If you can't find that information, that should be.
You know what should be embarrassing? You on camera telling another fucking nutbag you're wanting to suck him off. That should be embarrassing.
Embarrass me. You should be able to say, you've been going on about this for fucking ever, Carl. You got fucking problems. What? Then I don't have to carry it anymore. Because I'm not like you fucking people. I let go of lies and stupidity.
Is that right? Is that right?
Anybody who just asks questions, we don't even know if they're on our side or not. Are they just trying to swirl us up to get us to hate each other? Because that's the deal. I will not fucking hate you people.
Now, you just told me you fucking hated us. So you can't even make up your mind, man.
I refuse. I fucking refuse to join your game where you hurt me and I hurt you. No, you hurt me, you hurt yourself. Just like you hurt anybody else, you're only hurting yourself.
I'm trying to figure out how anybody's hurt him, right? How the fuck has anybody did anything to this clown? Carl, that's your new fucking costume for Christmas. I'm gonna send you a red nose and some fucking makeup because we know you like to dress up anyway.
retards. I can't fucking. I want every dipshit to know. It don't matter what I say on here.
Damn, he's almost got a fucking clear thought. Damn, it don't matter what I say on here. You almost had it, son. And then bam, the fire got extinguished just that fucking quick.
Okay. Don't matter. I can sit here and come on and go, hey guys, does it make sense that you guys, if this is Canada and the US, you guys paid for all the immigrants to come in? We sat there and watched the video where they got little packages, they got phones, they got hotel rooms, all on your fucking dime. We sat just coming in.
What does this idiot think? Who does this idiot think pays for him to sit home and fucking watch YouTube videos 24 hours a day? Well, he draws this fucking government check. He does the same exact thing.
Just coming in. And then we're not smart enough to think, well, they used our money to do it. Now they're going to use our money to fucking get rid of them, right? Right? That's what they're doing. They're trying to send them all back home.
Let me tell you something. Once I pay taxes, that's not my money anymore. If I give somebody $20, Carl, I want you to fucking listen to me because I know you're watching. When I pull up to the red light, and if there's some little old lady or man, whatever, whoever it is, and I give them $20 to go eat lunch, once I give them that money, they're not spending my money anymore. Do you understand? No matter what they buy with it, that's their fucking money. Once you give somebody something, once you relinquish control of it, it's theirs to spend it however they wish. It's not my control. You want to control too much shit. You can't even control your own fucking home. You can't control your own old lady from going out doing God knows what all weekend long. How the fuck are you going to control everything else?
Why are you guys spending all this money on these concentration camps? If you're sending these immigrants home, why are you guys going out and buying these expensive warehouses? You know what I mean?
Carl, let me give you a little clue, okay? Even if they are buying expensive warehouses, after they're done using them with the fucking immigration shit, they can be used for something else. You do realize that, right? This dude's a fucking idiot, man. He really is. This dude is a fucking idiot.
Fucking, it's brutal. They're raping you guys. They want us broke. They want us broken fighting. That's what they want. They want us broken fighting. And fucking, I watch retards all the fucking time. I have no clue.
Yeah, see, now you're getting it. You watch retards all the fucking time. Yeah, that's about the most truthfulest thing you've said in this video so far.
About what the fucking tariffs were about. One person, please come into my comment section and let me know where Americans are not paying the tariffs.
If you do not buy Chinese shit, you can go buy the equivalent of American made and you don't pay a tariff. Do you understand that?
Let me know where this fucking
There's a
magical
reason
money
why this
for
motherfucker
tariffs is
on
coming
shit.
from. Is it coming from Canada? Is it coming from China? Who pays the fucking tariffs, eh? You guys are being led by a fucking manipulative fucking liar. Like,
This dude's so stupid that he doesn't see what Trump's doing. Look, I'm probably one of the most uneducated people on the internet. And I don't mean that as far as me being dumb. I mean that as far as me being in school. And I can see clearly what Trump's trying to do. This dude just don't have the wherewithal about nothing. It's about cutting China off and their resources off. Really, so they can't fucking invade Taiwan and where they can't force themselves on America anymore. And if he doesn't get control of them, then 20 years from now, our kids are going to be way, way, way up worse off than what we are right now. China's been trying to sneak up and take control of the fucking world's economics as far as money and everything else. Right now, America's dollar is what's supposed to buy like fuel and shit like that because we don't make anything. And that's why he's fighting as hard as he can to get America back in to making shit over here. He's a fucking idiot. He doesn't understand it.
The guy posted a picture of him as Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that was in bad taste, but he sees himself saving the world, or our world anyway.
Not knowing he is Jesus, but
as you claim to be the Messiah. So what's different in what Trump
fuck, I
did
hate
there
this
and what you
place.
do every day?
Everybody's just okay. He's just fucking throwing out Kim Clement's prophecies. He's got his spiritual fucking leaders trying to think that he's fucking Jesus.
The problem is this dude just gets his, which y'all know, fuck, you've been following Carl for a while. All his information comes from YouTube. And if he watches 2 or 3 videos where the same person says the same shit, boy, he's got a fucking winner.
You got fucking if you fucking Americans, especially you Christians and you Jews, any of you fucking religious motherfuckers out there can't look at fucking Paul White and go, this is purely deceptive. What kind of fucking leader of a world could buy on to a fucking lie like this? Like, holy shit. But this is God these days. Like I've shown the guy before. And
This is his best pose right here.
why should I care though? You know what I mean? Like I can't believe that came out that Epstein and Bill Gates were working on a pandemic. And we just happened to get one. Bill wrote about it. All the shit. Why should I care though? You know what I mean? Maybe I should. Maybe I should just fucking say, hey, fucking try and get a lawsuit. I'll sue the fucking system.
There we go. He wants to be famous and he wants to sue.
You know what I mean? Like that hospital, it's got fucking problems, man. It's got real problems. The police, they got some problems. And see here, I fucking feel like I'm some sort of.
It's the cops, it's the judge, it's the doctors, it's Joe, it's his job, it's his kids. Snap out of it, bitch.
Just play the game, Carl. Just play the game. Just play the game like everybody else. That's what I'm told. Hey, Carl, when you go to your doctor's appointment, just play the game.
Everyone but him.
Just play the game. You know how to play the game, Carl. You know how to manipulate and tell people, let people think what they want, what you want them to think, right? You know how to fucking do that. We all do, right? We all got to play the role, right? I'm not playing no role.
Oh, we know.
Because if you play the role,
fucking crazy.
You give up the role of being like God, and I'm not willing to do it. But hey, if I gotta, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. If they decide to do anything to put me back in the hospital, I want it to be known that I want the MAID program. I don't want the hospital. I would rather die than lose my brain. You lose your brain, you lose God. You guys can stay hacked. I'll keep my brain.
Carl, you realize if you go through with the MAID program, they're going to take your brain, right? Chad's going to fucking be playing with it on soft white underbellies. He's going to be like, ooh, look. This motherfucker's brain's so deformed, I don't know how in the fuck he breathed every day. He is so stuck on stupid.
Fuck, that would be such a beautiful thing. To give up all this fucking pain.
What pain, motherfucker?
And it's not pain that I want. I'm not trying to hold on to it. I've been trying to face my pain. Hey guys, if I'm fucking this and I'm not, hey, why don't you face me? Hey, Jay Jameson, why don't you fucking retarded motherfucker? Why don't you tell me how you weren't ready to go off on stress leave and how your heart didn't give out and how you had to go to the hospital and take a fucking week off fucking work because it was too fucking fucked up. Hey, John Wall, why don't you fucking face me, motherfucker? Why don't you sit there and tell me? Anyways, I gotta go. Anyways, I'm out of here.
He just wants somebody to rant to. That's all that motherfucker's whole deal is. He just wants to cry to somebody and rant to him. All right, y'all. I'm fixing to get off of here. I appreciate y'all chilling with me as long as you did. I actually had a pretty good time hanging out with my son. I was pretty all right. I might do another live with him. Y'all have a good night. And we'll see you later. Peace.